Wow. What's going on, guys? PoE! It's finally time, dude! Here we go!
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining us for today's Path of Exile livestream. We have a packed show today, with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive unveiling of Path of Exile Affliction, which launches on December 8th on PC and Mac, and on December 13th on console.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Huntsman wings. We'll start with Path of Exile 2, where Jonathan will walk you through our latest announcements. Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Affliction Challenge League, which launches in 1 week. He'll cover the league mechanics, its rewards, some new content we're adding to the core Path of Exile experience, and some large metagame changes. I'll then show you our annual course
Meta
support packs,
changes.
and we'll head into our
What?
live Q&A session where Ziggy D will
What does
ask us
that
your questions
mean?
from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop
What
the
does
full
that
patch.
mean?
I'd like to hand over to Jonathan.
Can I watch
Rogers,
your
the game
reaction on
director of Path of
stream?
Exile 2.
Hey
That's-
guys,
yeah,
in a
here
few
we're
months,
here,
we
baby.
introduce you to the drill
We're here,
of
let's
Path of Exile.
go!
But one of the things that we're really focusing on now is how varied each of the classes feels to play. The monk darts around quickly from enemy to enemy, building and unleashing combos. If he doesn't stay in combat, he loses momentum and has to build it up again.
Look at those 3 life flasks, dude. 3 life flasks, 2 mana flasks. Yes!
The warrior, on the other hand, is like a slow but unstoppable freight train. A warrior commits to big attacks and relies on
You guys
stunning
watched
his
the
enemies to stay safe
PC
in the thick
Gamer
of combat.
PoE2
When an
thing
opening
earlier?
presents itself, a warrior can use even larger
There was some
attacks
PoE2
to demolish
reveal
his
already
enemies.
earlier today on PC Gamer Magazine or PC some shit.
The
You guys watch
Huntress
that?
seamlessly moves from melee to ranged combat and back. The true damage potential of the Huntress is only unlocked when you learn to combine ranged and melee
Is there anything
abilities
big,
together.
anything juicy in that reveal? Or is it kind of just more of the same?
And then there are the spellcasters.
'Cause this
The
kinda looks
sorceress
more
is
the
a pure
same
caster
so
who
far.
much prefers to stay at range and drop powerful spells on her foes. If she finds herself surrounded by enemies, she would rather use an ability to escape than to take them on directly.
Turn the volume down just a hair here.
The druid is also a
Nothing
spellcaster,
particularly
but unlike
big.
the sorceress, he uses his spells as a means to support his melee abilities. And by melee abilities, we mean he can turn into a giant animal and rip his enemies to pieces.
Oh, I put 322 in the title. What's wrong with me? It's time for 323! 323 announcement, not 322
Each of these
announcement.
classes
What am I
feels
doing?
extremely different to play, but we want to go even further. It's time to check out the mercenary.
Mercenary,
There's
okay.
not a job out there I won't take.
Rapid fire,
So long as the
AK-40,
pay's good,
AK-47,
crossbow can solve it.
a crossbow, right? what do we call it? AK-47 bow. Look at that, dude. That must be a skill gem, right? That rapid fire, that must be some kind of new skill gem.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make
They're
the character
not
shoot
locking
instantly, just like in
skill
a shooter.
gems to classes,
As
though,
soon as we
right?
experience
They're-
that,
but they
we realize
are
that
locking
there are a lot
them
of
to
design
weapon
lessons to learn
types.
from shooters. So we
They
fully
say
embrace
that
them.
many more skill gems are going to be
In Path
locked
of Exile
to
2, we have
specific
crossbows
weapon
that work like
types.
sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault
Shotguns?
rifles.
What? Did he say shotguns and
In order
rifles?
to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement. You can now walk around in any direction independent of aiming.
WASD
In fact, if this is your
movement?
preferred method
Ew,
of gameplay,
no thanks,
you can
dude.
use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using.
No thanks.
You can change between click to move or WASD at any time.
Damn, that thing chunked the shit out of him.
You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, But Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities.
That's how it works, I'm pretty
This
sure.
is where ammo
Yeah,
skills come in.
I think so too.
This is a burst shot crossbow, and right now I have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
Bloody horrors!
Yeah, I got a new processor too.
But there are other ammos too. For
I got a
bigger
new
single
I got a new
target, it might
graphics
be a
card.
good
I got a
idea
new
to switch to
processor that's
incendiary.
coming today,
The more projectiles hit the target,
and I got
the
a new
stronger the
monitor.
ignite.
So I
you'll want to
I
get
practically
up
got a
nice,
whole
close
new
and personal
freaking
with this one.
computer, dude. I got a
If you have a
Ryzen
bunch of targets running at you, you
5800
might want to slow them down.
X3D.
In this case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot. Shooting a bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, and potentially even freeze them in place.
I don't know, this PoE2
Once you have some
gameplay,
frozen
like
enemies, though,
it's
you can
like
switch
more of
back
the
to
same,
armor
and like
piercing.
I don't really care about
Shooting
this
a
that
frozen
much, like,
enemy with
because
armor-piercing burst shot will explode the
what
ice,
I care
doing a huge
about
amount
for
of damage to all
PoE2
nearby
is the
enemies.
systems and like the end game, and what they're keeping from the end game, and how the end game is, what the end game is going to look like. This is like
Another feature crossbows have is
this is like
attachments.
Diablo
This
4
is a grenade
type
launcher.
of, you know,
As you can see, when I
marketing
equip it, it
hype
appears
shit
on the
here.
underside
Like,
of the
yeah, the game
crossbow.
looks good, the skills look
These
good.
attachments are just like
It's all,
skill
it's
gems,
all good.
so you effectively
but,
get
like,
extra
I
skill
don't need to
slots.
see this
And you can
over and
augment
over again.
these with
I want to
support
see
gems,
like
just like regular skills.
what a map's gonna look like in PoE2. You know, what league mechanics are staying.
Fire in the hole!
These grenades take
Some-
a while
some-
to explode,
some freaking
so it's a good
ascendancy
idea to pair
classes.
them with some kind of
Show
crowd
me,
control, like
show me
Permafrost
some of them
Burst Shot.
19 or 18 new ascendancy classes, baby. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see freaking frostbolt, rapid fire, bang, 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 bang. I mean, yeah, it's cool and different and stuff, but like,
We have other grenades too.
Show
though.
me the
This
juice!
attachment is a flash
show me the
grenade.
juice.
It does barely any damage, but it does a huge amount of stun. It can be a great opener before you run into combat.
Surprise!
Look at that WASD movement, dude. He's
Now,
backpedaling.
here's another attachment, an oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil. Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic.
Oil grenade.
Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy or explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage.
Yep. Burning damage. Of course.
One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor,
I need to get something
then
to
it will
drink.
be
I
very
just woke up,
effective
guys. I need to
preventing
get
that
something to
damage.
drink.
But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon. This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really increase the pace of combat. The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more damage. Being able to run while shooting
what
with
up?
Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting
Alexi?
retreat.
What's going on, man? I just woke up, guys. I just set my alarm for this. I had to set my alarm for this.
Using
I just
permafrost
woke
ammo
up.
with Rapid Shot is also useful if you need to retreat. When you shoot the ground,
I'm
it creates
tired.
ice
I only
crystals.
slept 5 hours.
If you draw monsters
I had
back
to
over
wake
these
up
crystals,
early
they
for this,
explode,
guys.
killing the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack.
I woke up early for this. Show me the league. Show me some ascendancies.
Slowing enemies down can come in handy if you
Show
want
me
to use
those
the
18 new
incendiary version of
ascendancies.
Rapid Shot. Using this skill requires that you charge up a little bit before it fires. But as it continues to heat up, it will do more and more damage.
Oh shit! It's gonna overheat, dude. They're putting in an overheating system for
It
rapid
has a
fire.
really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it.
You had to wake up
But the
early at
other really useful feature is that when the
7:30.
crossbow is heated up, it
Oh,
adds extra fire
surprise!
damage
You
to any
poor
grenade that you
thing.
launch.
You poor thing. You had to wake up at 7:30. Oh, say it ain't so, dude. Say it ain't so. Get the fuck out of here. You had to wake up early at 7:30.
Now, I've been using explosive grenades here, but it will work equally as well with flash or oil
Sleep
grenades
till
too.
1.
If you use it with oil
Do you?
grenades, the oil
Why?
will catch
You
fire
don't work
immediately.
night shift, do you? I work night shift, goddammit. I have an excuse to sleep all day. I work all night. I worked from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. today. Watching PoE 2 and think it won't be like PoE, it's making you sad. I think it will, man. I think it will. This is just like a tech demo, really. This is a tech demo and it's
Another
a
crossbow
skills
type that you
demo.
can find is power
But the
shot.
end game systems
This one
are
works
going to be
just like a
they're
classic
going to be
sniper
good,
rifle.
man.
Use it with
I
armor-piercing
trust.
ammo and
I
it will
trust
penetrate
GG,
armor on
man.
targets. So it's a good idea to use when something's really tough.
It's 10:40 p.m. for you. Yeah, it's still pretty early. 10:40 p.m. That's pretty early. Who the hell goes to bed at 10:40 p.m.?
Now this skill has another interesting interaction with
I haven't
armor
gone to
break.
bed before like 3 a.m. in the morning
then your
in like
power
the
shot
last
hits a weak
in my
spot
entire
and does a huge
my entire
amount of
fucking
single target
life,
damage.
my entire adult
With a
life.
bunch of extra
Like,
stun for good
I'm
measure.
up till like 3 in the morning, like practically every day. But now that I've been on night shift for like 5 years now, and like when I'm on night shift, I'm up at night anyway. So
Now, the incendiary version of power shot is more like a rocket launcher.
I don't
It does
know.
a big
Do you guys
explosive
care about
blast
this?
at a distance.
How much do you guys care about this? I feel like I don't really care about this right now. This PoE 2 shit. I want to see Affliction League, baby. That's what I'm here for. I should have just slept for another 30 minutes. Should have slept in. Skipped this part.
One of the really
don't
useful
work is my
features of this
excuse?
version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the
That
ground.
doesn't sound like much of an excuse at all. It's cool, but I'm more excited about Affliction. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Because this, we
This
don't even know
combo
when this
also
is
works
coming out
really
yet.
well with
They said
incendiary
beta
rapid
in
shot.
June.
I'm
This
gonna
might
charge
not
up the
even
heat
come
on my
out until like
crossbow, shoot out a bunch of grenades, and then
2025.
start the fireworks with a
or
power
even
shot.
later maybe. We don't even know. So who knows how close this is to being ready? Who knows? And like, look, this is it's been the same
The ice
shit now.
version of power shot creates
like-
frost walls at a distance.
I know he's doing
This is
different
great
stuff,
for crowd
and,
controlling
you know,
monsters in tight passages.
Jonathan is saying all these different words, but like this looks
The
the same
wall
to me.
segments have other uses too.
This
They
looks
get
the
destroyed
same
by monsters, and they
gameplay
will
that I saw
explode,
5
doing
minutes
a small
ago.
amount of
and
damage.
He's still just shooting. He's shooting. Do I really need to see this for this long? Surely 2024 Christmas. Copium. Surely. Yeah, dude.
Now, remember that burst shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier?
Yeah, I'm new to the game.
That
Wanted to
works with
pop in.
ice balls too.
Say you love playing
Let's put burst shot
Crossblades.
back on.
Your guide helped a ton. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate that.
Now I can fill up
Go,
this
bro.
area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor-piercing burst shot for a huge amount of damage.
Hopefully we'll see some patch notes here after this live stream, and hopefully when I type Control.F and I type in Heat Shiver, it says 0 results found. I don't know. Do you guys think they're gonna nerf Heat Shiver? There's a lot of
Let's see how
people
we fare
who seem
against her
to
with
think
all the
that
skills
Heat
I've shown
Shiver
you so far.
has seen its last days, and that Heat Shiver is gonna finally get nerfed. But I don't know. I'm not convinced, man. I have to say, if they nerf Heat Shiver, I'm gonna be surprised, a little surprised. Not that surprised, but I'll be a little surprised if I see that. 30 to tier 1 or no nerfs. Honestly, that's what they should do. I think they should make it more rare, because Heat Shiver, honestly, Heat Shiver might be the most powerful item in the entire game. Like if we're being serious, Heat Shiver might be the most powerful item in the entire game for the amount of damage it gives you, and it deserves to be more rare. So I would be okay with it if they made it more rare. If you had to pay 10 divines for Heat Shiver, you would pay it. You would 100% pay 10 divines for Heat Shiver if that's how expensive it was. Doesn't make enough of an impact? Ooh, I don't know. I think it does make an impact. It does make an impact, but it's conditional though, right? Like it's heavily conditional because it relies on freeze. Freeze is not, you don't just get freeze for free, right? Like you have to reach a threshold to freeze, and that threshold isn't guaranteed or anything. So
Dismember! What is going on in this god's-forsaken city?
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
Wow, okay, there we go. Finally, it's over. Is it finally over now?
We're going to be showing off a lot more about Path of Exile 2 as we approach its beta, but in the meantime, we've got a Path of Exile 1 expansion coming out next week. I'm going to hand over to Mark, also known as Neon, to show you what's in store for PoE 1.
Let's go,
Thanks,
Mark!
Jonathan. Well, let's just go ahead and get straight on into it. Here's the trailer for Path of Exile Affliction.
Yes! Here we go!
Something moves in the mists.
I'm turning it up. I'm turning it up.
Something sinister. Thorn. Rot. Plague. And claw.
Damn,
The
it's so
affliction spreads.
dark.
It hungers for more. Tread lightly in the wildwood, which shifts and bites. Accept our help, the ancient power of the Asmiri.
Another
Beware
ascendancy.
The spirits that yearn for freedom.
A league mechanic ascendancy.
And the heart of evil that waits in the dark.
Wildwood ascendancy. Transfigured gem. Ultimatum! 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 Yes! 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 Ultimatum! I'm happy. I don't care what the league is anymore. I don't give a shit anymore. Ultimatum! Yes! Okay, that wasn't really much of a trailer, was it? That wasn't much of a trailer. That showed me like almost nothing.
In the Affliction League, you will encounter sacred wisps, which beckon you to enter overgrown passageways that lead to the Viridian Wildwood.
Okay, is this another...
A vile affliction has covered this forest with a foreboding darkness. You'll need to uncover the forest mysteries to put a stop to the source of the affliction.
Is this like Harvest?
As you approach the darkness, the wisps burn away its affliction. Make sure you tread carefully, because they only have a limited amount of power. But be warned, the darkness is full of cursed monsters that emerge to kill you. As you explore, you might see other types of wisps trapped inside the darkness. The Wildwood is trying to guide you towards clues about its affliction. Follow the trails of wisps by collecting them, and you may uncover many different secrets. New characters to find, shrines, boss battles, and all kinds of new encounters are lurking in the forest just waiting for you to discover.
Yo, this looks cool,
There are
dude.
many rewards to earn for those brave enough to seek them.
That looks pretty cool. Ooh, what's that?
When the sacred wisps run out of energy, they will return you back to where you came from.
Oh, they bring
Any
you
other
out.
types of wisps you have collected
Oh,
will
thank
return
God.
with you to Rayclast.
Thank God you don't have to run back. Okay, so you go in the portal, you run around,
These
you kill
wisps,
moms,
having been
and
saved
then they
from the affliction,
bring you back
disperse
out.
into the environment and inhabit randomly chosen
Do
monsters
they drop
in the area,
loot, though?
increasing their power and also their rewards.
Do they drop loot?
The different types of wisps have different effects on monsters, and sometimes more than one type will inhabit a single monster, making the fight even harder and even more rewarding. If this happens to a boss, you could be in for a tough fight.
So wait a minute.
But if you can overcome it, your
Did he
efforts
say
will
the
not
wisps
be in vain.
come out of there with you and
Primal
then they
wisps grant an item rarity bonus to inhabited monsters.
infest the,
Wild
the
wisps
map
grant an
boss?
item quantity bonus, and vivid wisps cause them to drop currency items.
Yo, they're like
If a
sentinels.
monster gets all three types, they'll drop more items of a higher rarity and a lot of currency.
They're like sentinels. The wisps are
While
like
exploring
sentinels.
the
They
Wildwood,
follow you
might
around
find
and they
some of the
juice
last few
monsters.
Asmiri wanderers who have managed to survive in the forest since it was cursed. Each of them have different survival specializations, and they are willing to teach you if you agree to help them defeat the source of the affliction, the King in the Mists.
Okay.
Choose which of the Asmeri that you will complete quests for to unlock one of 3 new Ascendancy classes, which you can have in addition to your regular Ascendancy class.
Okay. Man, that's a lot.
Up to 8 points for these classes are unlocked as
That's
you
a
complete
lot.
more quests for the Asmeri you are training under.
1, 2, 3.
The Warden of
4.
Eves can teach you to become a Warden of the Magi, a powerful class that takes advantage of wilderness knowledge. A Warden of the Magi can learn to use tinctures which coat their weapon, granting various powerful effects.
What? What the hell are those?
You can
What
equip
the hell are
tinctures in your flask
tinctures?
and toggle them on and off at will. You can only have one enabled at a time, but the effects are quite conditional, so you may want to have more than one equipped and swap between them during combat.
What?
For example, equip the Ironwood Tincture to gain the benefit of always stunning enemies on full life. Tinctures can also get random mods. This one in particular adds stacks of wither to targets on full life and steals frenzy charges on hit, which makes it great as an initiator.
Full life.
When you are fighting rare monsters or finishing off tough bosses, you will want to swap to the Oak Branch Tincture, which grants Culling Strike, increased damage against enemies on low life, and has a chance to steal a mod from rare enemies you kill.
Okay,
You
so
can
they're
buy
like
more
special
tinctures from
flasks.
the Warden of Eves using Primal Wisps when you find her in the forest.
They're like
So
special
keep an eye out
flasks
for
that
it.
stay on all the time. But you
As
can
a
only
Warden
use
of the
one them.
Magi gains more Ascendancy points, they gain access to more skills that let them further specialize in tinctures. For example, Nature's Concoction allows you to invest in having your tinctures enhance your flasks. This Ascendancy skill makes it important to think about which slots your tinctures are placed in, and what flasks they are adjacent to.
Flask effect.
You'll have better uptime on those flasks and they'll be stronger as a
30%
result.
flask effect for one
But
flask.
there are plenty more skills to choose even if you don't
Going
want to
over 2
engage with
flasks.
tinctures. For example,
That's
another
for
new
2
ability
flasks.
to unlock is Bark Skin.
Bark skin. Oh, it's
It's a
druid.
reservation skill that causes bark to grow all over your body, increasing armor. As you
Increasing
take
armor.
damage, the bark falls off, increasing your evasion. Over time, the bark will grow back, removing the evasion bonus but increasing your armor again.
Okay, that seems pretty good.
The Breaker of Oaths can teach you to become a Warlock of the Mists, an Ascendancy class specializing in the darker arts of the Asmeri.
So you get this shit during maps too, though. This is power.
One
this is
powerful
power
ability
creep,
you
baby.
can choose is Blood Hunt.
This is power
which grants
creep
an
right
active
here.
skill called
You get
Ravenous.
this shit all the time, not just inside the Wildwood Grove or whatever.
This skill lets you
whatever
see
it's
what
called.
type a monster is under its life bar, whether it is a demon, beast, undead, construct, or humanoid.
Okay.
Consuming a corpse with this skill gives a buff to damage against that type of monster, and reduces damage taken by it. You can only have one type active at a time, so it's a good idea to choose wisely for the area that you are
Wait,
in.
it just stays up all the time?
Some bosses like the Maven are eldritch in nature and don't conform to the regular corpses that you have access to, but don't worry. The Breaker of Oaths has a shop where you can trade wild wisps for corpses that you can place on the ground wherever you are.
What? What?
Buy an eldritch corpse and you will be able to get the bonus while fighting eldritch entities like the Maven.
What? What?
You may notice that most of the corpses he sells are not monsters you normally encounter.
What does that say? Hail.
You might want to
barrage,
try
fortune?
turning some of these corpses into specters, to take advantage of some of the unique abilities that these monsters have.
Hatred? That said casts hatred? Oh wait, it's gone though.
The
Wait,
Warlock of the Mists
it only
gets
lasts 5
access to many
seconds.
other abilities.
It's like another
For example,
divine blessing.
there is a trio of curses that you can pick from.
Affliction. Affliction
One of
skill.
these curses targets your minions, giving them life degen and making them explode for massive damage when they are near
Exploding
death.
minion curse? Okay, I don't care about
One
that.
of them prevents enemies from dealing damage for the latter portion of its
damn.
duration,
Just tank
which is
them
quite
shape
powerful
balls.
against bosses. This curse creates the interesting build decision of whether or not you should increase curse duration or reduce it. The final curse is a mark that causes enemy phantasms to be spawned when you hit the marked enemy. These phantasms aren't on your side, so they work well with on-hit and on-kill trigger effects, for example.
What?
The Primal Huntress can teach you to become a Wildwood Primalist. Unlike the other new ascendancies, the Primal Huntress lets you customize your tree.
Oh shit, what the?
You do this with charms that you can buy from the Primal Huntress for Vivid Wisps.
Cannot take reflective
Charms have
damage.
randomly generated mods, which give stats from regular
Gain a
ascendancy
charge,
classes,
onslaught on kill?
allowing you to create your own hybrid ascendancy
What
class.
the fuck?
Charms are magic items that are aligned
Fortify?
with different attributes. So for example, This Ursine charm is strength aligned and has gotten the melee hits have a chance to fortify stat from the champion.
What?
And the ability to stop your movement speed going below base from the Juggernaut.
Fortify and
this interline
base
Corvine
movement?
charm
Oh, that's
lets
not
you get
action
the stat
speed,
that makes
though,
your
right?
consecrated ground
Where is
effects
it?
linger from the Inquisitor. And the
Explodey?
effect that makes cursed enemies
13% chance
explode from the
Explodey?
Occultist.
And
Some of the
consecrated
combination of
ground
mods
linker?
that you might find for sale on charms can be extremely powerful. So keep a lookout for the Primal Huntress's shop, even if you are not playing as a Primalist.
Wait a minute.
As a
those
Primalist,
seem
you also
really
get
good.
access to a few other interesting abilities.
What did that say? Warcry?
Use Warcries next to corpses and they have a chance to drop an extra item. It opens nearby chests too.
What? What?
The Primalist also gets access to a small extra backpack, just in case you find yourself needing to cart more items to town during your map runs.
More inventory space! More inventory space!
If you are unhappy with the class you
What?
picked, or you just happen to find a really great item for another one of the classes, you are able to change which class you are using next time you find one of the Asmeri Wanderers. Just remember that you will have to do their quests in order to gain the ascendancy points for that class.
What the
These
fuck?
quests will lead you towards the ultimate goal of the Asmeri: finding the King in the Mists, defeating him, and cleansing the forest of its affliction once and for all.
Once and for all.
There are new
yeah.
uniques to find, rewards to
Surely.
claim,
Once and
and
for
new
all.
ascendancy
Okay, this
classes to
mechanic
master
looks pretty
in the
cool,
Affliction
man.
League.
This mechanic looks pretty cool. I'm
Now that we've
excited
covered
about
what's
this
in the
mechanic.
league, let's talk about some of the changes you can expect to the core game
Ultimatum!
in 3.23.
Ultimatum!
For a start,
Yes!
Ultimatum is finally going
Yes!
When talking to players at ExileCon, it was the #1 feature that people requested.
That's right.
When
You're
playing through
welcome.
in-game maps,
That's
you may
right.
sometimes
You're
encounter
welcome.
the Trial Master, who offers you a choice to undertake a deadly Val trial in exchange for great rewards. If you defeat the trial, he offers to go double or nothing with you. Do you take the risk and go for an even better reward? Or do you take the winnings you have already earned off the table and go
Yes!
home?
Yes!
We've done a full rebalance of Ultimatum and have added many new mods and rewards,
Yes!
including both new and reworked uniques.
Oh shit, what are
The
these
base
items?
number of rounds for an Ultimatum trial is now always 10, with a chance to spawn the Trial Master boss
Yeah,
fight
those
on the
boots are
10th
shit.
round, if you are able to make it that far.
That
As
ring
part
look-
of 3.23,
pretty
we have
shit
also
too.
removed Metamorph from the game. All the Catalyst rewards from Metamorph have now been moved to be rewards for Ultimatum.
Metamorph is
We've
gone!
also added a new Val-themed Catalyst that works on corrupted items.
Metamorph is gone!
As is normal for most content that gets added to in-game, we have introduced new Ultimatum passive skills to the Atlas tree.
Ultimatum passive skills already?
One
Hell
great
yeah,
example is the
dude!
Keystone Grueling Gauntlet.
3
It
additional
makes
rounds?
ultimatums last 3 extra rounds, but you cannot choose the modifiers,
Oh, you
and it
can't
prevents
choose
the final Trial
modifier.
Master boss
Oh,
fight from
no
spawning.
Trial Master. Oh, that's
The
still
level of
pretty
challenge
good.
becomes extreme during the last 3 rounds, and not being able to choose the modifiers makes it even harder. But the rewards are insane, and for those with very high-end characters, it might be a bet worth
that's
making.
gonna be the play, dude.
There are lots of other Atlas passive skills you can pick from for
How do you
Ultimatum,
actually...
so choose
3
one.
divines! 3
Now,
divines!
it's time to
Log
talk
in,
about one of the
dude.
largest metagame changes we've ever made. There were 3 systems in Path of Exile that were all trying to subtly modify the behavior of skills. These were alternate quality gems, Labyrinth Helmet enchants, and unique threshold jewels. We've combined all of these together to create a new system called Transfigured Gems that allows us to fully achieve the goal of these 3 systems and then some. Transfigured Gems are alternative versions of existing skill gems that have different functionality and balance from their regular versions. We have added a huge number of these with interesting variations that drastically change how existing skills play. For example, Frostbomb of Instability.
Did he just say
Changes
lab
it
enchants
from
are
a cooldown
gone?
skill that you can cast occasionally for a large explosion.
Did he just say
into a
lab
skill that you
enchants
can
are
cast
gone? Is that what he just
continuously,
said?
But deals less damage and doesn't apply cold exposure. It changes the role of Frostbomb from a utility skill into a main damaging skill. Another example is Detonate Dead of Scavenging.
Are there no more lab
You can't
enchants?
use it on
Isn't that what he
corpses
just
were
said?
created by Desecrate or Unearth, but in exchange it does a whole lot more damage. You won't be able to use it as your main reliable source of damage, but it's a great skill to use as a 4-link utility to get some extreme burst damage. Raise Zombie of Falling. Instead of raising a zombie from a corpse, you summon them from mid-air. They fall to their death, dealing AoE damage where they land.
What?
While this sounds like a physical damage version of Firestorm, you should consider that it scales with minion damage and also triggers on-death minion effects.
Yo, it's Zombie
Blight
Firestorm.
of Contagion.
Zombie Storm.
This version of Blight is now spread by Contagion, so
wait,
you can use it as
every
part of your
skill has
Essence Drain
this?
build.
So
We
every
have a huge
there's
number
a special
of these.
version of every
Transfigure
skill now.
Firestorm into Firestorm with Meteors, Transfigure Blade Trap into Blade Trap of Great Swords, Transfigure Barrage into Barrage of Volley Fire, and so on. There is a lot to experiment with, and we look forward to seeing what builds you can come up with.
Wait a minute.
But how do you get Transfigured Gems? The divine font at the end of the Eternal Labyrinth has been changed to a gem crafting device that can modify your skill and support gems in a lot of new ways.
Oh.
One of the options you can now choose is to turn a skill gem into one of 3 transfigured gems. But that isn't all the divine font can do. It has a lot of other gem crafting options you can use. For example, you can add quality to gems, add experience to gems, sacrifice a gem for 1 or more treasure keys to open Azaro's chest.
Exceptional
and
gem?
you can even exchange support gems for exceptional support gems like Empower or Enlighten. These are just some of the options you'll find the divine font is capable of. In order to replace the rewards in Heist that previously gave alternate quality gems, we have done a rebalance of the rewards of Heist as well.
Yeah, lab runners are safe,
Experimented
dude.
base types have been rebalanced. New
Lab
replica
runners
uniques
are
have been
safe.
added and old ones changed, and we have increased the amount of currency from display
Replica
cases
badge.
as well. On top of this, we have gone through and buffed the quality stats on most damage dealing skills. In most cases, they will be significantly more powerful than before, and also more interesting. Overall, this is one of the largest metagame shifts that we've ever done.
Yeah,
there are
no
so
shit.
many crazy new skill combinations to plan around, so we expect to see some really interesting new builds.
Holy shit, dude, my mind is freaking
Next
blown
up,
right
I'd like to hand back over to Chris to talk about the new supporter packs.
At this point, we'd usually talk about the League supporter packs. We're doing things a bit differently this year. Rather than releasing League supporter packs today and then our annual core packs 2 weeks later, we've combined it all together into a strong set of core supporter packs
Take
that will
my
be released
money!
alongside Path of
Take
Exile
my
Affliction next
money!
week. The series contains 5 packs, each with its full value in points and a collection of exclusive cosmetic microtransactions.
Guys, I still haven't gotten
The
the
higher
fucking
packs contain
t-shirt.
physical
I
merchandise.
upgraded my
details of each
supporter
of the
pack
packs at release
to the
next
level
week.
3
But in
one
the meantime, here's a sneak
in
peek of some of their
September.
exclusive cosmetic microtransactions.
September. I
These
still
packs
don't
will be
have my
available
fucking
for purchase
t-shirt,
when
guys.
Path of Exile Affliction launches on the 8th of December.
Where's my fucking t-shirt,
Thank you
Chris?
so much for your ongoing support.
Where's my fucking t-shirt? It's been 3 months.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards,
That's it?
we'll post Path of
Okay.
Exile
I mean,
Affliction's full patch notes.
That wasn't that much, I
With
guess.
the release at the end of next
That wasn't
week,
that
the
much.
community
But
team will be
that's a
posting
huge
crucial
change,
information
though.
you'll need
That
for
lab,
Affliction's release.
that lab change
Keep an eye
is
on the news.
fucking
On release weekend, we
huge,
expect
dude.
to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kyrix Vault Pass.
Yeah,
Thanks for
did
joining
themselves
us today and
this
checking
league?
out our latest
You need that
developments.
hand?
We're looking forward
I
to
don't care about all
exploring the
that shit.
Viridian
All the
Wildwood with
fucking
you next week.
microtransaction shit.
We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Q&A. All right, here we go. Q&A. Yo. So, okay, we're getting the league mechanic. You go in the portal. You kill the monsters. Right? You go in the portal and you kill the monsters. And then the wisps come back out into the map and they buff shit for you like sentinels. So that's pretty fucking cool, dude. That's a pretty interesting sounding mechanic, dude. You go in the portal, you kill mobs, you come back out, the shit buffs shit, and hopefully the loot drops, and then you encounter the Wildwood people, and they give you a crazy new skill tree too. That sounds pretty cool. Ultimatum's back. It's on the Atlas. It's on the Atlas tree. That he said the Trial Master is just gonna show up randomly in maps. So ultimatums are just gonna be chilling in your maps, dude. That's awesome.
G'day, Ziggy D here, folks.
But
and
is there gonna be
welcome for
is there gonna be
giant jam-packed Q&A after a
scarab?
huge reveal session? We have here today,
Or is it gonna
Chris,
be on the map device?
Jonathan,
I wonder.
and Mark.
Metamorph
Free for the price
is
of one
gone
this time around,
Yep.
not just Chris. Welcome,
up, Conrad?
folks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Excellent, folks. We're going to be moving through things in rough order that we saw things today during the reveal. So starting with Path of Exile 2 and then moving through some of the new Path of Exile 1 features. So get those questions in through Twitch chat and we'll sprinkle those in through each of those various sections. So first, let's talk about that new movement scheme that was revealed with the new mercenary class. So we have the new WASD movement.
Oh, they're talking
And
about
does this
PoE
alternate
too,
control
dude.
scheme work with other classes and builds, or is it mainly intended for like this shooter mercenary style?
So when we put it in, I was totally thinking that it was going to be something that you'd want to use with ranged
Yeah,
characters.
it's my
way
Discord,
more.
guys. Sorry.
But
It's my
actually,
Discord, yeah.
when I tried out some melee stuff, I was pretty sold on it,
Fuck
actually.
Metamorph.
It was better than I was expecting.
I like Metamorph, man. I don't think Metamorph's that bad.
But, like, yeah, it's
But the
pretty
catalysts
awesome.
are going to be in Ultimatum now, which
so,
means
I think I'm
Ultimatum is
probably-
going to be
I
big
think
money,
I'm gonna be
dude.
playing that way
Ultimatum
myself,
is
actually,
going to
even though I was a bit
be
of a skeptic
big
at first,
money, dude.
of,
Because not only is it
WASD
going to
for
have regular
melee.
loot,
I think it is good.
it's going to
but,
have
we want to make
catalysts
sure that
too,
everyone
which
understands that you can
catalysts
change
are
from one to the
big
other
money.
whenever you
Everyone
want.
needs catalysts.
It's just one of those things that
Opinions on Frostblades?
some people may prefer it, some people may
mean,
not.
it's
But
gonna
yeah,
be good, man.
I'm really enjoying.
I don't know yet. We got to see patch
WASD,
notes. I got to see if they
rather.
change anything.
Feels pretty
But
good to me.
Yeah, I was
Listen,
pleasantly surprised, to be honest. Like,
based
I,
on these
you know,
based on this
die-hard
trailer and this
RPG
reveal that
Diablo
we
2
just
era
saw,
kinda guy
I don't think they're
myself,
changing
but
shit.
for some
dude.
reason, the WSD stuff just feels really natural to play.
I don't
guess
think they're
it's, you know,
changing
background in
shit.
Crimson Land and
I
that
think
kind of
skill balance is gonna be
That first
fucking
moment
goose
you use
egg,
it,
dude.
it's a little
there
bit
ain't gonna
jarring
be no
because
goddamn skill
W
balance
is now not a skill,
because
but
they're
once
doing
you
a
can get beyond
complete
that,
meta
it is,
shakeup
like,
with
very,
labs
very fun to play.
and the
It is actually
transfigured
funny
gems.
going, like,
That's
like,
the
we
meta shakeup.
loaded up the
So
PoE1
I won't
fight
be
again
surprised if
recently,
we
and, like, I was
see
immediately
zero
pushing WSD,
skill
like, oh,
balance.
shit.
There ain't gonna be no heat shiver nerfs, dude. There ain't gonna be no
Keep doing the
Nightblade
exact
nerfs.
same thing.
Exactly.
But I
Ain't
also
gonna
keep
be
trying to
nothing,
dodge roll
dude.
as well.
I bet.
so-
I bet.
That's
So
no
the
problem.
league, Frostblaze is
gonna
gonna be
ask
popping
then,
off. dude.
can WASD
I hope
maybe
they
add
nerf
it to
Lightning
Path
Arrow
of
on
Exile 1, or
Tomato
is
Shot
it
too, dude.
exclusively a PoE2 feature?
I hope they do too.
It's probably going to be pretty
But
hard to
I-
add
I don't think they
PoE1,
will.
and the reason
I'll be
would because
surprised.
the
Maybe
number of
they will a little
animations you
bit,
need to
but-
support like arbitrary direction.
Is that what Tornado Shot had,
is
Spross?
really
They had
high,
plus
and
one
the
proj
rigs
on
in
it. I
PoE1
didn't
are
really
so
have time
old,
to read it.
that it would be
fully.
really, really difficult to add. So I think it's probably like
Yeah.
quite unlikely. And just in general,
The
the animation stuff that we're
transfigured
doing in
versions.
PoE2,
So
like,
how
it's
many
just a different
versions does
level.
each
So
skill
it
gem
was
add?
like,
There was 3 options
okay,
to
I'm not going
choose
to say
from
easy, but it was
in
easier
that lab
to
there.
edit in
So
PoE2 than it would have been in PoE1.
they're like
by
Vol.
far. So yeah,
They're like
for
Vol
now, I'd
skills
say
that you just
it's
get
gonna
all
be
the
PoE2
time,
only.
dude. That's fucking awesome.
How have you found hotkey usage and things
That
like
is
that while
awesome.
moving around with WSD movement?
So basically, one thing it does do is like, so it's definitely a thing.
Oh my
but what,
god, if they give
personally what I found is
Frostblades
that
plus
you've
one
effectively got
strike.
left click freed up,
Oh, Spross. Why'd you
to
say that?
put a skill on.
Why'd
So
you
kind
have
of
to say
got, like,
that?
sort of, you can have, like, sort
If
of
they're
3
giving
major
Tornado
skills
Shot
on
plus
mouse,
1 proj,
and then
I mean,
having other stuff on the keyboard, and it
come
works pretty well
on.
for me because the stuff that I put
Surely-
on the keyboard, at least,
surely
tends to
that's
be the
too
sort of more
powerful.
rarely used stuff.
If we
It's
just get
still,
plus
like,
1 strike for
commonly
free
used, but still
on a
bit rarer.
transfigured
And so
gem.
it wasn't too bad. I found it okay.
Oh,
it is a
you know what else
concern
this
for
means,
sure.
though?
Like, I suspect
You know what else this means?
that, like, there
It
might
means
be
you
a
can
few
target
builds that
farm
would be
lab.
a bit harder to do that way, but
It means you
using
can
other controls
target
if you want,
farm
but
lab
it's working
because
really
you can
well for
put in
what,
exactly
we're
what
doing there.
gem you want to
And
transfigure.
how well does this translate to controllers then?
You don't have
You
to
would think it
fucking
would be perfect for
wait
twin sticks.
forever for a
It is.
helmet
So
chant
we have
anymore.
also
You can just
implemented
get the
so that the
transfigured
right
gem
stick
that
you
you
can use
want.
to aim which direction that you're going in on controller,
Which is
and it does
huge,
work
dude.
well there.
It's
There's like a bunch of other
huge.
controller stuff that we've kind of been fiddling around with trying to get that better. It definitely does help in that direction as well.
Give it to
Also,
me!
It kind of makes movement.
Oh
There's
my
actually
God.
stuff even with
We'll
click
see,
to
dude.
move that we
We'll
can
see
use
here in a little
like,
bit.
We can utilize
Give
the
it to
fact that
me!
we've got,
Yeah, what do you guys
the
think?
anim-
What do you guys
the
think about
ability
that
for the character
Affliction
to face a
reveal?
different way than they're walking.
Hype level.
That actually makes
Hype
there's
level
some
out of
cases
10.
where we can make the click to move stuff look more natural as well.
It's a step on the way to itemized.
It's kind of minor stuff, but like, you know, the animation does look actually
kind
better
of.
for Click to Move too,
Yeah, it's not quite itemized.
And what sort of
but
skills can you use while moving? You
they're,
also mentioned that some will be kind of like functional
if they
in that
put in
way.
Yeah, so we're still
if they put in
like,
something
going
that
through and
turns
thinking
your
exactly what we're
gem
gonna do there,
into a
but the basic thing
transfigured
is
gem
that, you definitely want
that
to
you
have,
can
I think,
do
for each
outside
build,
of lab,
a few
then it will
skills
be
that you can
itemized,
use,
basically. But
in that way, because it
looks
does
like
make
you had to
combat
actually
feel
run the
faster,
lab
where you
to
can kind
do
of
the
be doing stuff on the way
do the
to next monster, this kind of
transfiguring.
thing. It just kind of improves it,
Transfigured gems
in
still
a
have to
way
be
that,
made
once
in
we tried
lab,
it, we were just
so
like, wow, that's actually really cool.
not quite itemized.
So
but
it won't
it's
be like
definitely better
everything,
for
like a
for
lot of the
target
time, I think
farming
what
though,
we're
because
doing
you're going to
is,
be able to target farm exactly
getting
your
the
gem.
like we can
So
shorten
that's
the
really
windows
cool.
because we've got this ability now. We can kind
When will
of
the
shorten
patch
the
notes be
windows,
available?
where
Hopefully
you
right
might
after
be able to
this,
with,
but we don't know
movement
yet.
out
They didn't
in
say.
skills as well. So like only like right near the contact point, do you actually have
Let's
to stop.
look.
And then for other
Maybe
skills,
they're-
we can
maybe
do them
they're up right
completely
now.
while you're moving.
Let's take a
So,
look.
you know, like some of the skills that you might want to spam in some cases, things like that, it can be okay. So I'm not going to like give you a list or anything, but yeah, we definitely want to have making sure that each build has skills.
Affliction
that you can do while
trailer,
moving available,
Affliction
so
content
that you
reveal.
can kind of utilize the time when moving between packs to be.
Skills that incorporate more movement or
that's just
even
YouTube
play
video.
with the lack of
should be
movement, like
easy
Affliction
Affliction
announcement.
Was that sorry?
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
here. Path of
I
Exile
think Discord
Affliction.
kind of lagged out for a second.
Affliction Challenge
okay.
League.
But yeah, the other thing as well is that
Wildwood.
is another question people have asked is like how does it
Control
work
your challenge
Yeah.
when
and reward.
you are using click to move?
As you return,
and the
any
answer is
wisps
honestly
you
pretty
saved
simple. Like you click where you
disperse
want
into
to
the
move, and then
environment
you move the mouse
inhibit randomly chosen
and
monsters.
and
They're
use the
literally
skill in the other
sentinels,
direction,
dude. The
and then your
wisps are
character will just not
sentinels.
be
So
interrupted
it's
to
like we
move,
got
they'll just keep
sentinel
moving
and
you
ultimatum back,
through the other
dude.
direction.
We got them both. Wisps are
that does work.
basically
Like,
sentinels,
it is
dude.
technically, like, I mean, you know, it takes a bit more mouse movement to
Yo,
be able to do it
that's
if
sick.
you want to move while you're doing it, but it does work.
Wildwood
so there's no technical
classes,
disadvantage
okay,
there
yeah.
other than just.
New
I mean,
Ascendancy,
effectively, what
Warden
you're
of
doing
the
is it's like
Magi,
what
Warlock
the same
of the
exact motion you
Mists.
do if you're stutter stepping.
Yo, there's
except
gonna
that
be
you're
big
able to actually
power
move at
here,
the same
guys.
time while you're
This is
doing
gonna
it,
be
basically.
big
Yeah,
power.
effectively like queue up a move
10 out
command
of
and
10
then
hype.
firing
Exactly.
the opposite
I'm
direction or
always hyped
something.
for New League.
Yeah.
Do you
Lower
find that this
APM.
is
Valuable new
What's that?
rewards. What's this?
I was saying
Pragmatism.
it's like lower APM
Coliseum
stutter
plate.
stepping.
Plus 12.
Do you find that this is like opening up a lot
Plus
new design
12
space for
to
you with
socketed
skills
skill
then?
gems?
Because this is like a new way of thinking.
Minus 2
that
to
you haven't
level
really had
of
access to
gems
in terms of skill
per
design now.
socketed gem.
Sure, there's definitely a lot of stuff. Like we haven't even really yet explored all the repercussions on other builds as much as we would like to yet. Like, there's a lot of stuff to change here.
What does that say?
And utilize that
Plus
stuff
12,
but yeah,
minus
once we tried
2
it's just
per
like, yeah,
gem.
we need to
So
be exploring this all
that'd be
throughout what we're doing,
minus
and making
12.
sure that we can
What?
take advantage of it so it feels as natural as possible when you've got like direct character
What?
control like that.
That's
What
a
we're
piece of
finding
shit,
here
right?
is the overarching goal
That's
with
a
the new
piece of shit.
characters in Path of Exile 2 is that each
Minus
one plays
2
entirely
per
different.
gem.
We want basically we're releasing 12
6
games
gems,
now, so
that's
you can play
minus
an entirely
12.
different style with each character and feel compelled now that you've tried a mercenary.
Plus
you wanna try
12, minus
another one,
12?
for example, because
What?
you can get a different experience. And this means that Jonathan's team is pioneering these new things like the
It's like
you
a
know,
delve that
WSD
gives you
controls,
wisps that are sentinels.
using a class as an example, like
Ultimate on
the
the House
mercenaries,
Tree,
canonical
steroid
WSD control
gems,
one
new
because of the
ascendancies.
crossbow
Yeah,
stuff
it's
keeping
big
like
hype, dude.
And then the fallout from that, of course, is then it benefits all the other 11 classes. and
Frostblades with
millions
the
of
least same
different
power or
playstyles,
buff,
and that
depending on
kind
the
of
quality of gems.
falls through afterwards,
Yeah,
and we get time to
yeah,
experiment
we'll see.
with how it
We got to see
actually
patch
works on
notes
those
first.
classes.
They didn't say shit about
the-
that. At the very least, there's
At the
going to be a
risk of going, like,
transfigured
off
version,
topic a
which
little
is
bit,
hopefully going to be
I already
fucking
noticed in
OP.
previous
Maybe we'll
reveals
get
that
plus
like
1
the
strike
melee
for
stuff
free.
is getting a lot
Maybe
more
we'll
fluid
get
with a lot more movement and stuff like that. But a lot of that was kind of
more strike
pre-scripted
range
but
or something. I don't know what
modifiable
exactly it's
movement
gonna be, but
after the fact, where you could like
yeah, we'll
whirl and then
see.
change direction a little bit like
This
that.
chest seems
But it
like a
seems
piece of
like
shit
now,
to me.
Even you might even be able
This
to
chest
have things
seems
like
like
your
kind of a
character's
piece
able
of
to do
shit.
cleave while taking a couple extra steps,
know,
just
this-
little things like that.
I've never really cared that much about this Q&A. The Q&A is always like,
The two.
I don't know. I've never found it to be like that enlightening, that interesting. But I'll keep it on here.
Like, I wouldn't want it so that
We'll
every
keep
skill
listening
you
to
can
it in
just
case
do
they say
without,
anything
like,
interesting.
while moving arbitrarily. Like, it needs to still feel like
They're talking about PoE2
like,
though.
there's
I don't really
some amount
care
of
about
the
PoE2
animation
right
where
now.
you're kind
at
of
the
like
moment.
locked into that little
This
bit.
chest is a piece
So
of
something
shit,
like
right?
Cleave, for example, what I do is you can kind of step
Plus
into
12,
it,
minus
and then you
12,
can
right?
move
This
really
this thing's a
quickly
piece of
after the
shit.
slash, but the actual slash itself, you need a bit of that sort of like.
What's
locked
the
into
use
so
case
you-
for this?
You got something going on there because otherwise it'll just feel like
What's
you kind of don't
the
really
use
exist,
case
you're
for
just, like,
this?
floating
You
around,
put in
kind of
5
really
gems,
doing anything. So it's
and
a little
then
bit
you
vague,
get
but
plus
effectively,
2.
I just want to avoid the kind of feeling.
If
where
you put
the
in
move-
5
where
gems, then
don't
you
feel
get
like
plus
you're a real
2.
character in the world,
But
which
to
you
skill
get
gems
if
only,
you just allow
not to
full
all
unrestricted,
gems,
like,
just to
if you
skill
do absolutely
gems.
everything while moving and there was no slowdowns or
So
anything, then
I don't
it
understand
feel
what the
real
use
floaty
case
and
is for this
I
thing.
don't
It
like
seems
that
like kind
either.
of a piece of shit
So,
to me.
you know, it can be a bit of a little bit of
The
an interesting one.
Trickster's Smile.
You have to really look
Reflects
at the feel
cold
of every
damage,
single
reflects
skill and
fire
kind of
damage, reflects
get the
lightning
timing windows
damage.
exactly right for everything to be able to make it actually.
When
feel,
an enemy
really
hit
solid
deals
and good.
damage to you, their
But,
resistance becomes
yeah,
0.
If we're doing
Okay,
our
that's
job
a
right,
piece
then
of
every
shit.
class should have quite a distinct.
That's a piece
feel
of
as far
shit.
as all that stuff
It's
goes.
conditional and it
Like,
relies
I
on
get what
you
you mean.
getting
Like
hit.
once you
So
have
this thing is a
full
piece of
movement,
shit.
that's when you can start playing with like, okay, in what situations do we stop movement? Like I noticed with the crossbow, for
Yeah,
example,
that's a piece of shit.
The character planted
Gold
their feet for
amulet,
the shotgun shots,
rarity.
especially, and that made that look and feel
Plus
a lot more
40
impactful
life
to that
for
thing
each
that I designed
empty
there.
red
Exactly,
socket.
exactly.
Accuracy
Perfect.
for
On that
empty
note, then
green
let's talk a bit
socket.
about the crossbows.
Mana for empty
it
blue
seems
socket.
they've changed quite a bit since
All res
the
for
original
empty white socket.
reveal.
Okay, this is a piece of
Other
shit.
piercing
This
bolts and
item is a
whatnot.
complete piece of
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
Oh my
that
god,
is
are you kidding me?
no longer
Are you kidding me?
applicable,
40
but,
life
yeah,
for
absolutely. I mean,
for one
so,
empty
the
socket?
split to,
Who's gonna trade
all
a
the
gem
classes,
socket for
happened
40
after
life?
That last, the last reveal.
Who's gonna
And so
trade
then
a
we were
gem
kind of like, we need
socket
make
to
sure
get
that
40
we're,
life?
making,
What the fuck?
like, I
No,
didn't-
dude.
Even like there were
No,
like,
no,
the
no,
mechanical
no,
ideas
no,
of like
no,
having
no.
ammo.
This
and like
item
that for the
sucks.
crossbows before, but I don't think we'd quite yet nailed the kind of like how
level
is a crossbow
49?
actually going to feel really different. To
No,
play than a bow.
no,
And
I
it
don't
wasn't
think so.
until I
This
sort of
thing
made the
sucks.
observation that hey, you know, like if we're like
Ring
a crossbow,
plus
like
that
if you pull
chest?
the trigger on a crossbow, it needs to fire instantly. We should be putting the
Yeah, but what are you
going to
put in here? You're gonna put in one gem and you're gonna get plus.
Point just means point where the damage happens.
Well, it's never going to be
et cetera,
plus
et cetera.
12, actually.
You know, we need to
yeah,
get
it's
that
never
right
going
to
to be
the start.
plus
And if we do
12. It's
that,
going to be
like,
plus
what kind
10.
of things,
Because when you put one
need to
gem in,
change?
it's going to go
We actually
minus
found
2
there was, like, a
automatically.
grab
So it's
bag.
never
As
going to
soon
be
as we did
plus
that, it was like a
12.
grab bag of issues that we
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be very much synergy here.
off topic, but it's like
Plus
the
10 to an
amount
aura
of
gem.
engine brokenness that the
Yeah, it
mercenary
could be
brought
plus
to
plus 10 to 1 aura
brought to
gem.
the front
But is that
so
even
high.
that good?
Like,
to
the
give
amount
up
of
your
things,
entire
that we
chest
had to
piece like
fix in
that?
order to make the mercenary
Because this
work in
chest
Legion was
sucks, dude.
just
It has
ridiculous.
nothing
Like,
on it.
I found so
Armor
many
and
bugs. I mean, these
mana.
are all going to be fixed. fixed.
You're
by
gonna
the
give
way,
up
and
your
here we are as
entire
well, 'cause the
chest
engine is
slot to
shared.
get
But it's like
plus 10 to an
I
aura?
found out
I don't know. It seems like
projectiles
shit
like
to me.
disappear a frame before
And this
they
thing
arrive
seems
at the,
like a piece of
at
shit
the
to me.
destination.
Amulet
And they
slot too,
appear
dude.
one
This is
frame
not a
late
ring.
after
This is
they
an
leave your
amulet.
character as well.
Amulet
And
slot
it
is
turns out all
so
objects when they're
powerful,
created,
dude. You're not gonna
appear
give up
33
your amulet
milliseconds
slot
each
for this
when they
thing.
actually render. And
Hell
like, there
no.
was stuff with trail. I mean, like it was just actually like because like when you're dealing with something like this, like you've got,
Hell
like,
no, you're not giving up your
bullet
amulet slot
effectively
for that
traveling
thing.
ultra fast. It had to happen instantly as soon as you click, and like all these things. There was like so many engine things where it's like we're speeding all this shit up, and like the engines just started breaking all over the place. So yeah, There was a lot of technical improvements that had to happen in order to make that stuff work. Not to even mention the whole like WSD.
Yeah, why is Ziggy D still the spokesperson for this anyway?
It was pretty crazy.
Ziggy doesn't even fucking play the
I'm really
game.
glad to remove a lot of jank.
Ziggy D doesn't even play the fucking game. He plays PoE for like a week and then he quits and he goes and plays fucking Warhammer and all this other shit.
Making sure that
why does Ziggy D still get to be this person? Yeah, this should be Mathel. It should be Mathel who does this. Mathel plays PoE the entire fucking league.
So on the crossbows, the
dying.
Excuse me. Like skill bound.
Mathel plays the entire fucking league, every league. It should be Mathel who gets to do this.
Are we mostly going to be modifying those primary skills, or are there going to be other primary separate skills or just kind of more ammo types that modify the base skills?
So there's definitely going to be more ammo types.
Okay, they're still talking about PoE 2. They're still talking about crossbows and PoE 2.
The crossbow, like having crossbow skills that aren't.
Let's go back to the
primary firing.
Let's go back to the
attachments.
Anything else here?
And so those basically
Ultimatum,
skill gems, except
tainted catalyst.
Equip a quiver instead. But they
adds a random quality type to a corrupted item.
Like a crossbow skill, as it were, that isn't related to one of those primary firing types. Wait. Then that'll be
a random quality type and amount.
There's way more than showed there. Like we just
yo, that's pretty cool. A random type and amount. So you got to just spam these until you get like 18, 19, 20 of the quality that you need.
I don't know if that one will actually be.
That's pretty cool.
We'll see. We've got a model for it. We'll see.
That's pretty cool.
We'll experiment with it. But
it's
40
life
there's
per
also other
socket.
Things, like
yeah, right.
There's still the,
oh, that's a piece of shit, dude. That's a piece of shit, man.
The crossbows that pop up.
You hope it's worth doing in the axe? Oh, it never will be, dude. No league mechanic is ever worth doing in the axe. Not more than once or twice. I usually do it like once just to check it out, and then I'll ignore it until I get to like yellow maps, or even maybe even red maps. The league mechanic is usually not really worth doing until you can really choose.
So are some bow skills going to become crossbow skills? Is there going to be shared across the two?
Imagine if they got Quinn to do it. Oh, that'd be fucking great, dude. Quinn's a great interviewer, man. He is.
Kind of like we do look at
or Grim, yeah. Well, Grim's kind of the same way. He usually only plays for like a couple weeks too.
To use. And there might have been a couple of things.
That tainted catalyst is for the new ring. It has 200 max quality. Oh, it did? I'd have to go back and look at the stream then, because that's not on here. 200 max quality for
we're looking at designing things like this is a full new
more Gamba. Sentinel blasting is kind of good.
There will be cases where we go back and we're like, hey, this PoE1 skill
Sentinel blasting.
Let's put it over. But in almost all cases,
I mean, I guess, but
a lot.
It doesn't matter though that much during the act, because during your goal of the campaign is to get to maps and to get leveled up, and doing the league mechanic, because you're not going to get no loot. Like the loot, doesn't matter. The loot during the campaign is completely irrelevant. So when you're doing the campaign, your goal is to get through the campaign as fast as possible.
So
doing the league mechanic
is something anyone can use.
Doesn't really help you accomplish that goal.
Everyone can always use everything. I mean, we obviously when
you might get lucky and get a tabula or some shit, or get something. But I don't really think it's worth doing.
And one thing we definitely try
it's usually not worth
make sure that there are keywords.
What's this? Oh yeah, inscribed ultimatums. We're getting these back too. Inscribed ultimatums are like special ultimatum maps that give you like one thing. So like this one, you have to have 5 of those Azerian's rewards. Which is that a div card?
I mean, look, maybe in theory someone could make a crossbow slash.
Is that a div card? Azerian.
I don't know how that would work, but what I'm saying is like by having the shared keywords.
Oh, it's a prismatic jewel card. So this is a Watcher's Eye card.
They can do that. So yeah, absolutely.
Is Watcher's Eye the only
I'm definitely going to do that.
Yeah,
I'm definitely going to do armor piercing bolt crossbow.
It's one of 4 prismatic eyes. So you get 5 of those cards, and then you open this map up. You put the 5 cards in, and then you do a big ultimatum encounter. And if you complete it, then it doubles them. So inscribed ultimatums are cool, man. They're really cool.
Sorry, Jonathan, what did you say?
Wonder how the ultimate will work with Frostblades.
Oh, it's using armor piercing bolts to get armor break from
armor piercing bolt. We're still talking about crossbows. We're still talking about crossbows, dude. Come on.
because Sunder gets always crit.
Why are we
and
still
high crit
talking about
damage,
crossbows?
If the target's armor
if the
broken.
target's armor broken.
All right, what do we got here?
So
Frozen Legion.
when we show the
Cannon
warrior,
Fisher,
you have to use
Blade
armor
Storm,
break, which
Raise
is
Zombie.
kind of heavy strike-esque.
Yeah.
Flame
right
Dash
in the
of
face to break the
Return.
armor, but now I'll just do it from a distance.
Teleport and then
Sunder from a
repeat the
distance.
teleport in the
And-
other direction.
There's a potential build there.
What
We've
the?
got the weapon swapping and the tree swapping
What
and stuff.
the-
I
Yeah,
hope we
it
see some
works.
hybrid melee ranged. It's a
Flame
great
Storm of
playstyle.
Pelting.
It can happen.
They explode
Especially
when
for Mercenary, I feel
landing.
it'd be a great fit. But moving on a little bit, we've got the oil grenade, and that
Firestorm
effectively
of
showed some
PD
environmental
pelting,
interactions,
Firestorm of
lighting a patch of
meteors.
oil on the ground on fire.
A large
Is that something you
flaming
might
bolt.
expand to with other skills, enemy abilities, or even like combat areas? Like, here's an oil barrel, you can light that on fire or something.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely love
10
that stuff, like the
firestorms
environmental
at a
stuff.
time.
But I mean, even with the other skills
Okay, whatever.
we're designing, like I mean,
Light
things like the
of
volcano
contagion.
interaction with the drill.
Light of
that's another example
contagion.
that kind of like place a thing in the
Frostbomb.
world, and then you can do.
Wait a minute, so is
do
this
something
blight
with it.
or is this
I quite
contagion?
like that
Those are
stuff. I
both
think it's pretty
skill
cool.
gems. That's two different skill
yeah,
gems. Which one
absolutely
is
wanna
it?
be
Is
doing
it
more of
blight
that. I
or
mean,
is it
and
contagion?
the more, I guess, state you can add.
Apply a debuff to enemies in
technical
front of
about it, to
you.
the world where it's like, placing
Enemies
a
who
thing,
aren't
like, doing,
already
like,
debuffed
all that stuff
are
allows
also
you to do
hindered.
more setting up for something you're
Continue
gonna do
channeling
afterwards, which I
adds
think is a
layers.
big part of being able to
The
do
damaging
combos and things
debuff
like that,
is
so,
spread
yeah,
by
I'm a big
contagion.
fan of that kind of stuff.
We do have monsters integrating with that as well.
It's
like we
spread
have,
by
To
contagion.
give a skills examples, we have
Yo,
explosive
are
barrels
chaos
with
skills
lines
going to
of
be good again?
gunpowder, and the
You guys
lines
think
are
that?
randomly
You think that
generated, and then you have monsters with torches that will run up and set them on
ED
fire.
and contagion and
we've got another one
Soul
as well
Rend
that
are going to
throws-
be
it's
good
like more of
now
an alchemist
with
monster,
these
and it
new
throws
gems.
two types of, I guess, flasks or concoctions. And one creates ground type A and one creates
Frostbomb of
ground type B, and if they
instability.
mix, they end up
Explodes,
creating a
dealing
new type
cold
of ground
damage.
type and exploding and doing massive AoE damage, like just chemical reactions.
So what does this do? It does more damage, but it doesn't have
Coming up with a whole
exposure.
alchemy system for your
Yeah,
environmental
God.
This
interactions.
just doesn't have
We
exposure
tried
on
it
it,
in Heist,
but it just
surprised.
gets
I don't know
more
if anyone
more
even
damage or
PoE1
something.
notices this, but there is oil there that does catch on fire.
Frostbomb,
it just doesn't look
almost every
anywhere
single
near
build
as
just
good.
uses Frostbomb for
Just
exposure. So
because,
if this just doesn't have
with arches
exposure,
and
then
where the
it's just
effects
fucking
is now for
useless.
PoE2 is just
It's just
allowing
fucking
things to look
useless.
incredible.
Similarly, we're seeing
What
like
else we
more and more
got?
powerful
Detonate
control
Dead
and
of
utility
Scavenging.
effects. Like for example, in this clip, we saw the shots placing ice walls and
Is this too
they were
loud?
like blocking
I'll turn
and
this down
taunting enemies.
just
I
a
noticed it
little
seemed. How do you keep these sorts of effects like feeling powerful and relevant in boss fights without just
still
kind of
talking about
breaking the
PoE2
fight or
shit.
trivializing them?
I mean, on some level, like we have to be able to let
Detonate
players
Dead
use those
of
tools in boss fights, 'cause
Scavenging.
otherwise there's no point in them.
Explode a
Like, I
corpse,
really
dealing
want it to be
fire
the kind of
damage.
game
The
where you can use
explosion
that kind of
is
war
not
control
affected by
type stuff.
modifiers.
And I mean, like, it's funny because a lot of the designers.
Wait,
when
how
we
is
talk
this
to them,
different
like,
than
"Hey, we
regular
love this,"
Detonate
and they're
Dead?
like, oh my
What is
god,
this?
that's like it's crazy because like it's going to be way
Fire
too easy,
damage,
like, and then
not
Marco looks at
affected
it and
by
goes,
spell
"It's not that
damage
broken.
modifiers.
It's not that broken." It's like you look at some of the stuff you can do in PoE1.
Explosion deals fire
and, like,
damage.
The ability to like
equal
freeze
to
people in place with
34% of
walls
the
is like
corpse's
nothing
maximum
compared to
life.
like the ridiculous.
34%. Wait a minute, that's way higher than normal Detonate Dead.
It's it's not that broken, really. I mean,
34%.
and we
Yeah,
want
that
players to
number's
have
way
fun
higher.
with
Wait
it,
a
right?
minute.
We want them to be
Normal
able to use
Detonate
those
Dead
tools.
is like,
I
is
quite
it
enjoy
like?
it, but in particular though,
I don't even know
with
what it is.
the-
I don't play
the
Detonate Dead,
ice, though. Those walls,
Damn.
once a monster gets
Is anything
above a
making
certain
you want
size,
to not
they
go
don't really get blocked by
Frostblades
them,
yet?
They run through them. They still get
Not yet. No, I gotta see
explode.
patch notes
Ursia,
first
you
though.
might have noticed
If
that
the patch
baby
notes don't nerf
wasn't able
Frostblades
to
at all,
get through
I
the walls,
probably
but
will go
Ursia can run
Frostblades.
through
Yeah.
them, and then they just get that little
Unless they nerf
animation.
it,
So
but
the
I don't
skill
think they're
actually
gonna do
changes
much
a bit.
balance
Like, against
changes,
small
man.
monsters,
I'll be very
they
surprised if they
have to,
do
like,
much
stop and
balance
attack. It
changes.
completely blocks them in, and then
Based
they
on what
can't-
we saw
they
from
can't
that
get through.
reveal, I
But
don't
against
think there's
large
gonna be much
monsters, the
balance
monster
changes at
rolls
all.
right through it, but then they
Unfortunately,
still
I
get
wish there
exploded and get
was.
chilled.
I wish
So
there
it kinda
was, but I don't
changes the
think we're gonna
function
see
a
it.
bit for boss
Blade
versus,
Trap
the
of
small
Great
monsters,
Swords.
and so that's why that particular skill, I think, is
Swings
actually
2
fine,
copies of your
in
two-handed
that
sword
regard. So,
around.
yeah, there's little tricks like that we
Okay,
can do, and I think
don't really care about
I
that.
honestly really enjoy the
Double
stuff
strike
we're
of
doing with monster
impaling.
size,
Killing
which was never a
blows
factor in
causes
PoE1
impales
design.
to reflect the
Like,
surrounding
monster size
enemies.
means that we can
40%
say, okay,
chance
like,
to
big,
impale.
like this happens to large monsters. I mean, it all
40%
makes some
impale
kind of physical
effect.
sense on some level. The bigger monsters can have this happen. Small
Killing
monsters have
blows
that
cause
happen, and that can
impales
kind
to
of allow you a
reflect
bit of- a bit
damage.
more control in that way as well.
Does this give you Mark some interesting tools?
Yo,
to
this
play
is
with when
really
designing
good.
bosses?
This one,
Uh,
this is
yeah, I mean,
really good right
generally,
here.
yes. I've had
You
rants
get
about this
AoE
before. I love
clear
the,
from
I love the
Impale,
object size. I
because
like
this is
things
what
pushing
Call
you
of Steel
around, and I
does.
like that a
This is
small
like it
monster
casts
can't and a
Call of
large
Steel
monster
for you
can, and, like,
automatically,
things like
basically.
knockback and
When you kill
just the
something,
thing
it automatically
feeling very
casts Call of
physical
Steel,
and
which is fucking OP.
as it would, I guess,
So this
in
is going to
real
give
life,
Double Strike
is
AoE
quite
clear,
important to me, and it makes the game
and
feel
you
just
get
way
free
more
Impale chance
grounded.
and
Like, you're actually
40%
in there
Impale
and it
effect,
makes
which
sense
is
as
actually
opposed
really
to-
big.
I mean, that's something
That-
about the
this one is
Mercenary as well.
really
I know
strong
this is
right here.
tangential, but I'll just get into it. Like, I don't know if
you
people
terrible
notice, but when you
wings.
fire
Yeah,
animals
I
on
don't
the
give a shit
ground,
about
the
those
area
wings.
that
I will
aims
never
down,
use
the
those
crossbow
wings.
aims
But yeah,
down
I
and
probably did
shoots
get them.
down.
Yes.
You have to watch
That
for
was a change
45
that was
minutes,
also
right?
absolutely needed.
Huntsman
Whereas in
wings.
Period
Yep,
one
I got them.
and, like, if there's a little
Claim
insect,
now.
like, little insects,
Claim
for
my
example, down
Huntsman
there, you'll
wings,
fire your
dude.
bow
I will
and the
literally
arrow just
never
goes up and
freaking
hit it.
use those, dude.
And it's like it doesn't feel
Those
right.
wings are a piece
now
of
you may
shit,
wonder, okay,
dude.
well, how can it pierce if it
They
aims
look
down
just
and
like
the
those other
arrow goes
wings that
up?
are already in
But,
the game.
I mean, it
you know,
does a bit. 'Cause, like, you still
yeah,
get
sure.
the thing.
The ones from
Well, it
Harvest
goes through
League.
and then hits the ground. But like, it does change the gameplay in an interesting
The
way.
bug
but it also
wings.
makes it feel way more realistic. And
They're
you're not just,
so
like,
bad.
shooting
Yeah, I don't know
the
why.
air.
What they're thinking about.
One thing you didn't see
All
in
right,
the
what
demo,
else we
but
got? So
actually,
this
like,
double strike one
now
is the best one I've
collision
seen so
geometry
far.
for
I
everything
think
is
this
actually
double
modeled
strike gem
correctly
right
to
here
the-
is
to everything, even
really
stuff
good.
outside the gameplay
Seems
space. So you
really
can fire
really
a
good.
grenade out over the
Barrage
buildings and,
of
like,
volley
hit the roofs
fire.
and like bounce down on the roofs.
You
and, like, go down to the
repeatedly
lower story and that sort of stuff.
attack
Like,
with a
it
ranged
actually has
weapon,
like all of the that
randomized
physical
spread.
everything.
Even those problems
Additional
in
prods
period
are
one with
fired
that
on the
leap slam,
first
where you
and
leap
last
slam off
attacks.
like over a ravine, your character will go
Fires
down, up, down.
proj.
No more of
Additional
that.
10
No more.
prods
so, like, we've got a lot of
simultaneously
the-
on the
like,
first
there's a lot of
and
physical stuff.
final.
In fact, like
10
also
additional
just things like arrows
projectiles
hitting,
on the
into
first
space
and final
like, some of that,
attack.
Like now they all exactly hit
Dang.
the geometry and like there's lots of.
This is that
once
seems
again, it comes back
strong.
to all
I
the
don't
engine
remember
stuff we
exactly
had
how
to, like,
regular
sort of make
barrage
this
works,
possible. Like, it
but
was
I
just
don't
like
think
we were
it's
like,
like
okay, we
that.
can no
I don't
longer
think
tolerate
regular
all
barrage
this,
shoots
like,
like that
not
many
physical
times. This
stuff,
seems like it's
anymore.
quite
We have
good
to
for
actually
a
make
single
it
target.
Right. So yeah, there was a big lot of
Blink
changes to
arrow
that.
of
It
bombarding
makes just everything
clones.
feel a lot more realistic and kind of grounded.
Makes clones that
One
shoot
of the
rain of
reasons why the
arrows.
groundedness matters here is because one of the factors that varies from fight to fight is the terrain you're fighting in.
Okay.
And so if you
That's
can
probably
interact
going to be
with the shape of
worthless
that
because
terrain
it's
in a
not going to be
different way,
it's not going to have
it
good
has to
scaling.
make fights feel different.
I like how it affects the monsters too, because instead
This
of
is like a
just shooting
Mirage
at a
Archer,
wall
basically.
when you're up on an elevation,
except it only uses rain of arrows.
They'll actually like
Minions
pathfind
deal
backwards to
57%
try and
more
get
damage.
A line of sight to you with their projectile.
Wait a minute,
Yeah, yeah.
57% more damage. That's a big ass multiplier. Wait a minute.
So they actually
Wait
have
a
to find,
minute.
like, a line of
Somebody will
sight
make a
to
build
you,
with this.
you know, up
Somebody will
close.
make a build with this
Like,
skill right
yes.
here, and it's going to be fucking insane because that's a big multiplier.
cool.
And if you get
So
3
for
clones that
demonstrations,
shoot rain of
I
arrows,
think
there's
that
going to be
demos
rain of
different.
arrows on the
Obviously, they're
entire
showing us
fucking
many
screen.
different
You're just going to be
abilities and
blinking
combos
around.
and stuff like
You're
that
going to be
as
blink
possible, like, more
arrowing
than you
around
typically
all
have
over
on
the
an
place,
actual
and then there's going to be
character.
rain of arrows just shooting
I'm
everywhere. It's
curious
going to be
then,
fucking
kind of
nuts,
what are your
dude.
expectations or
It's
hopes
gonna
for
be
PvE
nuts.
2 in terms of how many skills and combos a
Yeah,
well-refined character
Bama,
build
make
is
it
going to be
good.
running at
Bama's
any
already, it's already
I personally
good.
believe
People have
that we
already
should
made
have
Bama good,
probably
so
2 to 3.
Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow with
Two
this is
gonna
going to be
very
even
common.
more
I think
nutty,
3 will be
dude.
pretty common as well in terms of like
Oh wait,
core
what's this
combos
one?
for your character.
Prismatic
And then
clones.
depending on the context, like what's going on.
Clone
with
is
the boss
summoned
fight
at your
or just
old
with the monsters,
location. It's a minion,
you'll
and
decide
it
to do one or the
fires
other. But what I
elemental
quite
arrows.
like about the way the gameplay is and what we try to strive for is like
Oh, they use
you've got
elemental
some plan
hit.
in mind for what you're doing. But like
3 clones which use elemental hit.
The enemy kind of thing. And
Yo,
like,
that's
the
pretty good
enemies are
too,
doing things
'cause
kind
that's
of
completely
disrupting
different
that, and then you're like,
scaling.
oh, I need to use the skill to kind of like deal with that.
What level
And so
elemental hit
a lot of
though?
the time you
'Cause
can have,
elemental
like,
hit
I think you
scales
saw
off
this
of
on the
gem
Druid
levels.
as well. It's like
So
the
I
entire
wonder what
that
level
the
they
Druid
use.
basically had synergy with the entire set of skills that it had.
Animate
But in
weapon
reality,
of
when you're playing,
ranged
it's like
arms.
you can't kind of get off the full combo all the time. You need to kind of like sometimes
Animates
you
a
can, and then you do a huge
ranged
amount of damage,
weapon.
but the rest of the time
Fight
you're kind
by
of
your
using individual
side.
subparts of the combo that like because multiple parts of it still work together, and so you can still sort of have
Animated
like,
lingering blades are
like, you know,
bows.
like utilizing different parts of it is still useful
They're
in different
bows.
situations. But then you can kind of use everything together in one go in the end and kind of get something
Okay,
really awesome.
I don't
So,
play.
you know,
I've
like,
literally
different
never
characters will
used
feel a bit
animate
different in this
weapon.
regard,
I don't
but I really do
care
want,
about this
like,
gem.
some,
It seems
like,
bad.
interesting combos going
I
on,
mean,
and it should be very context
not
sensitive.
that
Right?
it
What
seems
the
bad.
enemies are
It
doing
seems
should
like
matter in what
not
you were
interesting to me.
doing.
I
And
don't
guess
want
it's
to
sort of
use
key
it. I don't
element
care
of
how
that.
strong it is. I don't want to
in
play
order
animate
achieve
weapon.
that, you're going to want to have.
All right, what
like,
else we got?
options on your character
Supporter
to
packs.
take care of different situations.
Before we move on to Path of Exile 1 and and Affliction questions. We've
Yo,
got
these
just a
look
couple more
dope
chat
as.
questions to
What
ask.
is this?
Do
What
you need to
is
spend all
this
the
right
crossbow
here?
ammo to reload, or can you
This
reload
looks
manually
dope
as, well?
as
Is that
shit right here. This
Yeah,
one
you can
does
reload
too.
manually. So
God
effectively, if you use the reload
damn.
skill again, it'll
This
reload
looks
the,
dope
the
as
thing.
shit right here.
There is a reload.
All right, where's the
Great.
supporter
Will
packs?
Path of Exile
Where's the
2 be
link?
cross-platform
I want to
as
see the
well?
supporter packs.
Yes, it will be. Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, so
Will boss and monster balancing be done around WASD movement?
They're still talking about
balancing, or will be
PoE2.
keeping mouse movement players in mind as well?
They're still talking about PoE2. I don't really care about any of this PoE2 shit. I gotta be honest. I don't really care about this shit right now at all. This league announcement actually isn't that big, guys. It's not that big, actually. It's much smaller than I thought it would be. This is the big thing right here. This right here. This is the huge change right here. When they were talking about they increased the scope, like this expansion had a larger scope, this is what they were talking about right here. This is big, this change right here. But they're not showing us every gem, so we can't really know exactly how this is going to impact every build until we see the gems. But this is big. But the rest of this stuff, I mean, yeah, Ultimatum coming back is sick as fuck. Ultimatum coming back is sick. But, like, the rest of this stuff isn't... There's not that much here. There's really not that much here. Affliction League, this is all Affliction League shit. And then we get Ultimatum back, and then the gem change. And that's it. That's it. It's actually not that much. Affliction League, Ultimatum back, some shitty new uniques, and then transfigured gems. That's the whole announcement. So it's actually not that much, dude. This is not a very big content announcement, actually. But this is quite the big change here. So let's think about what the implications of this are. No more helmet chants. Helmet chants are gone, right? So that means what were some of the helmet chants that were like build enabling and game breaking and shit? There's no more reservation enchants. So reservation enchants are gone. So that's going to mean less auras for a lot of builds. A lot of builds are going to have less auras now because that reservation enchant is gone. Penetration boot enchant is gone too. That's right. Yep, that's big damage. That's 10% damage for most builds. 10% damage gone. EK AoE enchant is gone. Hopefully that will be one of the... Hopefully the AoE EK will be one of the transfigured versions though, because I don't think that they would just delete that from the game, because that's like a pretty core identity for EK is the circle AoE one. That's got to be one of the transfigured versions for EK. But what else? What else from the helmet chant being gone? What are the other implications of the helmet chants being gone? Let's see. What were the most like impactful helmet chants? Tornado shot, proj, righteous fire, AoE, righteous fire damage. What else? I don't know. I can't think right now. I'm still half asleep, guys. I'm still half asleep. I just woke up. I had to set my alarm right before this.
We actually had people like specifically go, I don't want to buy this mystery box because I have arachnophobia and I don't want to get that spider.
Man, they're still talking about PB2.
The way I can get
it's a big hit to Frostblades with the enchants.
And the short answer is no. But like, I mean,
maybe,
how does
yeah.
that person
it's definitely a hit.
Get through
it's definitely a hit.
But no, generally, like the game has a lot of horrific stuff in it.
But
you're
gonna make up for it with this right here.
Demo, you know,
with this shit right here.
Pulling our punches when it comes.
These things right here.
I remember Eric came across a list of things not to include in games
this one.
They scare the players.
These things right here are fucking nuts, dude. Because like this right here could give you Fortify,
and he's like, this is very
so now you use this to get Fortify, and now you have Hatred effect on your chest again. So this just replaces the Fortify tattoo, basically.
So talking about mechanics, the wisp that allows
this replaces the Fortify tattoo.
Are somewhat of a limited resource,
what else?
It seems. Is this a timer or
movement
is it a
speed per frenzy?
Kind of mechanic
chance
like
to take less AoE damage. That one's not very good.
It's distance traveled, but it's distance traveled into
Explodey.
Yep.
So it's how much
let's look
of
at this
that
again.
you can purge away.
They have the actual trees here. Okay, let's look at these.
Let's say you run up some way.
Quantity of wisps.
And then go a different direction. Like running
war cries, open chests, and give you more items. That's fucking nutty, dude. But yet, then you have to use a war cry though. You have to use actually use a war cry.
Yeah, for sure.
So how long is a venture into the wildwood typically?
Also gives you freeze and chill immunity.
Exiting your map.
Well. Even typical is somehow subjective here, but obviously it depends on.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember how this. This language is kind of weird. How this language actually works.
Most people to be in there
upwards
of 2 minutes, but
movement speed cannot be modified because freeze and chill affects your action speed, right? Not your movement speed specifically. So I'm not exactly sure how that interaction works. But Juggernaut doesn't Juggernaut get freeze immunity from the Juggernaut node? Like unstoppable or whatever that node is. So I'm not exactly sure if that's going to function like that or not. I'll have to figure that out.
We are catering to
increased character size and extra inventory slots. Okay, so this ascendancy has Warcry shit.
Wanted something that was normalized.
Extra inventory slots.
You can do it at your own pace as opposed to feeling.
And then it has 3 charm sockets.
and a faster player can do it. As
3
fast as they
charm
want.
sockets. So okay, so you're probably not going to take this. You're probably not going to
So you
take
get
this
these
because you only get 8
wisps,
points.
and
So
you
you
free them,
get
they go into your map,
1,
and
2,
then
3,
inflict
4,
monsters
5,
and
6,
make
7,
them
8.
all
So
live.
you're going to take these. You're going to take all of
Are
these
they,
probably. You're
more
not going to
likely
take this
choose more
meme
powerful
thing.
enemies like rares and
So you're
bosses,
going to
or
get
is
to
it
use
just fully
3
random?
of these. I wonder if you can stack
they
them.
are more likely to pick.
Are there any OP ones
yeah,
that you can
bosses
stack
areas
and
or
just
higher
use
rarity
3 of them, I
monsters going
wonder?
Down, yes.
And otherwise there would have been like no chance for multiple.
Still
wisp
PoE 2?
types to go into
We're
one
still
monster,
talking
right?
about
So
PoE 2?
We had to make it so that it was relatively likely for that to occur, but it doesn't always happen. It's kind of it's very.
As a typical Path of Exile player, I immediately thought of abuse cases for this. Can you like kill all the monsters in a map except the boss, and then just go in and come out, and then free the wisp into the boss only?
Oh no, they are
Stacking
talking
up.
about. They're talking about Affliction.
Thankfully, as we're also PoE players, we have also thought of this. We don't think of everything, but at least in that case, no, it is a chance per monster. So if you clear the whole map and then go and do it, the resultant is, well, it's actually detrimental for you.
Yeah. And the wildwood always appears at the start of the map. So that means that you always like have the chance, like that way you get the most.
Oh,
to make
it
sure that you
always
get the
is, it's
most,
always
what
the
do you call
beginning.
it,
Yo, that's
equity
big.
Of drop equity or whatever
That's big.
out of doing it. So like
A little like Delirium, where the mirror would spawn.
exactly, it is exactly like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Right, you guys have thought of it.
That's nice.
We've done this for a while now. I guess. We've got-
Some experience.
yeah.
You know,
So,
rely on
some
your
players
knowledge
love
and
mechanics
surprises
in maps,
1,000
and
IQ
others
to
seem
make
to
up
love
for it.
ones that
Yeah.
cause them to take a break from map. There's definitely some divide there. Interestingly, I noticed that Affliction is a little bit of both. It's a portal, but it juices your map afterwards. How do you folks like to balance the desires of the player base when it comes to designing leagues like this?
Ultimately, we just like to do a bit of all of it. Sometimes it's out of map, sometimes it's in map, sometimes in this case it's a bit of both. Like there isn't really some, elaborate decision that goes into it. It's just kind of like we feel like it's time for one or the other.
I mean, we definitely have discussions of like, we've done a couple of an area ones, let's do an out of area one. Oh, we've done some out of area ones, let's do an area one. Like, in this case, we were like, it just sort of felt good to have both things.
This one's basically in map, right?
Yeah, like honestly,
it's not really out of map.
So it's kind of
It's not really out of map. It's like an alpha. It's like an incursion,
Try all the different shapes
right? It's like an incursion. It's like a harvest. It's like
This shape technically is whatever.
it's like
shape you
a
want
betrayal,
to,
like
you can
research
run.
encounter.
So,
Like, yeah, technically
undefined.
you're leaving the map to go to a different
I
area,
have to always
but you're
look
not going
out
to
my,
lose.
co-op
You're not going
buddies.
to lose
How
your
does
buffs.
Affliction
You're not
work
going
in
to lose your
multiplayer?
flasks. You're not going to lose your map juice.
So
So
once you die, you
I
can't
mean,
go back in.
is it
That's
really
worth
out of
noting.
map? I
Technically,
mean,
that's
it's
multiplayer
in
or
the map.
single player,
It's in the map.
Only the map owner can, or if they're not present, I believe it nominates someone else, but I'll make sure that's the case if not.
Yeah, it's juice.
Can
It's
actually
big
reveal
juice,
fog
man. This is
or
gonna
the
be a
mist, whatever the bugs.
juicy fucking league, dude. This
And
is
when you
gonna be a
collect, so the
juicy,
expectation is the party members kind of follow them around.
juicy ass league.
And the
Sentinels, dude. The
that
wisps
you
are
collect,
sentinels,
it's,
basically.
the same amount, so they're just a shared pool. Like it
Like
doesn't.
any player who collects wisps will go to the primary player.
Yeah.
So like they're all. So there's effectively the map owner is the one in charge of the
Yeah.
of exploring basically. Yeah.
But anyone can pick them up if you want to spread out a little bit like that. So yeah, it works in multiplayer.
So you pick up the wisps, and then
due
they
to
come
the
out in the map
nature
and they
of
juice the mobs.
rewards,
Are they gonna be
being
able to
based
keep
on the
up, though?
monster's drops, they will scale with like party drops like normal. So there's no like.
Like,
they
are the
just work
wisps
as
going to be able to
standard
keep
multiplayer
up,
drops would.
or are you going to have to like wait for them to
And we
empower
get
the monsters?
this new
Because if
ascendancy system as a
they're not
reward for
fast
this,
enough,
which
they're
seems
not going to
quite
do shit.
significant, especially seeing some of the specific bonuses there.
Ghosting and Rage
How
Strongbox
challenging
monsters
is it
do
to
the
actually
affliction,
unlock
pop the
these
deli
multiple
mirror.
ascendancies and
Yeah,
all of
dude,
their
it's going to
points?
be so nutty.
So
Ghosting
you get 8
is
points per
ghosting
class.
strats just
You
got
get your
taken
first
to the
2
next
points when
level,
you meet
dude.
the
Oh my
NPCs,
god,
which
that
occurs
shit is so
relatively early. I
ridiculous,
think we
man.
have the- it
You're gonna have
is
to do the
slightly
whole
RNG based,
the whole affliction
and
now
whether or not you find them
first.
but
And
you
then
can
go
increase the
do
chance
all the
of finding them by
ghosting
following
bullshit
the
and let
trails
the
of
wisps
that can-
infect
that will lead
everything,
to them.
and then clear them. Oh my god, no.
The trails, so you can
That's
go
too
which
much,
direction you
man.
wanna go.
That's
And
too
each
much.
color associates to an NPC.
When you
So
say
I
you
think
don't
the-
care
the
about
start
PoE2,
around-
is it too far
appearing around
away,
Act
or do
2,
you don't
and
want to
then
wait
The
for it?
expectation is by end of Act 5. you
It's
probably
far
found
away,
each
yeah.
Of them once.
It's far away,
and
the
when you meet them, you get
details
your
that
first
they're
2
talking
points,
about
and then they'll
aren't
give you a
that
quest
important.
If you
They're
step
talking
into
about
that
like the
class
nitty
to,
gritty details of like
find more
how the
wisps or
crossbow
crucibles. So, like,
bolts
real basic
explode and
quests,
shit. Like
all done within the forest.
I don't
and
care
then
about that.
You get your 4th point, and then or 3rd and 4th points, and then you have a quest to kill like a mini boss.
I want to
and then
know
it'll give
what
you
the
your 5th and 6th,
ascendancies
and then
are.
the
What are the
final
new
2 points are from
ascendancies? That's what I want to
killing
know.
the final boss of the league.
What
which
what's the map's gonna look like?
is
I don't need
probably
to know
relatively
like how
difficult.
big
Like,
the AOE
that's
is
a
on the
80
fucking
level 83
crossbow
kind of,
crossbow attack.
maybe
you know?
equivalent to
I don't
say,
care
like
about that.
Lycia from Sanctum, or you know, not quite pinnacle boss, but like just below it kind of thing. So that will be hard. So you could argue the first 6 points, the first 2 points are very easy. First 6 easier than probably say Labyrinth or the normal Ascendancy equivalent, but the last 2 points will be quite a lot harder than the regular Ascendancy 8 last 2 points.
And this is in parallel / addition to your existing Ascendancy class and its progress. You have 2 classes here to clarify.
Yeah.
We have 2 classes now.
And,
We
that
have
last
2
one that was
ascendancy
revealed
classes
was
now.
like a little bit of everything. pretty cool. Was
That's
charms.
power creep. You guys think
So
this
the
is going to
unique
be more
specters for the
power creep
Breaker
than
of Oaths,
tattoos?
including bosses like the Hydra, was certainly a surprise. Can
Is
you
this
have
new
more than
ascendancy
one
tree
Hydra
gonna be more
Spectre,
powerful
or,
than
like, an
tattoos
army
were?
of bosses?
Because my initial
You
impression
can
is
have,
maybe.
up to your spectre
Maybe.
limit of Hydras, but
Sick.
they cannot be desecrated. So once you have it,
Oh, yeah, and the with
once
the
you have
gems
item, you
too,
buy it
yeah,
from
with
him,
the
you
new
can only
gems.
spectre it once. Once it dies,
Well, that's a trade-off with
then
the
you have
gems
to buy
too,
more
though,
of them.
because you're
But
losing your chance
yes,
to get
it will
those
be
new
hard
gems.
to find them.
So
You can
maybe
trade. You can trade them.
Yes, you can trade for them. I really wanted this whole, like, I wanted you to be able to find the NPC and then be able to
more powerful, but
effectively
not
buy
as not
something from them that
QOL.
could be
Yeah,
worth
not for
multiple
build
divines. And I'm
flexibility.
like,
Tattoos build
a
flexibility
Hydra
was
could
like
be worth multiple
unmatched.
divines. Like, let's
They have
see
to
if
come
we can
back,
do that.
surely.
You can buy these.
I'm sure
and
they
trade them
will,
even
but
if
just
you
not
want
yet.
that class.
Tattoos
Yeah,
will probably
of
come
course,
back
of course.
and go
But
core,
effectively,
but
so
just
there's a
not
reason
yet.
to look at the shop for all of the NPCs,
You need
regardless
patch
of whether or not you're
notes?
that
Me too,
ascendancy
dude.
class,
Oh
'cause other
god, I
people-
hope they post the patch
Talk about
notes
the
right after
fragility
this. If they do, we'll read the whole
Yes,
thing.
well, that is,
We'll
it
read
is
the
worth
whole
noting
patch
the
notes.
Hydra's health in
Although
particular
I do
is
have a
relatively
refrigerator
low.
coming, guys.
So
I know
you
that sounds
do
like a
have to keep
joke,
it alive.
but I bought a new. We bought a new
the-
refrigerator, so I'm waiting
The
for a
spectres
delivery.
in general are
I'm
they're
getting
pretty
a new
interesting. There's a lot
refrigerator
I've tried to
delivered
go
to my
for where
house
we've
sometime
gone and
this
tried to
afternoon.
give
So if it
stats
shows
that
up,
other builds wouldn't
I'm gonna have
use.
to take a break whenever
There's
it
one,
shows
for
up
example, where
and
one of
let
its
the
properties
delivery
just
people
says
in and
the
shit.
your owner as in
But other than
player
that,
has
we will
5%
read
more
the
attack
patch notes.
damage, or melee attack damage. I can't remember which of those two. And
Yeah,
if
that was
you get all
random.
your
I know, it's
spectres,
random.
you can get, like,
I'm gonna have to take a
20,
break
30,
when my
40%
refrigerator
more
shows
attack
up.
damage. But now you're a melee build that's investing in plus spectre limit, and there's some interesting weird things you might be doing there. And then of course that means you need minion life, otherwise they're all just going to die. And there's hopefully some kind of weird, interesting builds that come out of this, where you have unorthodox builds using spectres that you normally wouldn't.
You very wait for new
You have that
frost
shit on
blades.
Fire Fury and
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
there's
it's coming, man.
There's a kind
It's
of
coming.
I don't know what they're called, but it's effectively Fire Fury and Hellrake. And
Next
they're
league, you really
specifically-
hope that they're in.
The Fire Fury one says becomes
Maybe.
empowered if there is if you also have a Hellrake Spectre, and the Hellrake Spectre says the same thing. So then you want to run two different ones, which again is also kind of abnormal, because normally when you do play a Spectre build, you stack a lot of the same thing.
PoE
so
is on
promoting
Steam
a bit of
now.
just
It's
different
100
gameplay around
gigabytes.
that.
So there's something going
has
on
a
between the
download
Fire Fury and the
size?
Hellrake. Then
What?
they have some backstory together. I
There's always
guess.
something going
They're
on.
empowering each other, yeah, for sure.
Let's check the website again.
They are.
Fanfic authors take note.
Okay, so we looked at this one already.
Yeah, here we go.
Increase
New
wisps,
fanfic.
increase
In
wisps,
progress.
increase wisps. Okay,
The
let's look
charms
at the
for the Wildwood Primalist, they capture random parts of other Ascendancy nodes and allow you to create a new one in kind of like a build your own Ascendancy fashion. What sort of limitations are there? Can you just get like any power from any
Okay,
node?
hold on. I want to listen to this.
You can't get anything. I can't remember exactly what you can and can't get, but there are some stuff that is like it's binary and ultra powerful, and like that's just too much power to give from a single node like that can have two modifiers on it. So you can't get everything, but you can get most things, and even in some cases where they are binary, we've made non-binary versions of that property where it's like can either be chance-based or percentage-based, like a portion of it. But they do stack as well. So like for example, you can get the 3 sockets, and obviously you
stack.
can get like we
That's
showed
what I asked a
say the
minute ago.
occultist curse explosion. Like if you just want to go all in on the chance of that, you could try and get that on all 3 of them. But again, it's going to be pretty rare. They're unmodifiable, but again tradable. And I'm expecting, again, going under the philosophy of I want you to be able to find these NPCs and occasionally find something worth a lot. I do want it to be that occasionally you find one and you get multiple divines worth of a trade because you find just the perfect charm.
Nice,
And
dude.
again, you don't have to be that class to find the charm.
Yes, we'll keep reiterating that. Yes.
Yeah,
Always
there's
check
some
the shops.
Yeah. The shops
There's some wealth to be had.
should be valuable. Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it
Trade
sounds
league
like it.
gamers.
Are
Trade
there any
league
limitations
gamers.
for this primalist shouting items at corpses thing? It's like, are people just going to be going
I don't know. Should I
around
go trade
shouting at
league
every
guys or
corpse
should I
for
go
extra loot?
SSF?
Well, it's one of these interesting. This one's been very controversial. I'll point out internally. Don't get me wrong. See, for me, I really like it because it's a thing where if you're an efficient, well, okay, let's think of it a few different ways. Firstly, if you're destroying corpses, it doesn't work, right? There's no body left to get loot from.
I've always started trade
so
league. I've
you
never
can deal
actually
with
league
spikers.
started SSF before.
And
I do
or
like
the
SSF
porcupines.
though.
And
But I like trade
among
league
other
too.
things.
This
But,
seems like a pretty good league to play trade league though.
So. I had a bit of a
Yeah, we're back now.
Discord dip there. I'm going to just start that part again. But
Did he say
one thing to
Discord?
note is that
Are they using
you
Discord
have
for
to have
this?
the corpse around, which means you have
Are
to
they
find a build that
actually
doesn't
using
destroy
Discord for
corpses,
this
meaning,
video
of course, you
call
have to
here?
deal with the
Is that?
porcupine
Are you
delights.
kidding me?
I don't know who heard that before. but
They're
whatever.
using Discord
And then,
for this?
The other thing to note is it actually rewards.
Oh yeah, they
solid
didn't
solid
say anything
players
about
more than
Ruthless.
faster
But
players
wait,
because
wait till we see those
A, you
patch
have the
notes.
Warcry, which is
Because last
cooldown
time they didn't
based.
say
Are you
shit
really
about
gonna wait
Ruthless either.
around
Last time, not
meticulously
really. And then the
warcrying
patch
on
notes
every
had
single
like a
corpse,
fucking
or you're just gonna
100
move on
pages
and
of
kill more
Ruthless
monsters
notes
and
on
run
them.
more maps?
So wait, let's wait.
And so if you
pump
want to
the
get the
brakes on
most
that
out of
one.
your map, of course that's a way to do it. But if you want to get most out of your time, that is not the way to do it. So yes, you could like Warcry, bind it to your left click and then just Warcry whenever it's available and get whatever loot you can get.
I reckon opening the chests is the
opening
that's time efficient.
Opening chests is a big time
that's
saver.
the main use of that skill, I would say.
But it is worth noting, just to get into some specifics of how that works as well, it doesn't care about the monster's quantity and rarity. It does care about map quant and rarity. So a boss is just going to occasionally drop like an item, if that. It doesn't like re-drop all its drops.
What is this?
So it's
What's
not,
this sword
like,
right here?
ultra powerful.
What's this?
Due to that, it's probably honestly going to yield a little bit more. Like it's more for like getting a little bit of extra currency than it is getting like.
What is
unique
that
items and
weapon
rare
right there?
items and stuff like that.
I'll
It's
ask
like
the
a
obvious question that you knew you'd
big
get when you
rectangle.
added the backpack inventory expansion. Do you think you'll give this to people outside of the Primalist?
Short answer, no. But I mean, look, we chuck these in,
Inventory
we experiment for
expansion.
3 months, and we see. This was also the node of
How
the
powerful do you
second
guys think
highest
this
level
is?
of controversy internally.
How powerful is the
Um,
inventory
But
expansion?
we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. But like,
20
I do not
slots.
see that thing returning outside of the Primalists after the league. even
That's
if
like
the
having
league
what?
happens to go
Another
forward.
like
Controversial
one
league
third?
design, it
That's
sounds
an
like,
extra one
internally.
third. That's an extra 33%
experiments.
inventory space,
We
right?
like to try things.
Because
I
normal
say
inventory is
controversy, it's
60
fun.
slots, right? So
It's not like there's a shouting match or anything going
Right?
on. Right? Like, it's just
normal inventory is
Well,
60
one of us
slots.
isn't shouting. No.
We've got some more chat questions on Affliction before we move on to some of the other features. When you went to the Wildwood,
I don't
do you
know.
start at the last place you were at?
I don't know if
Is it
that's that
continual
good.
exploration, or is it a new area each time?
It's not continuous, no. It is effectively an infinite forest, but you're put in a random place every single time. It's new exploration. It isn't a
Okay,
continuous
it's new every
reward,
time.
so-
That's good. I feel like that's
Feels
good.
slightly like the idea of Delve without the actual specific.
it isn't
Delve
real.
world.
It isn't really like Delve because it doesn't have the whole like big map or anything like that.
Are the wisps tradable or
Damn.
collected as currency?
Jonathan
items
just
at all?
fucking Jonathan just slapped
No,
Chris
I mean,
right
they're
there. Did you guys
tradable
hear
to the
that?
vendors,
Chris
but
was like,
it's
it's kind of like
returning.
Delve, and
They're
Jonathan was
usable
like,
as
no, it's not
currency
like
for the
Delve, you
vendors,
fucking
but
idiot.
aside from that,
Go back
no.
to go back to
And between
PoE
instances, they
1,
don't
Chris.
carry
Go
over.
back to your office, Chris. Shut the hell
Because
up.
once you
That's
leave
what
them
Jonathan
for a
just
while,
said.
They're dispersed, so you don't get to keep them at all. No.
And just clarifying for people that missed this detail, you'll be able to use the regular Ascendancy class alongside the Wildwood Ascendancy class. It's extra on top.
How do you
You'll
access the
eventually get
tree
8
though?
points
How do you
in
change
both.
between
Yes.
the two ascendancy trees? Is there like a little
Can
button?
monsters attack from the Fog of War in Affliction, or only once they're fully revealed? Ooh, good question.
You will not get no.
Yeah, go back to rehearsing your intro,
Both not
Chris.
going to be
Go
like
back to your office, Chris.
Given an advantage as a ranged character to shoot.
Go back to
into
talking to
it, and you will
Tencent on
not
the
be,
phone. Go get more
attacked
money from
it.
Tencent so we could
They will not
hire
be
more
similar
people for
to Delve
PoE2,
Darkness,
Chris.
they will come out of the darkness before they engage with you. And generally, only things you reveal will actually engage with you.
GG's about to
Do
ruin our
map
lives, and I'm here
modifiers
for
from
it.
the area
Me too,
you
dude.
entered the Wildwood from
Me
affect
too.
the
Every
Wildwood,
league,
or is it
dude.
a completely separate zone in that
No,
regard?
Every
map mods
league.
do affect it, yes. And
Oh wow.
where it doesn't increase the amount of wisps you get, it does increase the loot you get in general, which multiplicatively applies with the what the bonuses the wisps give monsters afterwards. So you are obviously, to get the max rewards like normal, you're incentivized
But
to
pack size works on the monsters in the wild wood.
Oh yes.
And because pack size works on them, that means you do get more wisps if you increase pack size.
Pack size
because
juice,
the
baby. That's what he's
There
saying.
are
He's saying you
monsters
can
that have
juice
wisps,
it. Thank
already
God,
in
dude.
them in the
Thank
forest, and
God.
they will give wisps. So yes, pack size will increase the amount of wisps you can get.
Which actually means that pack size can increase the duration that you can stay in the wildwood, if I understand that correctly.
Different wisps.
Oh, different. All right, because that's
Yes.
the right. Okay, so it doesn't. It's just increase the rewards then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just more rewards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
between this and the
technically
wisps you're
difficulty.
freeing, it sounds like a bit of a map juicing league then. People
That
get
was,
excited about.
I mean, that was what I was going for. I really like things like Delirium where they overlap with all the other
The
leagues.
juice, baby.
It's worth
The
noting on that
juice.
point.
Oh,
You might
boys,
think,
it's
okay,
gonna
the
be a good
wisps
league.
disperse into the
It's
air
gonna
and
be
affect
a
monsters
good
once you exit.
league.
It will also
We got
affect
Ultimatum back.
monsters
It's already the
in
best
the
league
storm
ever, dude.
afterwards. So
Or
if you
second
then
best
go and
league ever.
activate
It's
a
already the
breach,
second best
there's
league ever
a
because we got
portion of the
Ultimatum
breach
back.
monsters will be doubled
Yes,
as well, and thus their
dude.
rewards and difficulty will also be increased. So, yeah, it overlaps with any in-area league, I believe, as long as the monster gives loot and experience. Which obviously, if it doesn't,
Oh
you
my
don't really
God!
care
Think about the
so-
juice, dude. Delirium
sounds
overlapping
cracked.
with
I like it.
wisps, overlapping with a
Alright.
breach,
Talking a
overlapping
bit
with
about
fucking
Ultimatum, the long-awaited return.
ghosts,
It's been it has
and
been a long time in the
overlapping with
returning. Did you
shrines
face
and
some
freaking
specific challenges
breaches
with
and
its re-implementation
abysses.
or
Oh
something?
my God! The loot, the juice.
Main challenge, I
Oh,
guess, was finding time to actually do the rebalance and reassess it. But like once we found
So
the
there's
time,
not gonna
which
be
we
any
did,
class balance
we got
either.
through all that, and,
so they're not gonna do. There's no Juggernaut, or there's no
finally coming back.
Gladiator rework. There's no
yeah,
Assassin
it just comes
rework.
down to time.
There's
We've
no.
got
They
so
would have
much
talked
we
about
always
that
wanna
shit,
do,
right?
and just finding
If
the
they were doing
resources
that,
to
they would have
be able
talked
to get
about it
someone to
during the
fully
announcement.
reassess it and
So
make the changes
we're
that
not
we
getting
want
we're not
is-
getting nothing,
it can
dude.
be challenging
We're not
for
getting
sure.
no bleed
So
buffs.
it's not
We're
just
not getting
something
no
you wanted to
Gladiator
just slap
rework.
back in as it
We're not
was then.
getting
It
no
sounds like it's
balance,
changed
dude.
a fair
It's
bit.
pretty. It's had a substantial amount of work done to it. Like, don't. It is.
Yeah.
It is quite a lot there. There's a lot there.
And obviously, it's going to be very different to how it was given the Atlas passives
Definitely
as
going
well, and
Omega
how you can
Juice,
modify it and change it,
Frostblades.
which will be
They're gonna release the Atlas
relatively
tree
fun,
one
but
day, and
taking
you're
that
gonna
into
scramble to make a
consideration
tree.
As well is something that
I
we
usually
didn't
kind
have
of
to deal
wing
with
the
before
Atlas
that
tree
we're doing
anyway.
now.
Frostblades can hold
Why
on
do
to
you
that
think that
amount of
Ultimatum
juice.
was so popular and so requested to return?
Oh, yeah,
That was like
for
the number
sure,
one
dude.
thing asked about at ExileCon. Is there anything to like learn from that for future league designs?
Well, I think about it, and also why do I think I like it? I mean, the mod selection is fun. I like how it works in parties as well, and I like, for people who know my Aurabot addiction, I love playing in parties where you get to vote on the mods and you go and pick the mod that no one wants just because you want to. Or you're an Aurabot and you pick that mod that causes your auras to apply to the enemies, and you just then hopefully your teammate, yeah.
And the double or nothing
Chaos.
stuff is also very. I don't want to use the word addictive because that's a bad word these days, but definitely addictive.
Oh, I love that, and I think a lot of people resonate with that as well. Where you when you've got the divine orbs on the line, or the headhunter on the line, or like just whatever items on the line, it's like the thrill is just, you know, it gives you that adrenaline rush that like I almost used to get in hardcore league. You know, when I actually played that a lot more. Rest in peace.
Ultimatum.
It's risk reward to put it another way, right? It's good risk reward stuff. Yeah.
Oh man, you guys are in for a
I think it
treat.
had like a unique pace.
Oh,
to
you
it,
guys are
like,
in for a treat. Those of
intense
you who have
action,
never played
make a
Ultimatum,
break,
I'm
intense
excited for
action
you
break.
guys. Ultimatum
Oh,
is
yeah,
so
for sure. I
goddamn
like that
fun,
as well
dude.
a lot.
Ultimatum is hella fun.
Yeah.
You guys
No,
are
no,
in
it's
for
hard to
such a
say
treat.
Too many lessons learned aside from just like, or like, you know, how we can use things in the
Oh,
future.
they have the
but
ring?
I guess, yeah,
I wasn't paying
ultimately the
attention.
risk reward.
This is too damn little anyway.
and
I can't read
pacing
this
are
shit.
Probably the two.
I can't
biggest
read this.
ones.
This shit's too small. Like that, I can't read that
Do you want
text
to talk
right
about what
there.
happened with the
What's my
combat
quality
changes
at
for
here?
rare monsters and stuff in Ultimatum?
1080p auto.
Yeah, I think it was around the time there was a lot of there was a bit of like, how do we make this harder that went on, and it ended up just cranking the rare monsters up. Like, there was just points where there were like 9 rare.
Metamorph died for
of the
Ultimatum.
Blood
I'll take that
chieftains on your
trade
screen,
any
and
day of
the
the
problem
week.
with
I
that,
would have
especially
traded
with,
any
like,
league for
obviously now
Ultimatum.
looking
I
at
would
rare
have given up
modifiers, like, the
any
level of
league
visual
mechanic to
pollution
get Ultimatum
that
back.
adds,
I would have given up
and
Delirium. I
you
would have
can't
given up
even tell
Breach.
what's
I would have
happening.
given up
Like, there's a
Harvest.
lot of
You
going
name
on in
it.
that league where there's
Get
just
rid
a
of it.
massive crossfire
Get
of
rid of it for
projectiles
Ultimatum.
and just like a whole bunch of rare monsters, and like, so we've gone with
Yo, look
almost
at
a
this
more
Bladestorm build.
what we call expedition style balance, which is just like tone that down, but make each monster individually more difficult and more meaningful. So it should be that it is
Harvest, Delian
less,
Essence.
like more comprehensible in the moment as to what you're actually fighting and what
Yeah,
you're
maybe not
actually doing,
Essence. You're right.
and
Maybe not
still
Essence.
difficult, as opposed to
But
just,
the rest of them, yeah.
spam
I can
everything,
live without
turn
Harvest.
up-
I can
crank
live
up the
without
monster
Delirium.
number to infinity.
Essence is pretty powerful though. I don't think
But that's
I don't think
mostly,
I want to give up
what's
Essence.
going on. It's just, which is honestly been working pretty well. with respect
MVP
to,
for Metamorph,
our
dude.
monster balance
Rip
lately.
Metamorph, dude. Salute to Metamorph.
So Metamorph
You
is getting
died for a
removed
good
as part of
cause.
this
Metamorph
coming
died
back
for
off
a
later,
good
with
cause.
its unique rewards going to
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum. Can you tell me a little bit about that
Ultimatum.
decision, like to remove Metamorph?
There's a few things going on there, but
322 is your first
the first
league.
is just the
Started
visual
playing
clarity
with
of
a
it
1 month
again. Going
delay.
back to that, like you put
Thanks
these
to
monsters
you.
together,
Start
and then
again.
it just
This
does
league will
this
be
kind
good.
of like morphing
Oh,
thing.
man, this
I mean,
league is gonna be
I
so
played
good.
this a lot, and it transforms into something, and then I'm dead. I'm like, I don't even know what just happened. Like, what killed me here? I actually
dead.
don't know.
He said, "I'm
and it
dead."
is meant to be the case that obviously
The
I
way
know
they
what
say
monsters
shit,
I'm
their
putting in, and
their
I'm putting in this monster, this monster, this
Kiwi
monster. I know
accents
these
are
two,
so
their
funny,
skills,
dude.
and 'cause
I'm
this one's in the
dead.
brain slot, it does this.
A monster
Like,
came out
the
and killed
reality
me, and
is, like,
then I
that's
was
way
dead.
too much to try and know and remember, and like there's hundreds of monsters
I'm
with
dead,
hundreds of
yeah.
skills going on
I'm
there,
dead.
and it's like you can't really tell. And so when you do put it together, it's like, oh, I like these rewards, and you put those in, and that's ultimately what you do as a player for that. And so
Just join
you
him.
put in a
Guessing you're
monster,
buzzing.
it spawns, and you maybe just
Yeah,
insta-die,
man.
or
Big
you maybe
changes.
not. And
Big changes.
getting that
for
right
sure.
is just
No more lab enchants.
pretty impossible. I
That's
would
the
say.
biggest
Like,
change.
I love
Lab
the
enchants are
mechanic in a
gone, and
nutshell
Ultimatum
of
is back.
you get to put monsters together to create a new boss fight, but it just wasn't working.
It was never my favorite league visually either. I just don't
I
think
hope
it
these
looked
fridge
that
people
great.
don't show up for like another 2 hours because I'm gonna need some time. If they show up in like 5 minutes, I'm
I
gonna
know, we
be
dropped.
kind of annoyed.
I'm sure we'll get things back in just a second.
Oh
here,
shit! It
folks.
crashed.
Until then, enjoy the sliver of the side of my head while we get things repaired.
The
We'll be back in
stream
just a
crashed.
moment.
Hang on. Let's take this opportunity to look at the other ascendancies here. Warlock of the Mists. Wow, this guy's got a lot of shit here. Increase wisps. Okay, so all the passives, all the small passives are just wisp quantity. That's all they are. Okay, what's this one? Warlock power. Pacify skill. Pacify curses all targets, having no effect but causing them to deal no damage once 60% of the duration has expired. Penance mark. Single enemy causing them to spawn phantasms. The phantasms will be allies of the marked enemy. They cast a proj spell, immune to curses. Why would you want to use this? It makes the enemy summon phantasms. Do the phantasms drop loot? I don't know, that seems kind of bad. Affliction. Affliction permanently afflicts any of your damageable minions, causing them to take physical damage at a rate. Each minion causes you to regen life based on the current damage of its debuff. The minions explode if their life is lowered. So this makes your minions give you regen, and then it makes them explode. Okay, don't really care about that. Foul Pact. Enemies pacified by you take increased damage. Minions affected by affliction have onslaught. Okay, so this interacts with these ones. Phantasms have a chance to grant a Vol Soul. And they grant increased flash charges. Okay, so this is what it is. This is why you would use it. Penance Mark makes the Phantasms give you Vol Souls and flash charges. That's interesting. Pacified enemies take 20% increased damage. This is pretty good. This Pacify curse seems pretty good. They deal no damage once the curse is expired. That could be really strong for bosses, if it works on bosses. What happens with the Metamorph stash tab? It'll probably still be there, because that's where the catalysts go. The catalysts will still go in that tab, so they'll probably just keep that tab the way it is. Grants level 20 Dark Effigy. Okay, what the hell is this? What the hell is Dark Effigy? Doesn't say. Okay. Sanguimancy. Skills cost life instead of mana. Skills reserve life instead of mana. Removes all mana. 50% increased reservation efficiency. Okay, this is blood magic. This is a better version. Right? This is just a better version of blood magic.
Alright, is this working now?
Welcome back, folks. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We are
Discord,
back.
Discord just decided to self-destruct for some reason and then required a computer reboot to get back in action again.
It's so weird that they use Discord, dude.
Yeah,
It's so
maybe
weird
Alf
that they
was a
just
little
use
bit unhappy
Discord
about
for
being
this shit.
removed, apparently.
So that brings us back to what we were talking about, just about Metamorph's removal, and basically it was a bit of a visual mess and a bit of like a gameplay feedback mess in terms of players not really knowing why they were
Pacify
killed,
works
things
for
like that as
40%
well.
uptime.
And there was actually one other one. I don't know if you
Yeah.
want to talk about it or I can, but I think
Sure.
it actually
I forgot
was,
what they were talking about.
Surprisingly,
I wasn't even really
quite
listening anyway.
annoying, from a maintenance perspective. Like there was quite a lot. Like every time we added a monster, we had to do stuff relating to Metamorph, and like also the way it was originally made was just like a bit annoying. So there was certainly certainly there were a lot of designers who were happy to see it gone as well with regard to just maintenance stuff as well. So
And we're careful before we remove content, right?
oh sure.
Considered decision.
Yeah, I mean for sure, but it's like there was certainly a lot of factors there.
One other thing about it, I guess the meta endgame thing where you put together 5 boss parts and do it in his lab.
Hope the servers can keep up.
There was that sad thing.
The
with
last
that
couple League
area was
launches
a
have been
standalone
pretty
area,
good,
never
so
got
I don't think
map
there'll be
mods, like, felt
issues.
like often the rewards and the difficulty were just underwhelming.
I don't think there'll be
relative to doing
issues.
them in the area. I mean, you're less
Like,
likely to just get insta-killed in there at least.
Total League launch
so
was
in
like
some ways it did it
perfectly
better in that it was
smooth.
more
Oh wait a
controlled and
minute.
telegraphed,
Oh
but in
no,
the
it
other
wasn't.
sense, it
I
was
forgot about the loading times.
too easy. Like,
I forgot about the loading screens. The loading screens in Total were fucked, dude. Whenever you went back to town, it was like a 30-second loading screen. Yeah, that was fucked.
Removal,
but I don't think that was like a
certainly
server
issues that Metamorph had
like issue necessarily. I
I
don't know exactly why that issue
And like
happened.
you said, with the boss parts going together, that
But
actually.
other than those loading
a little bit more.
screens, the rest of the
Like I said,
performance was
wasn't
just
quite
fine
there, so
for me anyway.
Something to play with in the future, maybe.
Yeah, oh, for sure. The
Trial of
idea
loading
is-
screens,
there is a
yeah,
sound
that's what it
idea there
was.
For sure, that I'd like to see if we can play around with later and re-envision in some way. Hopefully.
Yeah, you get the situation where in order to keep it, you kind of want to do all the work to rework it, and if you're doing all that work, you may as well just bring Ultimatum back.
Let me turn this up a little bit.
So, this does raise a question you haven't had to deal with before, where you've removed a mechanic now that has a premium tab that people have purchased. What is
Premium
the plan
tab.
for that?
Here we go.
So that tab, so due to Catalyst moving to Ultimatum and there being the Inscribed Ultimatums, that tab is just immediately converted to an Ultimatum tab. So it'll have the Catalyst will now store there, and your Inscribed Ultimatums will also. I think there's 60 slots for Inscribed Ultimatums in there as well. So you don't need to buy a new one; it'll automatically transfer over.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds great. All right. Let me just see if there's any other Ultimatum questions. With Metamorph out of the game, will there be another Master Hideout NPC to replace Tane?
Not currently, no.
All right. Can Ultimatum be blocked on the Atlas passive tree so that it doesn't appear?
Yes, it can. The same node that blocked Metamorph has been changed to a new node that blocks Ultimatum.
Nice,
All right.
nice.
Cool. We have a bunch of questions about transfigured gems. This is a
I
big
will
one,
never be
and,
taking that
chat also
node.
has a bunch of questions
I
about it
will
too.
never
Okay.
ever be taking that node.
So this new transfigured gem system's kind of a big deal.
All right, here we go. This is big. This
is
part
this
right here.
replacing labyrinth enchantments, alternate qualities, and threshold jewels entirely?
Short answer, yes.
Alt quality gems.
Thousand chance are gone, boot enchants are gone, etc. Which I like in the sense that it reopens because those
wait
are
a
very old
minute.
designs.
Alt
sure, the
quality
belts
gems
enchants
are gone
newer,
too?
but it does free up a lot of design space to use in the future, and
You can't
with a
transfigure
lot
an
of
alt
the
quality
change to
gem.
quality and what the gems are doing themselves, like the loss is ultimately inconsequential. So yeah, they're gone.
Dude, that's fucking huge.
deal
Alt
with it.
quality gems. Phantasmal gems.
Are
Yep,
there,
they're
are there
gone,
multiple
dude.
different transfigurations for each skill? Or
Gotta
is there
go.
one
Thanks for the
each?
stream. Have a good
Seems
day.
like
All right,
so
Conrad.
many
See you later,
gems,
man.
effectively.
So I mean,
Dude,
we're still cranking
rip
them
all
out.
the fucking poison
Like, we're not
spark
gonna stop
boys or
until,
whatever other
there's a
crazy
cutoff,
ass shit people
effectively,
did
and
with
then
those
we'll probably
gems.
add them later if we still feel like we have to. But we're aiming for 1 per primary damaging skill minimum, but 2 maximum. So it's 1 to 2 per skill, but auras don't get them, heralds don't get them, utility stuff don't. We're really focusing on your main skills that you would primarily normally 6 link and whatnot. I mean, I know you
1
can do
to 2.
higher link herald builds, but you know.
That limit of 2 maximum is just in the context of this particular expansion. If it's a popular system, we can make many in the future.
Yeah.
It allows us to so there's this thing where cleave is cleave, and you could change cleave to something. You could change cleave, but now you're ruining the kind of simple thing it is at level 2. You get it at the game. You just want to cleave stuff. So overcomplicating that.
Spent 12 hours watching stream
to
reactions,
try and make it
looking at
more
patch
interesting
notes.
and new is
Telling my
honestly not
fridge.
the right answer.
Yeah,
It's
I gotta
kind
take
of a
all
thing
my
that's
food out of
happened
my
to a lot
fridge, dude.
skills. So
I
now
forgot
with
about
this
that.
alternate
I
gem
gotta take
system,
all
we
my
get to
food out of
take
my
those
fridge.
ideas that
I'm just
people
gonna-
have of like how we
I'm
can
gonna
be
not do
transformative
it
with
and just
something
hope
like
they don't
Cleave,
show up for like
and
another
we get to
2
just
hours.
add that skill gem without having to compromise that early game experience, and that I think is very, very valuable. And
This wasn't a very big reveal, though. I mean,
possibilities are
honestly,
endless, as I
now
guess I
looking
could
back
say,
on it,
right?
this wasn't
So
really a
how
very
do you
big
be transformative
reveal
with something like
So-
Cleave? I'm curious. How do you approach that?
It's not really all that much
well,
to react to.
know,
I don't
like,
think.
I can
League
either talk
mechanic,
about what we've actually done
ultimatum's
or talk
back,
about what we could do.
and transfigure
I mean, something
gems.
is you
That's
get. Well,
it.
actually,
That's the
well,
whole
okay, let's
league.
go with what we have
So-
done. I think what we've done
not really that
with
much.
it, and there's some details here I might be wrong.
guys are
on or
always
something
late.
That might have changed, but we'll just get into it.
Yeah.
I think right now you have to be using.
They gave me a 2 to 6 window.
A sword and an axe,
And it's 2
so
o'clock
different
right now,
weapons, which
so
is interesting.
They could show up right
I
now, and they
believe
might
it
not show up
also
for 3.5 more
scales-
hours.
I think it generates rage and scales AoE based on rage. So it's kind of like pushing you to be a rage build. So it's worth noting, like that might sound more niche, and that is the point. That the alternate gems, the transfigured gems, are generally more niche. But the power opportunity is much higher as a resultant of that. So they will scale way better into endgame, and it will save us the problem of just having this extreme like power curve of damage on Cleave just to try and make it do an absurd amount of AoE again. So
Are there any other Cleave?
I think we've just got the one right now. We experimented with a few others. I think there's one with Impale, but I think we've gone with that on Double Strike now, and like some stuff with Bleeding, but it's gone on something I did. So many. There's the hundreds of these things, and
Wait,
we've gone
Bleeding?
through so many hundreds of iterations. That
Bleeding?
forgive
What did he
my
say?
Memory a little bit, but yeah, there's a lot going on there for sure.
He said
How
bleeding.
does this affect Val gems? Do these new versions have Val versions or only the originals?
These new well, technically the way it is worked now is just you can have a Val alternate Cleave, and that just grants Val Cleave, but it doesn't have the same mechanic, so it won't have the rage thing. It like technically the Val skill is a separate ability, and so yes, it can be corrupted to grant that extra ability, but it doesn't have the same properties. No.
Gotcha. Yeah. So are they always going to be just strictly better? Because that Cleave version sounds better than regular Cleave, or is it sometimes going to be they're just quite different?
It's strictly better if you embrace the niche. Yes.
Right.
If you are investing in rage and
div
specking
card?
into and using the sword
Tried
and
bleeding
axe,
what
then
they
yes,
moved
of
it?
course, it's better.
New div
I mean, you
card?
can't exactly say that the one that has
the one they
zombies falling
posted
from
on
the sky
Twitter?
is strictly better, right? It's just a totally
That's
different.
true.
It's just a totally
I
different
mean,
thing.
Yeah.
It looked pretty awesome.
It does depend on your definition of better, of course, but I'm talking about just like raw clear speed or raw, boss killing speed. Yes, from that measure, like
No, I don't
especially
see
with
it.
respect to the low level skills, that is
Which
often
div
going to
card?
be
Are
the
you talking
case
about the
if you
Divinarius
embrace that build and that kind of off
Because they
more niche
teased
build.
them
But
already.
yes, again, there are plenty that are like hard to compare. Like
This one?
like
What
the
other
Frostbomb
new
is a
div card
good
are you talking
example.
about?
Like,
Oh
different.
shit!
It's now
Stream's
a
dying again.
clearing skill as opposed to
This
a
one?
more utility.
Oh, yeah,
focused
this one,
skill,
yeah.
not having the cooldown.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem very
So
good. This item's
they
not that
fill-
great.
A
I
lot
don't
of them
think.
fill different
Divinarius
roles, and
is
so
not
they
that great an
can't
item.
really be compared one to one.
It's like spell damage and like
yeah.
crit
I mean, it's definitely
multi-
going to shift the meta a lot. Like
crit multi,
just because there's going to be there's a
what is it,
lot
crit
of new
multi
stuff
if
to try.
you killed recently or some shit.
It's shifting it enough that if people were to ask me what I'm going to play, I actually genuinely
What
have
does
no
it have?
idea. I honestly
Crit multi
I
if you
don't
haven't
know.
killed
I'll find
recently.
out in the last day probably, but
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this something you
I
might
don't think
explore
this item's all
with
that
utility
good.
skills or support gems, things like that as well in the future?
It's usable. It's definitely usable, but I don't know.
It's a big maybe.
Yep.
Support gems. I haven't really thought about a support gem case. I mean,
The thing with support gems is you can just add more support gems and you don't need
Yeah.
to worry about modifying the
You-
existing ones really. So
you
it's
may
not
as
quite
well
the
just
same.
add more.
Yeah.
Let's go back to
Alternate
the
heralds. It can be done in some cases. Yes, it can be.
patch notes.
But we'll see whether or not.
Where's the patch notes?
finds-
Where's the patch
finds
notes?
It's just in those cases, it's like it goes from giving buff A to buff B. Like doing it with an
Affliction,
aura, like you'd have to do
content
something very
reveal,
wildly different to
Affliction
make it really transformative. Otherwise, you're going from just giving a certain stat to giving another stat, and that's not really what it's about.
Where is it?
What does this mean for heist in terms of it losing one of its big rewards, but also like specific heists that were gem type heists and whatnot?
Removes mana, increase.
So the way, how that works now
So
is
this
that
is just a
every
better
single
blood magic.
tile set just can. So
50%
the rewards are
increased
no longer
reservation
bound
efficiency.
to
This
the.
is
or
just
the,
like
I
a
should
way
say the
better
rewards
version of
from
blood
the display
magic.
cases at the end.
Yeah.
At the end of the blueprints are no longer bound to the tile set of the base item type of the blueprint. So
They're talking about heists now, guys. Log out.
So you can get kind of any of the rewards. You can get
Talking
replicas
about
from any of them.
heists.
You can get
Log out.
alternate base types from any of them. Or
All right, what the hell are these
experimented
things
base
called
types,
again?
And you can get now currency. One thing
Tincture.
we did do is buff the currency.
What is a
like we did
tincture?
certainly
Is that a
obviously
real word?
acknowledge losing the gems removes some of the
Tincture.
value from running heist. Quite a lot of it. So we did do.
A tincture
we buffed the
is an
currency just to
extract
make
of
it better,
plant
so
or
when you do
animal
get to the
material
end, you have less,
dissolved
like,
in
miss cases
ethanol.
where you just get like 2 chance orbs.
What
So,
the fuck, dude?
From completing a blueprint, that's just like completely insufficient. We have added new focusing.
Stoners know
trying to
about
make
it.
Chase ones. but
Trust. Okay.
It's pretty hard to reliably make chase uniques because the meta and the players kind of.
These seem
ultimately
like they could be
control
pretty
what that
good.
is.
Let's check out what
But
this
we've
thing's
tried
all
to add
about.
more powerful ones. We have rebalanced a number of replica uniques, and we've rebalanced a lot of experimented base types,
No
including
gems.
trying to emphasize that the jewelry, the amulets, and the rings have some very, very powerful alternatives. Honestly, they're probably probably the best amulet you can get now is an experimented base type amulet. But obviously, they're pretty hard to find.
What's with all
and you'd
this
have to
no
craft it, of
socketed
course.
gems modifier
5
shit?
new replica uniques, I believe,
Yes, I believe there's
Barkskin.
5 new replica uniques. Yeah.
and 10 other uniques in this expansion, so 15 new
Yep.
uniques total.
Yep.
I don't think we
15
mentioned
uniques. Okay.
Nice. So safe to say, heist will be something you'll be keeping a close eye on then to make sure that the rewards
Avoid
are
ailments.
up to par now after this removal.
Avoid
I hope so
non-damaging
for sure. I mean, me
ailments.
personally, I'm just
Per
excited
mark.
about those experimented base type amulets and rings. Like before, we had the -1 prefix, +1 suffix, and now you've got like -3 prefix, +3 suffix.
Rares
and
have
-3
mini-map
suffix, +3.
icons.
You know,
What?
The inverted
What is
that,
this?
like, it's like, what kind of ring can you make when you've got
Rares have mini-map
six
icons.
prefixes?
What
So
the
is that
hell?
better, is that worse, or like 6 suffixes, and then there's like ones that reduce the amount of. There's ones that reduce the amount of prefixes but increase the potency of suffixes.
Yeah,
and
enchants
stuff
are
like
gone,
that. And
man.
So
They are
I'm hearing
gone.
about this, man.
yeah.
That's a nerf.
like,
That's a
jeez.
big nerf, but you got to see what the
Facial
transfigured
expression as well
Frostblades
than
gem is going to be. So,
It's like, you sure about this?
yeah, high spaces will be the best
Colin and I have
bases.
seen
Yeah.
the code to handle this stuff, and we're both like, "Ooh, how does?"
Can apply tinctures to your weapons.
Nice. I like when seeing devs learn about these things for the first
75%
time.
effect per empty flask
So good.
slot.
There's always so
what is
much
this
going
here?
on that it is nearly impossible.
Can
for
apply them
everyone
to your
know everything.
weapons.
Yeah,
So you can
for
use
sure, yeah.
these on
That
your
makes sense.
weapons.
So people are obviously pretty excited about the transfigured gems. They do look quite exciting, and that's a lot of effectively new skills for us to play with.
Okay, this could
But
be insane,
It does
too.
kind of raise the question about one of the more controversial decisions with this change is that, well, the Labyrinth, it has fairly different gameplay than most of Path of Exile. It's got like a lot of environmental hazards and traps and puzzles and a labyrinthian layout. And
oh, Flash, what is
naturally,
this
that's
ad?
not
Twitch.
exactly super wildly popular content for people to run. Not everyone
Twitch.
wants to play
What
that.
is this shit?
So can you tell me about the decision to make Transfigured Gems specifically a reward for Labyrinth? Especially since it looks like something that you'll want to run a lot to get more of them.
Well, a few things to talk about here. I mean, the Labyrinth is.
Wait,
know,
you
I
can
understand.
only-
I understand how
If
some
you
people
take
feel
this
about it, people don't. But
ascendancy,
one thing is, it
you
is
mean?
core content that you do run through the campaign, and you do to ascend.
You have to take this
and
ascendancy
we wanted
to
it to
use
be that the
tinctures?
transfigured gem system is accessible there, as opposed to like say where alternate qualities were in Heist, even though there was a kind of soft mandatory nature of having alternate
Coat their
qualities.
weapons.
It's like, well, you know, it was the same problem. I don't want to
Wait,
run
so
Heist,
do you
let's
still
say, in a
have to
given
put
league,
this
or someone
on a
does and someone
flash
doesn't,
slot
and
though?
so
Like
you
this
have to
takes
trade
up a
for it.
flash slot, or
And so for
it
that
doesn't take up a flash
case,
slot?
it's the exact same thing, right? You can trade for these transfigured gems, of course.
So does this?
But we've done two things as well. So obviously, when you get to the end of it, you put your gem in. You can pick for
I
the
don't know,
one of
whatever.
3 outcomes.
We'll figure that out later.
It maintains its level and its quality.
That seems that's
as to
weird
what you
wording
put
though.
in, so the skill doesn't just become worse, at least in that regard.
That's weird wording.
But sometimes
it takes
there
up
is
a
an option
weapon.
that
It
will
applies to your
transfer
weapon, but
format
it takes up a
directly
flash slot.
into
Like
its
that's weird.
Transfigured counterpart. which means if you don't want to, like, you know, take the gamble and just keep trying to pick random ones, you can wait for that and convert your, say, Firestorm directly into a transfigured Firestorm. So that at least will make that a bit easier. But yeah, ultimately, I wanted it to be somewhere where it was introduced early enough, around level 30 is about right. So you're not, like, you know, waiting until end game before you can get these. Like, a player can experience these through the campaign, get a feel for them, get used to them, and level them up, instead of getting to end game and then completely changing their entire build. Like, it being early enough, and Labyrinth is around the point where that is, like, you know, a good place to commit to that. And also, you're already doing it for your Ascendancy, so it's a good way to introduce the mechanic to those players, as opposed to just kind of putting it somewhere a little bit random and a little bit hidden. So that's the primary motivation.
Path of Exile has a lot of content that is going to vary depending on player taste. You know, some people like Delve, some people don't, and that content has specific rewards, and those rewards.
So you
are
can
almost always
transfigure your
tradable.
gems in the
And
very
so in this
first
case,
lab.
If you want one of the gems, you can also trade for it if you don't like that.
In the very first lab, you can do it.
I'm interested in that idea of like players running into it as a course of their regular gameplay. Does that mean there's a pretty good likelihood then that each time you run like Normal Crawl and Merciless Labyrinth and whatnot for the first time, and say you only do them those times, that you're going to actually get a pretty relevant gem reward upgrade each run?
The option is always there. So one of the crafts on the bench is always to convert it to a transfigured gem. So it's not like that one's random.
Makes Divine Font a lot more appealing. Yeah, because
whether
it's
or not you
guaranteed
get the
reward.
one you exactly want,
It's
obviously isn't
guaranteed
reliable,
reward,
but
right?
you will
Targeted.
always get
Guaranteed targeted
the
reward.
common one that's what
That's
there is. If you put
huge.
in an int gem, you will get a transfigured int gem back. So at least it's likely if you put in a spell, you'll get a spell. And if you don't want to take it, you can just
Wait a minute, wait.
take your gem back and then
Wait, is that not
try
how it
again
works?
next time? So it doesn't like force you to. So you can
Wait a
put your
minute.
primary skill in there, hoping for the best. And if you don't get it, you take it back and then just keep playing your build, or you run it again if you want, or you can wait till.
Wait a minute. You get a
and it is
random
worth
gem
noting
back?
that,
You don't
let's
get
say
the gem that you put in?
this a bit
Is
later
that what
in the
they're
game,
saying?
But the Uber Labyrinth has 2 crafts by default instead of 1 now.
If you put
So
in
when
a
you get to the
Frostblades
end,
gem, you don't
like,
get a
you get few
Frostblades
more
gem
opportunities
back.
at
You
doing
get
it,
a
and that's
random fucking gem
doing,
back.
like,
Is that what he
one
just said?
tactic could be knowing that the easiest labyrinth is the shortest and easiest to get through, obviously being lower level and shorter.
Let's
You
go back
can,
and
at,
let's
like-
go back
like
and
a high-level
watch
player
that
could
clip
just
again
go
and see.
Run that a number of times just to try and get the right
Go back.
transfigured gem. But obviously you won't get a lot of the good crafts and a lot of the good rewards that also come from it. But if that was
Hi,
your
I'm
way
Chris
to try
Wilson.
and get the
Hold on.
your
Let's watch it
most
again and
appropriate
see.
transfigured gem the fastest, like that is a tactic you could do. So it's not really meant to be
Where is it?
ultra taxing and time consuming to try and get the one you want. But again, as said, if you
It's right here.
buy it.
That sounds like, from a reward perspective, that it's quite good for both lab runners and also people just doing it just the once as they go through. So I like the reward sounds of that. But are there any planned changes to running the labyrinth itself or making the labyrinth better in the future?
Where's the
we went
font
over
screen?
that a lot. And as a simple, again,
is.
going back to
Right here.
like we think of it like this: we could have done that, or we
A
could have
random
added ultimatum.
gem
It's
of
a
the
resourcing
same
problem.
color.
Not to say those are the 2 options, but what I'm saying is that it is
Transformed
very,
to be a random transfigured version.
what it needs is a lot
Okay,
of
so
love,
it is
and
the
we
same.
need the time
Wait a
to
minute,
do
it is the
so
same.
yes, we had a massive list
Transform
of
a
changes of
skill
things we
gem to
wanted
be a
do,
random
and we just
transfigured
couldn't
version.
find the time to do it.
So that means it stays the
something I
same gem.
definitely would love to do later for sure. Because
All right, next league, guys. Good. Nice. Cool.
A random gem of the same
Sounds good.
color.
I was about to joke confirmed, but that's a bit dangerous.
I said it for you.
Wait a minute.
Will we
Why
get to
would
see
you
all the
ever do
gems
this
before
version? Why would you ever do
launch?
this
Transfer
one?
Gems?
If you could just
it
do
is our
this one
intention
and get
to
the
start
exact gem
posting
you
them,
want,
yes, as we're still churning through them.
why would you ever do
I
this
think our plan is
random one?
to,
I don't
start
understand.
like we'll do a
Wait a
series
minute.
of posts. I could be wrong.
And what's this
community
level
team can
5 here
correct me
mean?
at some
This
point,
is
but
1
I think it's to do a
1
series
5.
of posts.
What's that mean?
And as we then make more, we'll just do more posts and just keep adding them until the last.
Crafts
very possible
remaining
moment.
3.
It's
Right.
worth
How did he
mentioning
get
this kind of
3
content
usages
because
of
it's so
this?
parallel and because
Wait a
so
minute.
many, like
Crafts
every game is
remaining
optional, so there are so many
3.
possibilities. We just start 200, and then the ones that are finished get released, and the other ones get
They're
released
both
later or
random?
scrapped, and we
It
don't
doesn't
know what
say
the set's
random
gonna be
gem
currently,
though.
and we
It
just
says
keep going to the
this
last
one
minute
says
getting
random
something.
gem. This one just says a
Should be in there.
random version.
All right. For standard players, what's happening to existing alt quality gems and lab enchant items and stuff like that? They sticking
Sacrifice
around?
a gem for treasure
I think
keys?
the enchants remain. Alt quality gems, I do believe all of this will be in the patch notes after this, so I might say
Patch notes!
But,
Yes!
I do believe alt quality gems just get converted to regular quality, retain.
Yeah, I got a
value.
Grand Spectrum and
the
SSF
quality-
too.
the
Remember, that's how I got. I
quality
sold it
that
for like
that is
60
now.
divines when I
Oh,
migrated.
yeah, well,
that's how I
yeah,
paid
that's-
for
it's
my
worth noting that
headhunter.
The quality on every or almost every single gem, I think.
Treasure keys is just
I think
these
the word
things, though.
quality
These
appears
things hardly ever drop
314 times in
anything
the patch
besides the
notes,
Grand
I think is
Spectrums.
what
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
There has been a substantial.
I don't know. I feel like
quality
transfigured gems
adjustment
are going to
to
be
all the
big,
skills.
so I don't know if you're going to want to take
question
those.
a little bit, but we're going with a more multiplicative approach there. So instead of like just a lot of gems being 20% increased damage or 10%
Okay, where's
increased
the
attack
ring?
speed, we're going
Where's that
trying
one
to
ring?
really look at what is the skill doing. Like if it's something that is about duration, we instead
Right
add
here?
duration, but instead of doing 20% increased duration, we're adding like +1.
Maximum quality is
2
200%.
seconds, you know, like or +0.1 per quality.
This
type
has
thing.
so much
So
shit
it's
on
meant
it,
to be
dude.
more multiplicative as opposed to increases, because there were skills where obviously the more of the increase you have on the passive tree, the worse the quality becomes, or vice versa. So yeah, but this is, I think, changed with a lot of the base skills as well, mind you. I think Discharge in particular is one where it's like it has increased area of effect per charge.
No, but wait a minute,
consumed,
Spraz. If
where
there's a
that
Giga
obviously could get into
expensive
a massive
one,
amount of increased
why
area of
wouldn't
effect,
you
which
just
means if
take
you're playing
that gem
build,
with
then
you
investing
and just
into,
put
like, a
that
10%
gem in
increased area of
instead
effect
and
node on the
transform
tree
that one?
is
Why would you
ultimately
ever
doing
want to
nothing,
do
like
the
you're going
random
from
one?
200% increase to
Why wouldn't
210,
you
like
just
it
get
kind of
that
doesn't
gem
matter.
and put that gem
But
in there?
now, so that's
you
been
know?
changed to be multiplicative as well. So as we've gone through and done this qualities, we've tried to do that on a lot more gems to make the gem
18% attack
more like
speed.
about its base stats, and the passive tree is multiplying that as opposed to adding with those stats, which does yield a fairly large amount more power for a lot
Is
of
this
these
ring good?
skills.
That sounds like a quality change. I love it.
Maybe this ring is good,
Sorry,
dude.
couldn't help.
Maybe this ring actually is pretty
We are
good.
just
This has
about-
got a lot of
we've
shit
run
on
over
it, dude.
time, but just a couple more questions.
It's got
before we finish
attributes,
up
it's
today.
got crit multi,
So
it's
in the
got
past, it's been
life,
difficult
it's
for
got
expansions
all
to come
resist,
packaged with
it's
some
got
pretty
attack
substantial
speed.
changes to skill balance. Obviously, we're getting like a ton of new skills. That's obviously affecting.
This
like,
ring
skill
actually has a
meta
lot
and
of shit
whatnot.
on it.
But the last few leagues haven't really had much in the way of skill balance.
Skill
and
balance.
We're finding like, player expectations there, and is that something that you're continuing to like not do, or any thoughts about that?
Again, a lot of it comes down to honestly time, but for this one, I really wanted to do something that wasn't just playing that almost cat and mouse game of like upskill A and then next league upskill B to be comparable, and then maybe it goes too far, so then you upskill A again, and if you don't do that, it's just nerf central, right? So where we do that for some extreme cases where we bring them down, I wanted to do something that really wasn't
So we go for empower.
let's up cleave by 10% and something else by 10%,
Yes.
and again,
Okay,
noting I
yes,
don't want to
exactly.
add mechanical
It sounds like it'll be
complexity to a lot
much
of
easier
skills,
to get
especially
enlightens and
early,
empowers
because
in
it just
SSF
makes
now.
them more
It'll be
convoluted
much
and
easier because
confusing.
you can target farm them.
So this was a system that allowed us to not play that game, but yet add thousands and thousands or millions of possible permutations, and we're going to be less hesitant, given time resources, less hesitant to change the balance and change alternate gems or add new ones. So it's given us a system that allows us to do future balance a lot.
This right here is going to let you
without
target farm
compromising
them.
kind of that core game.
There's
and that new
different
player
shit that's
experience
showing
at
up here,
all.
though.
It does. It's also like, I mean,
There's different
the quality
shit showing
changes
up
are
here.
a pretty substantial.
Let's
balance
watch
change
this
to
segment
existing
again.
skills. Like that's a big.
Oh no, that is
that is a big
for
thing.
sure, and
Yeah,
and a number of skills have changed. Like
Yeah,
what
I
we've
like
done
it
is
too. Spraz.
simplified
I'm
some
a
base
fan of
skills,
what I'm seeing. I'm a fan.
because we have,
It seems
and then
really
what
cool.
we've done is taken what they were
'Cause
doing.
lab
So
enchants are fucking
an example
boring,
of
let's
something
be
we're
honest.
trying to do.
Lab
I don't actually know if
enchants
we've
are
done this
fucking
because
boring. This seems much more
maybe
interesting.
Not. I know I probably shouldn't mention things like this, but for example, you get ethereal knives, and it's got all this talk about lingering blades going on. And yeah, most people who play the game in advance know what lingering blades are, but like a new player is not going to know that at all. So ideally we return EK to its former glory of what it was, and then we add an alternate gem that's really emphasizing that lingering blades mechanic and benefiting from that. And then we add another alternate, whatever, how many more alternate gems we want to. So it's allowing us to restore some of those, especially lower level gems, to their simplest forms, as what they should be, and then also give them a rebalance. I think often it's resulting in them being a little bit stronger early, which is going to change a little bit. But I like the resultant a lot better, where you're not getting overwhelmed with this kind of almost unnecessary information early, and then you get this alternate gem that's really emphasizing that mechanic more, and if you then go down that path, it can become even stronger than it ever was.
if a player is approaching the feedback of there need to be balance changes based on the fact that they feel there's some staleness in the metagame, if they feel they're playing the same kind of pool of builds for a number of leagues in a row, then the transfigured gem stuff will have fixed that, right? Like every build is now affected by there being multiple different versions of the skill available.
For sure.
There will be, it is going to look entirely different.
Oh!
And it's worth noting, transfigured gems.
We don't
came
need
from
balance
sitting down with
changes,
Mark
guys.
and saying,
That's what Chris
players
just
have an
said. He said you don't
expectation
need
for
balance
significant
changes because you're getting
Problem
new
is we can't
gems.
really
You're
do
getting
anything.
transfigured
At the point of,
gems.
like, having to make the skills more complicated, what can we do? And Mark suggested transfigured gems, which as Jonathan
Okay,
Blow would
Chris.
say, there was a tons of
Okay,
gold on the
Chris.
ground to pick up
Chris,
for that
get your
design.
ass back in the office, Chris.
So
Get
much
your ass back in the
for
office, Chris.
And absolutely is going to affect every build in the game.
Great. So conversely, talking about ascendancy changes, last league Chieftain underwent a pretty big overhaul, but its rework seemed to have few fans in the end. It's at around 2% pick rate for most of the league in softcore, although it did gain some fans in
Chieftain.
hardcore.
He said the Chieftain change
What sort of goals
sucked.
do you have, like larger ascendancy changes like that, and do you feel like the Chieftain hit the mark?
The Chieftain sucks. GGG.
2%'s not bad, to be honest. It's still, what, 10 times higher, 20 times higher than what it was. Or maybe even infinitely higher, because I think it was 0.0% for a while.
He said 2%'s not bad,
but honestly,
guys.
I would say it
2% play of the Chieftain is not bad.
When it comes to ascendancy balance, like
What?
2% is
What?
probably less of a failure than 25%. Because if everyone's playing it, it's ridiculous. Or we go back to like Slayer Cyclone era where there's 51% or something. You know, I'm going off Pro Ninja numbers, obviously, so high level players. But that's within a kind of like era realm of acceptability. But yes, I would say like in an ideal world, it would have been a little bit better than what it was. So, but geez, it's hard to get that perfectly right, like for sure. But yeah, and obviously if something does get used in hardcore and sees more use there, that is something we like to see, and that's cool. Whether or not it's intentional or accidental.
Fix the goddamn gladiator,
Generally,
GGG.
Just the player
Chris!
discovering what's best, like
Jonathan!
around that kind of thing.
Mark!
But,
Fix the fucking gladiator!
Is it something you're going to continue
Make gladiator great
working on
again.
then? Like, not
Please.
Chieftain specifically, but also just in general, trying to get something right with those pre-existing ascendancies?
It'll every so often it's going to come up where we rebalance
And assassin,
a
dude.
given set of them.
They
or
need to fix
maybe we do
gladiator,
a,
they need to fix
wide-sweeping
assassin,
numerical changes, or maybe we
and,
take two
what
and
else?
completely redesign them.
Raider.
Or take one
They
and
need to
redesign
make
it, but
Raider
again,
better,
it's
too.
all at the expense of something else, and we just have to weigh those decisions. Like again, there's no time to do that when you have 100 to 200 between there of transfigured gems to make. It's the same people doing those things. So
Thank you for the build. My
we just have to make
experienced
those
friend
choices
named
as to
it
what we wanna do. And
anti-fork.
maybe there is a
Clears
better
everything, costs nothing.
metagame thing we could be doing, but eventually we're going to circle back to them.
Will it be able to clear ultimatum? Oh yeah, it'll be able to do ultimatum. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, technically, yes, there are.
Glad, bleed good, fix the fizz, confusing
Awesome
shit.
stuff. Thank you very much for spending so
Yeah.
much time with us for the Q&A today.
Yeah, the fizz
We did run a
multi
bit
and the
over
bleed
time.
multi
I
and the
appreciate that.
fizz
It was
damage.
a pleasure to talk to you all.
Bleed,
Thank you, Chris.
bleed is one of the most
Jonathan,
complicated
and Mark.
mechanics in the game, and
Thank
it really
you.
shouldn't
much
be.
gets
Yeah,
appreciated.
thanks.
Well,
Thank
great
you.
to talk to you.
And I
Righty.
hope to see
That's
some
it. It's over.
epically
Patch
crazy
notes.
builds on release day.
Patch notes.
Yeah, awesome stuff.
Hardwood.
Thanks very much for watching, folks.
All right, awesome. Thanks.
All right, that's it. The stream is over. I'm just gonna leave this on. The stream's over. Are the patch notes out? Nope, they're not up. Where's the patch notes? Patch notes when? Patch notes when? Just missed it. You didn't really miss much, Kennel. You didn't really miss much, honestly. The reveal wasn't that big. It really wasn't. The Q&A, two-thirds of that Q&A, they talked about PoE 2. And they talked about the intricacies of the crossbow explosions and shit. Like, I don't care about that. And then they talked about Affliction League a little bit. Oh, they are up. What, did they just come up 2 seconds ago? Where are they at? Oh yeah, they literally just uploaded it right now. Okay, here we go. Content update. Control F. Heat Shiver. The Heat Shiver unique helmet now has gained 30% of cold damage as extra fire damage. Previously 100%. Ooh, still the best helmet, guys. It's still the best helmet. It's still the best helmet. Because you're getting 60% still. You're still getting 60%, not 30. It's not 30, it's 60. Cuz look, you still get 1% damage per chill effect. Okay? So you didn't have 100% before. You had 130% before. So now you're going to have 60%. It won't proc Trinity now, though. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. Trinity might be dead. This is a big change. It's a big change, but it's probably it's probably still the best helmet because you're still gonna get 60% damage. You're still gonna get 60% cold as fire, which is still probably the best helmet in the game. Yeah. Okay. That's unfortunate. Frostblades. What is it? Quality now causes extra projectiles. Okay, that's fucking useless, dude. That is unfortunate. That's unfortunate, dude. Extra projectiles don't do anything for Frostblades. Extra projectiles? Is it worth getting fire damage? It might be. Yeah. It might be worth getting like a fire damage prefix on your weapon now instead of a fizz damage prefix. It's possible. Yeah. The build's going to be different now for sure. That change is going to be significant enough to make the build have to change a bit in order to... You're either going to have to do some changes to make Trinity work, or you're going to have to not use Trinity. So either way, the build is going to have to go through some pretty significant changes. But we'll get to that. This is so shitty, man. This is so stupid. I don't like this at all. Who are the people that are making people think that extra projectiles are good for Frostblades? Because they're not. They're not good. You don't need them for clear because your Herald of Ice is what does your clear. And they don't do anything for the melee strike, which is what you do for bossing. So extra projectiles is fucking shit. But prod speed is not shit because prod speed makes your projectiles go farther away from you, which makes your clear better. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. It's gonna be awesome with the Warcry loot thing. Yeah, that Warcry build is probably gonna be nuts now. What else we got? Nightblade. Nightblade. Nothing for Nightblade. Okay, that's good. How about Elusive? Elusive. Withering Step. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, so Nightblade crit multi did not get touched. So, it's all just the Heat Shiver change. Heat Shiver change is big. Okay. I was planning to play Frostblades next league. Will it still be able to both clear all bosses and map quickly? Yeah, it will definitely still be able to do that. Yep. This change this is a big nerf though. I won't sugarcoat it. This is a pretty big nerf. The build is going to be substantially weaker now because of this change right here. This nerf is pretty substantial. I'm surprised by this. I didn't think they were going to do this. I gotta say. I said I didn't think they were going to change it, and I was wrong. They nerfed it. Let me think. It's not quite a 70% damage nerf. It looks like it's a 70% damage nerf, but it's not that. It's not a 70% nerf on the item, and it's definitely not a 70% nerf to the build either. Let's do some math. So you had 130 before, and this is going down to 60. So you're losing 70... 60 divided by 130. So it's 46% as strong as it was before. It's It's 54% weaker. Heat Shiver is 54% weaker than it was before, which is a pretty fucking big nerf. So since half of Frostblade's damage came from Heat Shiver, you lost about a quarter of your damage basically. This means that Frostblades is losing about a quarter of its damage, roughly. Roughly 1/4 of its damage is going to be gone. Maybe slightly more. Probably not 30%, but probably like 27, 28% of Frostblade's damage is gone from Heat Shiver, which that's unfortunate. But it's not enough to make the build unplayable. It's definitely not enough to make the build unplayable or anything. It's just going to require some Trinity. It's going to require some Trinity tuning. That's all. The only thing it matters is for Trinity, it's going to require Trinity to be like tuned and tweaked a little bit to figure out how to make it work. Yeah, that's if you can still maintain Trinity, yeah. But I think that'll be doable. I think it'll be doable. How about the damage loss from the quality changes? The quality didn't give you damage before. This doesn't give you damage. Projectile speed does not give you damage. So this change doesn't do anything. This change just basically makes your clear a little bit worse. Can we do some POBing on Trinity? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Depends on when these fridge people show up and I don't know. Okay, let's go through these patch notes. So let's try to speed run these patch notes a little bit here. Wisps, Affliction League. I don't ever really usually read this shit because it's just saying the same shit that they said in the announcement. Heat Shiver cheaper. Oh yeah, Heat Shiver's gonna be. That's another thing though. Heat Shiver's gonna be dog shit cheap now, guys. Heat Shiver's not gonna be expensive anymore, which is good. Do auras have the alternatives? No, he said they don't. They don't have them. Make up for it in the new Ascendancy stuff? Yeah. We're going to make up that power somewhere else. Yeah, so don't worry. That power is going to be made up for elsewhere. So it's all good. It's all good. Ultimatum changes. New content. Ultimatum. 4 new div cards. Uniques have been added to the core drop pool. Okay, these are all the Tota uniques. Okay, that's fine. 16 new unique items, 5 new base types, more foiled reliquary key items, audio for Ranger and Scion, incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, and environments. Okay, Ultimatum changes. Ultimatum is back to the core game, replacing Metamorph. 8% chance to find a Trial Master. Okay. 10 rounds by default. Yo! This is big. 10 rounds by default is huge because it wasn't like that. It was a random amount of rounds. Sometimes your ultimatums would end after round 7 or 8, I think. So going to 10 by default is actually, that's significant. You have a chance to go to the Trial Master on the 10th round. Yep. Okay, rather than this being guaranteed. Okay, yeah, that's true. Before, if you made it to wave 10, it was guaranteed you would fight the Trial Master, but now it's going to be random, so that makes sense. Modifiers rebalanced. Okay. Previously had 3 tiers, have 4 tiers of difficulty. Okay, that's cool. So it's going to be a little bit harder. Monsters in Ultimatum no longer drop loot other than the Trial Master. Okay, that's fine. The loot doesn't really come from the monsters anyway. The loot comes from the reward. New Tainted Catalysts can be attained from the Trial Master. Okay, yep. That only comes from the Trial Master? Holy shit, really? That's going to be rare as fuck then. That's going to be hella rare. What's Ultimatum? It's like Ritual, kind of, except you do multiple waves. And you get a reward each time. You get a new reward each time, and then you get to choose, do you want to stop and take your rewards, or do you want to keep going? But if you fail, you lose all of it. You lose all your rewards if you fail. Catalysts are from Ultimatum. Vol aspects combine into a new unique jewel. A new unique jewel from the Vol aspects. Okay, interesting. Unique Ultimatum map can no longer be opened in the map device. Vendor 5 inscribed ultimatums. Okay, good. Round count display Kirat can offer map missions for an ultimatum. Okay. Kirat can now offer maps for purchase. Area contains ultimatum. Okay, good. Catalysts are no longer from ritual. Okay. Or delirium. Or from incubators. Metamorph rewards have been replaced with ultimatum rewards. Okay. Delirium orbs are replaced. Incubators are replaced. Expedition remnant modifiers are replaced. Reduce the amount of catalysts from Tujin and other places. Metamorph scarabs have been replaced by ultimatum scarabs. Yes! Ultimatum scarabs. Ultimatum on every fucking map. Yes! Yes! Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting, dude. Ultimatum Scarab! Yes! Okay, let's see. Higher tier Scarabs granting increased experience or causing them to grant additional rewards as though you completed additional rounds. Okay, that's sick, dude. That is sick. Holy shit. Okay, I gotta start looking out for this fridge delivery truck. Metamorph map crafting option and sextant modifiers have been replaced with ultimatum versions. Okay. Metamorph clusters on the Atlas tree have been replaced with ultimatum clusters on the passive tree. Okay. Okay, this one on the Atlas tree, 15% chance for an ultimatum, and then 3 with a 5% chance. Okay, so this is 30% chance to get ultimatum. That's pretty big. This cluster gives you 8% spawn 8% more monsters and spawn 8% monsters, 5% chance to contain ultimatum encounter, or grant increased experience. Okay, good. Good. Prove yourself worthy causes ultimatums to start a tier higher. Okay. 25% chance to duplicate rewards. Holy shit. Okay, that's big. 3% reduced radius each round. Oh shit, that's sketchy as hell. That is sketchy as hell. Cause them to grant rewards as though you complete an additional round. Okay, that's big. That's a big notable right there. New cluster, which contains Ruinous Wager and Conquer the Stones. The small intervals is 5% chance. Okay, this is a lot of notables. Holy shit. Ruinous Wager causes ultimatum monsters to apply ruin with their special abilities. Ultimatum monsters and modifiers in your maps deal 50% less damage. Ultimatum monsters deal 50% less damage, and you fail on 7 ruin. Okay. So this makes it like you take less damage, but it's like easier to fail. 100% increased chance to require you to stand in the stone circles. Okay, that's a modifier. This is one of the modifiers that Ultimatum has that requires you to like go stand in a circle for a second and then go stand in another circle for a second until it like deactivates. 25% increased radius. It's one of the easier ones. It's one of the easier modifiers because it doesn't do damage to you and shit. Okay, survive the assault notable. Only require you to survive. Okay, this is the easiest one. 20% reduced duration. Okay, if you've never played Ultimatum League, this is not going to make any sense to you. This isn't going to make any sense to you if you never played Ultimatum League. But these are like there's different types of ultimatums waves where you have to do certain shit. In some of the waves you have to stand in circles. In some of the waves you just have to survive. In some of the waves you have to what's the other one? Slaughter them all. You just have to kill all the monsters. Yeah. So some of them like you have to survive a set time no matter how many monsters you kill, and then some of them you just have to kill all the monsters, and then some of them you have to stand in the circles. And then some of them you have to protect the altar in the middle, and then what's the other one? Maybe that's it. This is the one where you protect the altar. 10% chance to be Inscribed Ultimatum reward. Okay, that's cool. 3 additional rounds, but makes it so you cannot choose which modifier is applied. Okay, this is the one they talked about during the live stream. This one's crazy. This one is the one they talked about during the live stream. Crazy. Rusted is guaranteed ultimatum. Yeah. You're gonna do a couple POBs, like D4 events. I don't know. I didn't play. I don't even remember what the fucking D4 events were. They were shit. 50% chance for unique rewards. Okay. 50% chance for currency rewards. Okay. 50% chance for divination card rewards. There's a lot of ultimatum shit. Holy crap. Ultimatum boss to drop a full stack of catalysts. Okay, that's cool. If you get to the boss. Ultimatum encounters have a 30% chance for the final round to include a boss. Okay, that's big. 4 passives cause 10% increased chance for the final round to include a boss. Okay, so you're going to get to fight the Draw Master a lot, probably. Maps to have no chance to contain ultimatum. Okay, this is just the block node. Shepherd of Souls granted by the unique scepter no longer causes Vol skills to gain consumed souls. It now causes 80% less soul cost. Yao-Max Accord. What the hell is this? Yao-Max Accord. Oh yeah, this weird thing. Okay. I don't care about that. Accelerating and unstable catalyst can now be obtained from catalyst sources outside of Ultimatum. Stash tab converted. Affinity changed. Okay, good. Metamorph removed. Okay, this shit's added to the core drop pool. Okay. Div cards can now be found in these maps. Sextant modifiers have been converted to ultimatum encounters. Okay. Shifting Ire has been removed from the Foundry map boss fight. Shifting Ires have been captured in a ritual vessel. Okay, I have no idea what the hell that means. Other league changes. When Delirium Fog has ceased its movement, walking out of the mist will no longer cause the fog to dissipate. Wait a minute. When Delirium Fog has ceased its movement due to players engaging in other league content, walking out of the mist will no longer cause the fog to dissipate. Okay, this is huge. This is a huge change right here. This is going to make Delirium farming so much nicer. Because now, whenever you're doing a league mechanic and you walk out of the fog's not going to disappear. That's crazy good. Reduce the drop rate of Forbidden Sanctums. Rip Sanctum Runners, dude. Reduce the drop rate of the unique relic shit. Following maps have been added back. Let's see. Ancient City sucks. Arid Lake's pretty good. Ashenwood's pretty good. Bramble Valley sucks. Burial Chambers. Canyon. Yes, Canyon's good. Conservatory sucks. Core sucks. Crater is kind of sucks. Crimson Township's okay. Crystal Ore is okay. Desert sucks. Dig sucks. Dry Sea is pretty good. Fields is pretty good. Foundry sucks. Garden sucks. Ghetto sucks. Grotto's okay. Jungle Valley's good. Laboratory sucks. Overgrown Ruins sucks. Park is really good. Plaza sucks. Ramparts kind of sucks. Relic Chambers kind of sucks. Sepulture sucks. Spider Lair sucks. Waste Pool back. Yes! They took out Toxic Sewers and Waste Pool last league, didn't they? So now we're getting Waste Pool back at least. Which Waste Pool is not as good as Toxic Sewer because it has the phased boss, right? But it's still a good map. Alright, maps removed. We starting Frostblade's Trickster? I don't know yet. Maybe. Probably. We got to figure out how to make it work, though, because Heat Shiver got kind of destroyed. But we'll figure it out. It's still going to be strong. All right, Rip Alleyways, Barrows, Beach. Oh, Rip Beach, dude. What else? This map sucks. Graveyard. Haunted Mansion. Laline, Malformation, Pen. Man, they're taking out Phantasmagoria and Malformation. Those are both good maps. Silo. Sulphur Vents, Sunken City, Terrace, Tower, Waterways. Okay, so they're keeping all the best ones. They're keeping Dunes. They're keeping Tropical Island. They're keeping Strand. Burial Chambers is back. Canyon is back. So there's going to be some good maps to run this league. The only really one is Beach. We lost Beach and what else? That's really the best one. Map tiers have been shuffled. Map bosses required to upgrade your Pantheon differently. Yep. Crimson Temple, yeah. Crafting recipes moved. Div cards moved. The Demon and the Wrath can now be found in the Crater map. Master can be found in the fields. Transfigured Gems. Okay, let's read this. Alternate quality shit. Oh, hold on, my phone's ringing. Oh, guys, the fridge people are 15 minutes away, and I gotta go. Like, I gotta like empty my fridge out real quick, and I gotta like move some shit so they can get it in here easily. Um, damn it, damn it! I don't think I have time to like finish this. How much? How much more? Oh man, did they do balance? Did they do a lot of balance changes? What is all this? Skill gem changes. Is there actually a lot of balance changes here? Oh man, I gotta read a lot. I gotta read the rest of this shit. But I gotta go I gotta go handle my fridge business, guys. I don't know. Should I just go AFK? Should I just AFK for a while and like come in and out, or should I come back later? I think I'm just gonna AFK. Um, I have to AFK. How painful is the Peat Shiver nerf? It's about a quarter. It's about 25% nerf to Frostblades. Frostblades lost about a quarter of its damage because of that Heat Shiver nerf, and that's assuming you can maintain Trinity, which should be doable, but we'll see. All right, guys, I'm gonna BRB. I'm just gonna BRB. I gotta like do some shit. I'm getting a fridge delivered, so I have to like get it ready, and then I'll come back. But then they're gonna show up, and then when they show up, I'm gonna have to AFK for a while they put it in, install it, and shit. It shouldn't take that long, but just go read the patch notes, guys. Go read the patch notes. I'm gonna BRB in a minute. Alright, I'm back. I'm back for now. My fridge is ready. It's cleaned out, but I'm going to have to go again whenever they get here. I'm waiting for a fridge to be delivered, guys. And when they get here, which is going to be like in the next 5 minutes probably, I'm going to have to go AFK while they deliver it and install it and shit. But then I'll come back. I'll come back after, and then we'll read the rest of these patch notes. Okay? Don't forget to turn off the mic. Yeah, I will. Level 20 skill gem plus GCP recipe doesn't work. Can only do it with support gems now. Oh, you can still do it with support gems? Okay, that's fine then. So you can still do it for a majority of your gems. Or like the most important ones. Alright, where were we? We were right here. Okay, let's read this shit until they get here. All these things we're trying to subtly modify the behavior of skills. We've combined them into a new system called Transfigured Gems. Alt qualities of gems. Many of these with interesting variations. Some skill gems have had stats removed from the base gem and moved to the transfigured versions to provide more focused support for pre-existing alternate playstyles. Okay, what? The Divine Font is now a gem crafting device that can modify your gems into transfigured gems, add quality or experience, or sacrifice for one or more treasure keys. Substantial amount of damage dealing skills have had their quality stats buffed. In most cases, they'll be significantly more powerful than before and more interesting. Except for Frostblades, because +1 proj for Frostblades is fucking useless, so that's unfortunate. Vendor recipe for turning a 20 gem into a 20 quality gem. It no longer works with skill gems, as the benefit quality provides to scaling damage is more powerful. Except for on Frostblades. The vendor recipe can now only be used with non-awakened support gems. Okay, that's not that big a deal. Did I see Shiver? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. +2 proj. The proj speed on the quality wasn't that important, though. The quality wasn't that important, so it's not that big a change. The quality change doesn't really matter. Anomalous quality gems have been removed. Existing alt quality gems now have the base quality effect found on the gem. Prime and secondary regrading lenses are gone. Tainted blessings can no longer be obtained because you don't need them anymore because there's no more enchants. That makes sense. Following div cards are disabled. Okay, these are the ones that like give you enchants and shit. So those are gone. Grand Spectrum unique jewels no longer drop from Izzaro's chest. They can now drop from Labyrinth troves and Emperor's vaults found throughout the lab. Ew, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Yo, Joey, what's up, man? Ew, what is this? What is this, dude? That's gross. Imperial delirium orbs can no longer be obtained. Imperial. Which ones were Imperial? Were those metamorph ones? Or which one was Imperial? I don't even remember. Was that like enchant? Was that the one that gives you more enchanted items? Must be. Okay, incubators are changed. Labyrinth awards can no longer be obtained from other league content. Okay. Yeah, they're going to be 200 divines now instead of 60. Yeah, exactly. This changes. That's fucked, dude. That is fucked. Nobody wants to go do this shit. Nobody wants to go find these fucking things. Because those are like, you have to like go to side rooms to find those and shit. Logbook remnants don't have enchanted items anymore. Okay, yep. Enchanted shit's gone. Betrayal. Is this all related to transfigured gems? Leo's research safe house reward. Wait a minute. Leo's research reward is now a trapped stash. This was the white sockets. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's Verici. Never mind. That was Verici. Leo was... I don't remember what Leo was. Verici's betrayal safe house now reforges the colors, numbers of links. Oh, they're here, guys. The fridge, the delivery truck is here, guys. I have to go I have to AFK while my fridge gets delivered real quick, guys. It's probably going to take like, I don't know, 10 minutes or some shit, 15 minutes maybe. I don't know. It's going to take a little bit, guys. I'm going to have to AFK, and then I'll come back after. I'll come back after, and we will resume patch notes reading. I'll put a note on the screen so everybody knows what the hell's going on, okay? AFK while new refrigerator is installed. BRB in 15 minutes. Alright, guys. I'll be back. I'll be back after. Okay? I'll be back. And I gotta put my dog out so he doesn't fucking kill these guys. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back in like 15 minutes, guys. Yo, I'm back. I'm back. Guys, that took a long time. That took freaking forever, guys. They had to take my door off. They had to take off my door to get the fridge in, guys. That turned into quite a little ordeal there. But anyway, I'm back. I'm going to eat a cheese stick. What's going on? Anything else cool in the patch notes? Give me some spoilers. Any good spoilers? I'm back. Alright, we're back. Fridge is installed. Yep. Guys, look what I got. Guys, look what I got. I got a cheese stick, but that's not what I was going to show you. Look what else I got. Look at this. Woo! That's right, baby. My new CPU is here. Yep. It's here. Look at that. Ryzen 7 5800X3D. See that? My new processor. 5800X3D. That's right. This is a big boy processor right here. Big boy processor. This is going to be like a freaking triple speed upgrade for me because I'm using a 2600X, dude. Or not even X, just 2600. I'm using a Ryzen 5 2600. It's like a fucking 10-year-old processor. So this is going to be a massive upgrade to my computer. I'll install that later. Hinicore's lock no longer works on double corrupt. Wait, what? Aren't Hinicore's locks gone? Those are gone, aren't they? These guys think Frostblades is dead? Yeah, it's dead, guys. Don't buy any of the items. Don't buy yokes. Don't buy heat shivers. Yeah, sell me your transfigured Frostblades gems, guys. It's dead. The build's dead. Sorry, guys. Unfortunate. Sell me all your stuff, guys. I'll buy all your stuff for 1C. What's your thoughts on Frostblades? It might be a little weaker. It might be a little weaker than it was. But it's not really that big a deal. It's not like it's dead. We'll see. We'll get to it. We'll figure it out. We'll get to it. Let me get back to the patch notes here. All right, where was I at? Transfigured gems is what I was reading. Grand heists, endless misery jewels can no longer be obtained, as those benefits are now on transfigured skill gems. Vendor recipes have been removed. Anima Stone Unique no longer has +1 Golem. Golem builds should now be less dependent on this jewel, and instead the transfigured gems have that. So there's going to be transfigured Golem gems that give you +1 to number of golems. Okay, that's kind of interesting, I guess. Dead Reckoning Jewel no longer has minion all-res. It now causes skeletons to gain added chaos damage equal to 20 to 30% of ES on the shield. Summon up to 15 skeletal mages. Wait, does this mean Skelly Mages is dead? Skelly Mage build is now just got deleted? Is that what this is? Won't loss of helmet chance make it harder to fit in the auras? No, you didn't need to use that. You didn't need to use reservation helmet chant before anyway, so no. Makes it harder to drop the top accuracy cluster. Wait, what do you mean, Spraz? I saw you say that before. What do you mean about the accuracy cluster? Let me look. You're talking about this one? This cluster here? Harder to drop the top accuracy cluster. Let's see. No reservation enchant. doesn't matter. Your precision level, you're still going to be able to level your precision up. To drop the top, you need Enlighten. Oh yeah, well you needed it. You needed it before anyway. You needed one of the two before. Now you're just going to have to get Enlighten. Now the build just has to get Enlighten. It's no longer an option. Before it was an option. You could get a Helm Enchant or an Enlighten. Now you're just going to have to get an Enlighten. And until you get an Enlighten, you're probably going to need to get some accuracy somewhere else. Like temporarily. What's your take on the changes? Guys, how many times do you think I'm going to get asked that in the next hour? In the next hour, let's just for fun, let's keep track. We're going to keep track for fun. We're going to make a notepad. How many times will I be asked, is Frostblades good still? We're already at like 5. Okay, we're just gonna put it at 5. Okay, we're gonna leave it there for now. And every time I get asked, we'll increase that number. We'll just keep track just for fun. Just for fun, we'll keep track. Yeah, so before you get an Enlighten, you're gonna have to get more accuracy before you get your precision up. So that means you could take this. Taking this wheel is an option, or you could just get accuracy somewhere else instead. Either way. But let's get back to patch notes. We're not done with patch notes yet. Experimental base types, replica uniques have been changed. Transfigured gems are not detailed here. Changes made to base skill gems are detailed below. Skill gem changes. Alright, this is a lot of shit, dude. This is a fucking lot of shit. Holy crap. Are any of these changes gonna matter? Are any of these changes gonna be like enough to matter to change the meta, guys? Let's see. Let's go through it. Absolution, or are these just all quality? Wait a minute. Are these just all quality changes? Is that what every single one of these is? Oh my god, it doesn't fucking matter then. It's fucking irrelevant, isn't it? All these changes are irrelevant, aren't they? Because it's all just quality. Oh my god. Quality gives cooldown. Quality gives mark effect. Ambush is completely fucking irrelevant. Cooldown recovery rate increase. Ancestral Protector quality gives strike range. But that's just for the totem. It's not for your entire build. It's just for the totem, so this is fucking useless. Although this was useless before too, so. But now there's no Phantasmal Protector, which means that's a loss. Activation range. This doesn't really matter that much. Animate Guardian no longer has maximum life. Minions now deal more damage with melee or causes attacks to deal damage. It now has 0% life at level 1, scaling to 38 at level 20. Guardians have more life and have more damage. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. Don't care about Animate Weapon. Arc has a base crit chance of 6. Oh wow, that's a nice buff to Arc. It no longer has 10% chance of shock or provides effective lightning. It now has 15% more damage with hits and ailments for each remaining chain at all gem levels. So it added ailments. Is that what this change is? They're giving it the more damage for ailments. Is that what they added? Quality now causes the chill to scan chain 0 to 1 times instead of providing chance to shock. So you get an extra chain. I mean, our Arc already chains like a shitload of times, so that's not like that big. Arcane Cloak, buff effect instead of duration. Okay. Armor Brand, more damage with hits instead of cast speed. Okay. Nobody really plays hit-based Armageddon Brand, really. Artillery Ballista, +1 arrow instead of damage. Ball Lightning, AoE instead of damage. Bane is curse effect increased a little bit. Divine Ire Ignite is looking like a possibility. Yeah, Divine Ire Ignite's been good already. Ignite's just so fucking good. You can do almost anything with Ignite. Ignite is just so powerful. Barrage, projectile, battle mage's cry, cooldown recovery rate. That's nice. Bear trap, berserk, cooldown recovery rate on berserk. That's nice. That's a good change. Blade blast no longer detonates blade vortex blades, and no longer has more AOE per blade detonated. Now provides radius instead of AOE. Okay. Blade Flurry now gets more damage with hits per stage instead of attack speed. Okay. Blade Trap lasts longer. Blade Vortex. Increased hit rate for each blade. Okay. So it hits faster instead of having AoE. Blade Fall. Wait. I didn't read this part. Blade Vortex no longer has increased crit chance per blade. It now deals physical damage. Scaling up to this damage. Oh, so they buffed it a little bit. They buffed Blade Vortex by like 10%. And then they gave it increased hit rate instead of AoE. Okay. No longer leaves fewer lingering blades if you don't cast it yourself. It also no longer has increased crit. Oh, I had to cough. Blade Storm. +1 maximum number of Blade Storms. Okay, that's good. Blast Rain. Blazing Salvo. I mean, I don't really care about most of this shit, guys. I don't really care about most of this shit because, like, if you ask me right now, like, let's look at one of the ones down here, like Essence Drain. If you ask me right now, what is the quality on Essence Drain do? I would probably just guess that it gives you increased chaos damage. Is that what it does? Essence Drain. Increased chaos damage. But I don't, that's a guess. I don't know what they all are. Like Pestilent Strike. What's the quality do on Pestilent Strike, guys? I don't fucking know. Increased poison damage? Let's see. Increased damage over time multiplier. Okay, so like, because the point I'm making here is because I don't even know what the quality is on most of these skills anyway. These changes are like irrelevant to me. It's like it's changing from one thing that I don't know to another thing that I'm not gonna know. So it's like these changes are completely irrelevant to me because, you know, they're changing shit that I don't even know to begin with. Because who knows the quality on every single freaking skill gem? Who can memorize the quality effect on every single goddamn skill gem, right? Damage per trauma instead of stun duration. Okay, that's fucking nuts. 1% more damage per trauma? What? What? Did they buff Bone Shatter? Is that what I'm reading here? Did they buff Bone Shatter? Is that what I'm fucking reading here? GGG. GGG. Are you out of your fucking mind? What is this? What the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Oh, what? Are you, what? How's the Heat Shiver nerf going to affect Frostblades? +1. +1. +1. We're up to 6 now. It's going to be worse. It's going to be worse. Okay, what else here? Brand recall. Cooldown recovery rate. Instead of attachment range, burning arrow, more damage with ignite instead of increase. So wait a minute. Like, this is crazy right here. You're going to get more damage instead of increased damage? So, like, this is a massive multiplier on the quality here. You're going to get a multiplicative damage bonus instead of an increased damage bonus from quality. That's a nice buff for Burning Arrow. Caustic Arrow. Nobody uses default Bone Shatter? Of course they do. What are you talking about? Of course they use default Bone Shatter, especially in SSF. Bone Shatter is a huge SSF build. You think SSF Bone Shatter gamers have fucking alt quality Bone Shatter? Hell no, they don't. Chain hook, who cares? Charge dash, who cares? Cleave. Oh my god, cleave. Quality now causes cleave to have +1 meters to radius per nearby enemy instead of attack speed. What is with this goddamn cleave radius? Why is GGG so fucking obsessed with adding cleave radius to to cleave? Oh my god. So it's only nerf in endgame? Yeah. People use default Bone Shatter, dude. Divergent Bone Shatter's the good one and it's gone. Yeah, it's gone, but I mean, whatever. Good. I'm glad if this is a nerf, which I'm not convinced it is a nerf because we haven't seen the transfigured version yet. But if it is a nerf, then good, because Bone Shatter's been good as fuck for like forever now. So if they do nerf it, good. I'm glad they nerfed it. Where are we? Cobra Lash. Chain instead of crit chance. Okay. No longer has chill effect. More effective chill instead of AoE. Okay. Consecrated Path quality now causes more damage with hits to closer targets instead of AoE. More damage with hits to closer targets. Okay. League launch is now at 1 p.m. Are we getting the new fridge reveal? No. You're not getting a fridge reveal. No. Contagion, 0.2 meters to radius instead of area of effect. Wait a minute. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't that the same exact thing? Plus meters to radius instead of AoE? What the fuck's the difference there? 0.2 meters doesn't seem like very big, though. Conversion Trap, who cares? Crackling Lance, more damage per intensity instead of chance to shock. Okay, that's a nice buff to Crackling Lance. That's like, this goes up to 3? Does intensity go up to 3 or 5? That's like either 30% more damage or 50% more damage. Is it 3 stacks? Yeah, 3. So that's 30% more damage for Crackling Lance. Creeping Frost now provides meters to radius. Cremation, faster projectiles instead of fire damage. Can get +1 on the tree. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have to see the transfigured gem. That's it. That's going to be a massive factor on how the build is going to be. Is what is the transfigured gem, and is there 2 of them? Is there multiple different transfigured gems? We don't know yet. If that's actually something that we're not going to find out before the league starts, then that's going to suck, dude. Do you guys think they're going to release all the transfigured gems before the league starts? Or are we going to have to just fucking go into the league blind, not knowing what the gems are? Because if that's the case, then that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Cyclone no longer has first hit deals less damage, gain 1 second while channeling, or maximum 3 to 6. It now has 10% AoE per strike range at all gem levels. Quality provides movement speed instead of AoE. Okay. They said they would release a bunch. They did. More damage with melee projectiles deal no damage? No, they can't do that. Yeah, that would fuck the build bad for clear. Heat Shiver nerfs means we won't apply Trinity? No, not necessarily. You can make up that damage elsewhere. We'll get into it later on. We'll get into it. Decoy Totem, Totem Life, Destructive Link, Detonate Dead. Detonate Dead quality gives you a chance to detonate an additional corpse instead of cast speed. Okay. Discharge quality now has 15% more AoE per charge consumed at all gem levels. So an AoE nerf. Chance to deal damage without removing charges instead of increased damage. Divine Ire now has a maximum of 10 stages. The beam now deals 240% more damage with hits per stage after the first, and 100% more damage with ailments per stage after the first. It no longer has 50% less damage while channeling, 40% chance to gain increase beam width instead of AoE. Yeah, this is a massive buff to Divine Ire. What? This is a massive buff to Divine Ire. What the fuck? 240 up from 110 and 100% more up from 30? And that's per stage? Wait. More damage per stage? This is a fucking massive buff to Divine Ire. What the hell, dude? Massive buff to Divine Ire. Dominating Blow. Cooldown recovery rate instead of damage. Double Strike. 20% chance to deal double damage against bleeding enemies. Oh, that's fucking crazy, dude. That Transfigured Double Strike gem was really good, too. The one with the Impale effect. Double Strike is getting some nice buffs here. 20% chance to deal double damage. That's crazy, dude. Dual Strike no longer has crit chance and now has 60% more damage with hits on full life. Full life mechanics are such bullshit, dude. This is so stupid. 60% more damage against enemies on full life. Like, so you get more damage for one fucking hit? That's so dumb. Quality now provides 30% more damage with hits on full life. Wow, this is so stupid. I don't like that at all. Earthquake now causes Aftershock to deal more damage instead of increased damage. Okay, that's a nice buff to Earthquake. Man, they're making quality really good. They're making the quality really, really good on a lot of these gems. They're making them multiplicative bonus damages for the quality instead of increased. Frostblades was still usable before Heat Shiver. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly true. You don't even have to use Heat Shiver for Frostblades. It's not even like required. It's just really good. Planning on League starting your Frostblades build. How badly is it impacted? That's another +1. We're up to 7 now. We don't know yet, Joseph, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Didn't Mathel make one a few weeks ago? Divine Ire build? Yeah, he did make a crazy-ass Divine Ire build. Yeah, the 20% recipe is gone. Yeah, only for skill gems, though. It's only gone for skill gems. You can still use it for support gems, they said. Right? Yeah, right here. It's only gone for skill gems, which that's not that big a deal. It just means you're going to have to use 20 GCPs on your your main skill gem. But the support gems, you'll still be able to flip. You'll still be able to flip support gems, which is exactly what you did on Frostblades before anyway, because Frostblades quality was just projectile speed, which like isn't that important anyway. So that's not that big a deal at all. All right, where were we? Earthquake buff. Earth Shatter. +1 Fissure on Earth Shatter. Wow, that's crazy, dude. This is a big buff. This was like, wasn't this the Hellman chant before for Earth Shatter? Elemental hit. More damage per elemental ailment on enemy. Okay. That's better than this. So that's a buff to elemental hit. Ele weakness. Duration of ailments on cursed enemies. Okay. Enduring Cry. This could be relevant for freezing. This could be relevant in some super double curse bullshit niche scenario for freezing. Duration of ailments with Ele weakness. Enduring Cry, recovery rate. Energy Blade. Now causes the buff to grant 5% more maximum energy shield instead of causing it to have crit chance. That's a nice buff. That's a nice buff to Energy Blade, because Energy Blade builds struggle to get their energy shield. Snaring Arrow. Quality now provides debuff effect instead of attack speed. Okay. Look, I could add quality in the lab. Oh, was that one of the options in that video? You can add quality on the Divine Font? I don't know. Gonna farm GCP like crazy. Ain't nobody gonna run labs. Does Frostblade shotgun? No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not shotgun. Essence Strain now causes regenerate, debuff damages life instead of chaos damage. Okay. Quality on EK causes +2 projectiles. Okay, that's okay, I guess. It's not that relevant. Exsanguinate now provides base duration instead of skill effect duration. Okay, 1.5 seconds is a lot for Exsanguinate though. Exsanguinate doesn't last that long. The debuff doesn't last that long. Explosive Arrow now provides 2 maximum explosive arrows instead of increased skill effect duration and chance to ignite. Okay, that's a pretty big damage multiplier because you get a big multiplier for every arrow before it detonates. Explosive Concoction, reduce flash charges used instead of AoE. Did they literally just change the quality on every fucking gem? Seems like they changed the quality like on everything. Explosive Trap, Eye of Winter. Okay. AoE for Fire Trap. 80%. Oh, it's trigger area effect. Never mind. It's trigger AoE, not AoE. Fireball. I don't care about most of these gems, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really care about most of these gems. I'm gonna speed run through this a little bit faster here. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Forbidden Right. Freezing Pulse. Frenzy. +2 proj for Frost Blades. That's super meh. Frost Bomb. Cooldown recovery rate. Frost Wall. Frost Blink. Frost Blink gets increased travel distance instead of effective ailments. Okay, that's good. 10% increased travel distance. That's good. Galvanic Field. +1 Warrior. They're just making the quality better on everything. Like everything is just getting like way better quality. That's all that's happening here. Pretty much, except for Frostblades. It's kind of hilarious. They're buffing the shit out of like almost all this shit. Well, not all of it. Like a lot of this shit doesn't matter. Radius for Herald of Ice instead of increased cold damage. Okay, that's not great either. That's not great either. That's another nerf. That's another nerf. Yikes. Let's see. Ice Nova. What's this change to Ice Nova here? 1481 down from 1130. Okay, so that's a nice buff to Ice Nova. And it's getting 40% effectiveness of added damage too. Damn, they're buffing Ice Nova. No longer has less AoE on Frostbolt either. Or adds cold damage to chilled enemies. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe not. Maybe not. How much did they get from this before? Damage to chilled enemies. 172. Okay, wait a minute. So they got 172 before. But this is a lot more than 172, so this is still a buff at the end of the day. Ice Nova got buffed. Ice Shot no longer has increased effective ailments. Increased area of effect angle instead of cold damage. Okay, that's nice for AoE, I guess. I guess it's nice for AoE. Icicle Mine, Proj, Immortal Call, Incinerate, Infernal Blow. Inferno Cry, cooldown. Kinetic Bolt. Spell damage applied to attack damage. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. For this effect right here to be on the quality? What? That's crazy for that effect right there to be on the quality of the gem. Spell damage modifiers apply to attack damage. Lacerate now gets attack speed if you've changed stance recently instead of AoE. That's pretty good, I guess. That's pretty good. It's only 4 seconds though. Why does it have to be if you've changed stance recently? Why can't it just be fucking attack speed? Why does it have to be conditional? Lacerate's not in a very good place right now. This does not need to be conditional. Lancing Steel quality gets an extra proj instead of impale effect. Ooh, I don't know. That one might be a wash because Impale effect is incredibly strong. Leap Slam, Stun Duration. Okay, Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow now causes the skill to hit up to 2 additional enemies near the target. What? What? They fucking buffed Lightning Arrow? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Lightning Arrow now causes the skill to hit up to 2 additional enemies near the target? What? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? They're buffing Lightning Arrow. What? What? Oh my god, are you kidding me, dude? Okay, dude. All right. I'm mad now. Frostblade's got nothing, dude, and Lightning Arrow gets buffed? What? All right, dude. Wait till you see Tornado Shot. Obviously wasn't the strongest skill in the game. Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? All right. Lightning Strike now causes +1 projectile instead of... Okay, this is good. This is really good for Lightning Strike because Lightning Strike like lost all of its projectiles. So Lightning Strike actually needs that. That's a nice buff to Lightning Strike. Lightning Tendrils gets crit multi. What? Lightning Tendrils just gets 40 crit multi for free now. Like, where's these buffs for? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Freaking bow enjoyers. 15% chance for Lightning Trap to trigger an additional time. That's pretty good. That's just 15% more damage, basically. Mana Bond, lightning damage equal to 10% of unreserved mana instead of AoE. Okay, that's a buff to Mana Bond damage. Mirror Arrow, cooldown recovery rate, Molten Strike, more damage instead of increased damage. See, look, why do all these other skills just getting a straight up buff? They're just getting straight up more damage multipliers. Like, what the hell? Orb of Storms, beam split to 2 additional targets. Okay. Penance Brand has been significantly simplified. It no longer spreads. Okay, this is too much. I'm not reading all that. That's too much. I don't care about Penance Brand. Perforate no longer creates 2 additional strikes if you change stance recently. Now deals 155 attack damage and 155 effectiveness. Both scaling up to 265. Quality now creates additional spikes. Oh, okay, this is great. This is a great change to Perforate. So now you just get the +2 spikes all the time instead of having to change stance recently. So this is very nice for Perforate. I like Perforate a lot, guys. And it's getting, what's this, like 50% more damage effectiveness. So this is a nice buff to Perforate. Pestilent Strike, more poison duration. Plague Bearer, additional 4% plague value. Okay. Poisonous Concoction now gives you a chance to wither. Wow, that's fucking insane. You get wither on hit for Poisonous Concoction now? Jesus. Power Siphon now fires projectiles at 4 to 7 enemies. Nearby enemies instead of firing projectiles. Okay. Multi per power charge. What? Power Siphon gets multi per power charge? What the fuck, dude? What? Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Puncture now gets more damage with bleeding instead of 10% faster bleeding. Oh, I don't know. Actually don't know if that's actually a buff because faster bleeding is very strong. Punishment, Purifying Flame, more damage, Purity of Elements, 5% all res instead of AoE. Okay, that's nice for Purity of Elements. Purity of Fire, 10% fire res instead of AoE, 10% cold res, 10% lightning res. Okay, so the purity auras all got buffed a little bit for resists. Pyroclast Mine, Rage Vortex, Sacrifice Rage instead of AoE. Okay, Rain of Arrows causes 0 to 4 arrows. Okay. Spectre, Zombie, no longer attack enemies with an AoE slam. They now only attack enemies with a melee attack. Gem now has minions have more life. So wait a minute, zombies don't have AoE anymore? Quality now provides +1 max zombie. Zombies no longer attack with an AoE slam. Is this like a massive nerf to zombies? I don't know. I don't play zombies. I don't give a shit about zombies. Rallying Cry, cooldown recovery rate. Reap now causes skill to deal more damage per blood charge instead of AoE. Okay, that seems pretty good. I don't know if that's going to affect like spell cascade like overlapping though. Reeve now provides 2 max stages instead of attack speed. Okay, that seems pretty good. Reckoning, cooldown recovery rate, rejuve more life. Righteous Fire no longer deals fire damage per second. Now deals 70% of your life and energy shield as base fire damage per second. Both previously 35. Wait a minute, what? Quality now provides meters to radius instead of burning damage, so AoE. Wait a minute. What does this mean for Righteous Fire, guys? Right now, Righteous Fire deals this much fire damage per second. Base fire damage. Wait a minute. Deals this much damage, base fire damage per second. Deals 35% of your life as base fire damage per second. You burn for 90% of your life. So 70% life instead of 35% of your life. 35% to 70%. So it's losing this much damage, base damage, but it's gaining 35% of your life as base damage. So if 35% of your life is this much, then it'll be exactly the same, right? If 35% of your life is this number, then the damage will be exactly the same. If you have 5k life, you gain 1750. Yeah, so basically you need to have like 7k life for it to be the same damage. So it's a nerf unless you have like a really high HP pool, and then it'll be like the same. Is that basically the gist of it? Alright, whatever. Rip RF Andes. Rip the early game. So that means it's the worst league starter then, right? That makes RF like a significantly worse league starter, right? HP and energy shield, yeah. Yeah. Seems like it's still able to scale pretty good at late game. Especially the energy shield one, because I know there's some like energy shield RF builds that can get their energy shield like fucking hella high. So if you can get like a 15k ES RF build, that'll be way stronger than it is now. So this is like a nerf to early game. It's a nerf to league start for RF, but it might actually be a buff to like late game Giga RF builds. All right, Rolling Magma Chain, Scorching Ray, stages add damage. Scourge Arrow causes each Spore Pod to fire 1 Thorn Arrow. Okay, that's good. That's a nice buff. Seismic Cry, cooldown recovery rate. Seismic Trap causes the skill to release 1 wave. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. That's a nice buff to Seismic Trap. Shattering... Whoa, wait a minute. Shattering Steel no longer consumes Steel Shards or grants Steel Ward or has any of its Steel Ward stats. No longer has base duration. If you have Steel Shards, only fires 1 projectile, or projectiles deal more damage per shard consumed. Now provides 40% increased impale effect. What? So wait a minute. Shattering Steel just doesn't require Steel Shards anymore, but then it also doesn't get this damage buff anymore? Wait a minute. Shattering Steel got a massive damage buff from the Steel Shards by consuming them. This 50% more damage buff right here. Wait a minute. I like Shattering Steel, guys. I used to love Shattering Steel before they changed it. Before they did the entire rework where they added in Call of Steel. I used to love Shattering Steel, dude. In fact, let me show you guys. Yeah, they're confusing as fuck now. Ever since they reworked them and they added in the steel shards, the steel skills are like way worse now and like way more confusing than they used to be. But look, this character, this guy right here, the Shatterer. I had another one too. I don't remember. I might have deleted the other one though. But this guy right here, look, I had a Shattering Steel Gladiator back before they changed it and added in the steel shards, because Shattering Steel used to shotgun. Shattering Steel used to shotgun, and so you'd use Bell Timber blades. You could get hella damage. Oh wait, this guy doesn't have any gear anymore. You could use Bell Timber blades, and then Shattering Steel would have like 9 projectiles, and they would all shotgun, and you never had to reload it. You never had to press Call of Steel to reload it. So you could just go bam, bam, bam. You could just blast, and it was freaking awesome. But now that they added the steel shards, like this steel shard mechanic is like bullshit. So wait a minute. If you have no steel shards, only fires 1 projectile. Projectiles deal up to 110% more damage per steel shard consumed. Wait a minute. Consumes up to 2. So this was 220% more damage. Because it consumes 2 shards, and it's 110% more damage per shard. So wait a minute. No longer consumes steel shards, or has any of its steel ward stats. No longer has if you... So does that mean it just fires 3 projectiles all the time now? But it also doesn't get this damage bonus either? So this is shit. This is like a fucking massive nerf to steel, Shattering Steel, if it loses this damage bonus right here. So it's just going to shoot 3 projectiles all the time now, but they're never going to have any damage bonus on them. So it's just going to be way worse. It doesn't shotgun though. That's the thing. It doesn't shotgun anymore. Not like Shattering Steel doesn't shotgun anymore. This is where the damage came from. Because they made it not shotgun, that's why they added this to make it do good damage. But now they're taking this away from it. So now it's just going to shoot 3 projectiles all the time, but it's never going to have any damage multiplier. So it's just going to be a piece of shit. And I mean 40% impale effect, I mean it's getting 20% more impale effect, which is good, but man, fuck, that sucks. Shattering Steel, they need to completely rework Shattering Steel again. They need to just revert it back to the way it used to be. Alright, Shield Crush. More damage instead of AoE. Nice multiplier. Shock Nova, maximum effective shock instead of shock duration. Man, you can get some insane... Doesn't Shock Nova already have like giga freaking shock? Alright, Shrapnel Ballista, 40% proj speed, Siege Ballista, attack speed per maximum totem instead of proj damage. Okay, this is freaking nuts. This is nuts for the Iron Commander build. Is that what that item's called? Iron Commander? Yeah, this item right here, Siege Ballista has +1 maximum number of totems per dexterity. So, like, for a dex stacking Siege Ballista build, this is nuts, dude. Because you can get up to, like, 20 totems. So this is like 100% increased attack speed right here. That's fucking nuts. And this build is already insane before this league. Sigil of Power. Less damage while at maximum stages instead of AoE. Okay. Sigil of Power takes forever to ramp to max stage, though. Siphoning Trap. Siphoning Trap. I forgot. I don't even remember what Siphoning Trap even is. Smite gets more area damage instead of AoE. Okay. You had 22 totems? Yeah, it's crazy, dude. That's a crazy buff. Smoke Mine quality gives you movement speed. My kids are going to be home from school soon. I'll probably keep the stream going, though, but my kids are going to be here in a few minutes. They're going to be home from school. I'm going to say hi to them, and then I'm going to tell them to go play and leave me alone. But I'm not going to stream all day, guys. I'm not going to stream like very much longer. Snipe now provides +1 stage instead of attack speed. Okay, that seems pretty good. That's nuts, dude. Because that every stage gives you like huge multipliers. Soul Link, who cares? Soul Rend gives +0.2 duration. Okay. Spark no longer has projectile speed. The gem now also describes how many project fires instead of how many additional projectiles are fired. Quality now causes it to have +2 proj instead of proj speed. Okay, that seems pretty nutty, kind of. I don't know. Proj speed is pretty important for Spark, though. So, I don't know. I don't actually know how important that is. Spectral Helix causes projectiles that appears to deal more damage instead of attack speed. Okay. Spectral Shield Throw causes skill to fire 2 additional proj. That's pretty good. That is really, really good. Spectral Throw. Projectiles that pierce deal more damage. Okay. Spell Slinger. Sported skills have added damage to 20% of the equipped wand. Quality no longer causes increased damage. Okay. So this is like, they're getting like Battle Mage. They're getting like a little baby Battle Mage built into Spellslinger. Spirit Offering, don't care. Split Arrow. Quality now causes +4 arrows instead of action speed. Or attack speed. Doesn't Split Arrow already fire like 8 projectiles or some shit? I don't know if Split Arrow needs more arrows. Splitting Steel no longer consumes 40% chance to impale. Attack speed multiplier 90. Impale effect. Okay, so this change isn't as impactful. This change is actually really good for Splitting Steel, because Splitting Steel, you don't have to reload anymore. No longer consumes steel shards or grants Call of Steel. So this is a buff to Splitting Steel, because Splitting Steel didn't have that damage multiplier that Shattering Steel had. Shattering Steel got destroyed by losing this more damage multiplier here. Unless, wait a minute, hold on. Did I misread this here? No longer consumes steel shards. No longer has. But this is gone. It says no longer has this. Yeah, it's fucking dead. It's fucking dead, dude. Alright. Static Strike. Beam frequency instead of skill effect duration. Okay. Stormbrand. +1 beam to an enemy instead of cast speed. Storm Burst. 0.4 seconds to duration instead of AoE. Okay, that's nice. That's a big damage multiplier to Storm Burst. Storm Burst gets an extra explosion every 0.4 seconds. So that's just an extra explosion for Storm Burst. Storm Call no longer has lightning ailment effect. 15% chance for lightning to strike the marker instead of AoE. Okay. Storm Rain, 1 beam. Storm Bind. Are we almost done? Man, there's so many fucking skills. Storm Bind, Storm Blast Mine, Carrion Golem, don't care. Chaos Golem. I don't really care about the golems. Buff effect. Okay, that's nice. Buff effect. Buff effect. These are good changes for the golems. Buff effect instead of minion damage, because minion damage is completely irrelevant. And on non-minion builds, it's irrelevant. Raging Spirit no longer has more damage. Instead, their attack now naturally gains this damage scaling with level. Quality now provides chance to summon an extra minion. Oh, that's nice, I guess. Summon Reaper, summon skeletons. Now provides +1 max. +1 max skeleton? Is that good? Buff effect for Stone Golem. Sunder. Wave gains 1 meter radius with each area in the sequence instead of AoE. Okay. What are these changes, dude? How come this is so confusing, dude? Some of the skills are just getting like straight up more damage multipliers, and then like Sweep is getting like, instead of AoE, you get meters to radius. What the fuck is the difference? Instead of AoE, you get plus 0.4 meter to radius. It's the same fucking thing. Literally the same exact goddamn thing. How come Molten Strike got a more damage multiplier buff and Sweep is getting a rewording of the AoE? It's not called AoE anymore. It's called plus 0.4 meters to radius. What the hell, dude? Tectonic Slam, 30% Fissure branching chance instead of AoE. Okay. Tempest Shield, chance to shock. Okay. Temporal Rift. The skill is weird. Tornado, 20% movement speed. Tornado Shot, +1 secondary projectile. What? That was the helmet chant before, wasn't it? Wasn't this the Tornado Shot helmet chant before? +1 secondary projectile. Tornado Shot files an additional secondary projectile. This is the helmet chant that everybody wanted before. Now they're just getting it for free? They're just getting the Tornado Shot enchant for free? What? Dude. They buff Lightning Arrow. They buff Tornado Shot. Are you kidding me, dude? What? What? Dude, this was like the most expensive enchant in the game before. And now they're just giving it to you for free on the gem? What? How the patch notes looking so far? Watching Gazzy, he's quite disappointed. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled, really. I mean, they are buffing a lot of stuff, I guess. I don't know. I need to marinate in it for a while, I guess. Increased from gem and other sources aren't additive. 50% happy about Affliction. Out of map but affects in-map mobs. Oh, if the Affliction League looks amazing. The Affliction mechanic looks awesome. I'm excited about that for sure. Starting Tornado Shot, see ya. Yeah, dude, this is ridiculous, man. I cannot believe that they put that on the quality. That is ridiculous. Frostblaze is dead. Yeah, Tornado Shot. Dude, bow builds. Bow builds are already insane, dude. What? God, what is the Tornado Shot transfigured version going to be? And Lightning Arrow. What are the transfigured versions of those going to be? Frostblade's gotten fucked. It'll still be good. Pox RF dead? Nah, just League Start. Just League Start RF's going to be worse. Alright, let's continue. Toxic Rain duration instead of AoE. God damn it. Unearth, Vampiric Link, Vengeance, who cares? Venom Gyre. Maximum 10 caught projectiles. Yo, that's insane. That's a nice buff to Venom Gyre. Okay. Vigilant Strike, more damage per endurance charge. Okay. Viper Strike, base duration. Void Sphere, cooldown recovery rate. Volatile Dead, 40% orb movement speed. Okay. +2 proj for Volcanic Fissure. More damage with hits for each cast of the spell currently waiting. Okay, Voltaxic Burst is a weird skill. Transfigured Lightning Arrow equals Vengeance Cascade? Oh, it better not be, dude. It better not be. Oh my god. Definitely going to start something besides Frostblaze. I'm sure it'll still work, but I'm not too hyped. You're just too hyped about other skills? Yeah. Frostblaze nerfs, looking for a bit. Build to farm Shaper Guardians ASAP. Yeah. Yeah. We have to see the gem first. We have to see the transfigured gem. We'll see. But yeah, there's the Heat Shiver nerf is definitely the biggest one. The rest of them aren't really that important. The rest of them are pretty much inconsequential. It's just a Heat Shiver nerf, which is about 25% damage from what I've seen so far. The Frostblade's lost about 25% of its damage or so. Yep. Lightning Arrow and Turner Shot together for Transfigured. Oh my god. 7k total ES and health isn't that hard? Yeah, it's not. It's not that hard. Just want to make sure I'm not leaf starting a dud or something that can't scale to what I want to do. Oh, Frostblade is still going to be able to scale ridiculously, dude. I mean, look. Spross had 470 million damage last league. Take 25% of this damage off. Guess what? You still have 320 million damage. So, yeah. It's still going to be able to scale ridiculously. And we don't even know what the gem is. It's too early to say. I think it'll be fine no matter what. I think it'll be fine no matter what. Because Heat Shiver damage was all just bonus damage anyway. It's changed massive for almost everyone though. Wait and see. Yep, it's contingent on the gem. Oh yeah, and then penetration boot enchant. Yeah, but yeah, we got to see what they do with the gems. Because a lot of these other things, they're putting them on the quality, but they didn't do that for Frostblades. So we got to see what the gem is. All right, Wild Strike, chance to freeze, Winter Orb stages. Oh, that's nice. That was the Winter Orb enchant. A lot of these gems are just giving them the enchant. They're just putting the enchants on the quality is what they're doing for a lot of this stuff, which is crazy good. All right, Vol gems. Vol Arc. Vol Blade Vortex. Hit rate instead of AoE. This is all the same shit, isn't it? It's the same exact shit. I don't even want to read this stuff. Support gem changes. Is there actually a lot of these too? There's a few of them. My kids just got home though. I just heard the bus. My kids are gonna be walking in the door in just a minute. Helmet chants were removed. Yeah. They're changing the lab completely. Enchants are gone. Enchants are gone. Link the POB. Yeah, you can just import Spraz if you want to see that one. 30% of the damage from every build. No, not every build. Not 30%. That's a bit much. Depends on the build, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We gotta see the gems. Man, it's like already dark out. It's 4:30 and it's like already almost dark. Freaking daylight saving time is nutty, dude. It's almost dark outside already, guys. It's crazy. Alright, Ancestral Call. Extra targets can be found further away. Okay, so this is strike range, right? Why did they phrase it this way? What is this? Why did they phrase this like this? Why didn't they just say extra strike range? Because that's what this is. Why did they change this wording like this? This is so weird. This basically says additional strike range, but they changed the wording to say targets can be found further away. Like, why did they do that? That's funny. What else? Behead. Okay, go ahead.
Hi. How much people? 56?
Yeah, right now. My son's saying, hi. Little Zish. Alright, get out of here. What? All right. Where are we? Less attack speed because of the quality. Only if you have Phantasmal. You're talking about on Totem? Or are you talking about on Ancestral Protector? Or are we talking about on... Oh, what's up, Nethstar? 10% attack speed, yeah, it's not very much. Alright, do I care about any of these other support gems? Culling Strike... Cursed Ground, Devour, Feeding Frenzy. These are all like close combat. These are like support gems nobody even uses. Fortify. Fortify duration instead of attack damage. What? This is so irrelevant. Why did they do this? Why did they think that fortification duration matters at all on Fortify? Because Fortify gives you Fortify on hit. So whenever you're hitting, you're going to be getting Fortify. So fortification duration is completely irrelevant on this gem. So why would they do that? That makes no sense. Frigid Bond. Hypothermia. Chance to freeze instead of chill effect. Ice Bite. Damage per frenzy instead of increased damage. 2% increased damage per frenzy. Okay, that's just a nerf. 7 frenzies is pretty average for most builds. This is just a nerf to Ice Bite. Why did they nerf Ice Bite, dude? Are you kidding me? Why did they nerf Ice Bite? That doesn't make any sense. For Legion, Innervate. Cold Dot is in shambles. Is it? How come? What did they do to Vortex? Wait. Vortex. Oh yeah, I don't even think I really read this one. I don't know. It doesn't seem that big. What, buddy?
Is it Friday today?
No. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. I know. It's no longer instant. Vortex. Wait a minute. Oh, now has a cast time. Previously instant. And no longer has a cooldown time. Oh, yeah. That is bad for Cold Dot, I guess. Yeah, that means you're not going to be able to use it on left click, huh? You're not going to be able to just put it on left click anymore. That's, that is a big change, actually. I missed that. Alright, what else? Bone Chill support. Quality now causes increased cold damage instead of chill duration. Okay. Cast on damage taken. Quality now causes reduced amount of damage taken to trigger instead of causing them to deal increased damage. Okay, that's a good change. That's a nice change to cast on damage taken. Having this give increased damage kind of makes no sense, except for like for Forbidden Right or like Ward Loop shenanigan builds. What else? Inspiration, reduced mana costs instead of charge duration. Okay, that's a good change. Maim support, increased effect of maim instead of damage. Okay, that sucks. Meat shield, minefield, minion life, multi-strike now causes 10% increased damage instead of melee physical damage. Okay, this is good. This is a buff to multi-strike because it's going to affect all your damage now instead of just melee physical damage. So this will affect your cold damage now too. That's good. Overcharge. I forgot that gem even existed. Power charge on crit. Chance to gain a power charge instead of increased. Quality now causes 10% chance to gain a power charge on crit. Wait a minute, isn't that what the gem does already? Wait a minute, what? Power charge on crit. 35 to 54% power charge on crit. 10% chance to gain a power charge on crit. So this is so redundant. This is so redundant. Are you kidding me? So they're just taking the crit chance off of this and then just giving it a redundant additional chance to gain a power charge. Why would they do that? Why are they nerfing power charge on crit? Frostblade's dead. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. 8. There's some minor stuff. This patch is kind of like death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah. No, I don't know if I agree with that. Not for Frostblade. It's really just Heat Shiver nerf. That's the big one. Cold hit builds are going to be crafting on Blizzard Crowns again. We don't have to worry about lab enchants. Yeah, Blizzard Crown could be an option. That's for sure. I don't know, though. I think Heat Shiver is still probably going to be the best because we're talking about 60% more damage, basically. Still. Heat Shiver is still going to have 60% extra damage, which is a lot, dude. That is a lot. But it's going to be harder to freeze now, though, maybe, because you're probably going to have to get fire damage on your claw to get Trinity to proc. Maybe. We'll see. So there's going to have to be some changings. There's going to have to be some changes made. Because if you are going to have to get more fire damage to proc Trinity, that means it's going to be harder to freeze to get the Heat Shiver to proc in the first place. So there's going to have to be a balance there. Yeah, anything over 100 million DPS is overkill, yeah. Unless you're trying to farm Ubers, but I don't ever care about farming Ubers. Not on Frostblades anyway. Alright, let's get through this. Let's get through the rest of this. Activation frequency, quality, volley. I don't care about any of this stuff. Alright, let's move on. Miscellaneous gem. Updated descriptions for gems' movement speed. Many gems now display the total number of projectiles they fire instead of how many additional ones. Okay, many gems now display their radius in meters. Spell Echo can no longer support blink skills. Okay. Ascendancy changes. The Hinakura Chieftain node causes enemies you or your totem's kill to have 5% chance of exploding and 5% of lives previous enemies you kill. Oh, so they're making this work with totems? I mean, okay, whatever. That's literally the only ascendancy change? Jesus. Passive tree mastery stats that granted increased accuracy against marked enemies, unique enemies, or nearby enemies now instead grant more accuracy. Previous versions were not functioning correctly and could not generate incorrect accuracy values. Could generate incorrect accuracy values. Passive tree mastery stats that provided increased accuracy. Wait a minute, what? Which ones? This one? 40% increased accuracy against unique enemies. So that's talking about this mastery right here, right? Increased accuracy against marked enemies. Now it's going to be more accuracy. Okay, so that actually might be the best one to take now. This mastery could actually be the best one to take. If they change this to 40% more accuracy, it's possible that this one could be the best accuracy mastery now. Maybe. Depends on what your hit would be, like in maps and against rares and stuff. Maybe. That will be one to look at. Just a sec, guys. It's marked, unique, or rare. Yeah, there's different masteries. Like the marked one, I think. The mark mastery has accuracy against marked enemy. And then the accuracy one has accuracy against unique enemies. And then there's another one. Nearby enemies. Which one has the nearby enemies? I don't even know. Speaker of the Dead, Keystone Atlas passive. Can now touch up to 20 normal or magic monsters, previously 50. Oh man, ghost hunting, dude. Ghost hunting is ghost busting is dead. 50 down to 20? Does that mean ghost busting is dead? With destructive play, killing the map boss before Maven can cast up to stakes no longer causes her to leave. Oh, that's nice. So now you can take destructive play and you can just kill the boss instantly. You don't have to stand around and wait for her. That's nice. Unique balance. Ashes no longer provides 10 to 20% reservation. Existing items. Wait. What? What? Ashes no longer has reservation efficiency? It's just gone? So Ashes is just useless now. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait. Excuse me? Wait a minute. So Ashes just has +1 and quality now. I mean, I guess some of these new qualities are really good though. Some of them are really good, but I don't know if it's... That reservation efficiency was pretty important on this too. Man. Existing items can be updated with a Divine Orb and a momentary lapse in judgment. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, +2 secondary proj. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. Heat Shiver, dude. Oh, rip. Heat Shiver. 30% cold as extra fire. Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orb. Replica Dragonfang's Flight. Lost some resists. Lost some reservation efficiency. And lost some reduced attribute requirements. Okay, so they nerfed this item. Oh wow, they destroyed Comb's Spirit. Holy moly. They destroyed Comb's Spirit, dude. One rage for 300 instead of for 100. So you have to have 3. You're going to have 1/3 of the rage that you had before. Comb's Spirit is dead, dude. That is a massive nerf to Comb's Spirit. Yikes, dude. Fire damage taken while flame touched on Annihilation's approach was a bit too high for unique obtained through killing an Uber boss. 6,000 fire damage per second. These boots just suck, dude. These boots just suck. I don't think anyone's going to use these no matter, even if it was 0 fire damage. Gain adrenaline when you become flame touched. Lose adrenaline when you cease to be flame touched. Yeah, these... Nope. No thanks. I'm not using those. Attacks with Ephemeral Edge can now have added maximum lightning damage, 20% of energy shield. They can no longer scale off a minion's maximum energy shield. Okay. Ralakesh boots are destroyed, right? No longer has lose charges when you move or causes your charges to be equal while stationary. It now has count as having maximum number of charges, count as having maximum number, and count as having maximum number. Okay, so this is functionally the same. It's just it's a fix to the weapon swap shenanigan discharge build, right? So when you weapon swap, you're not going to keep your charges anymore, basically. That's interesting that this is how they had to do that. Count as having maximum number. Although, wait a minute. This is actually a buff to these boots because now you can have your charges while you're moving. you can keep your charges while moving because it no longer has this on it. So now you could use these boots on like a cast on crit build or something, or you know, some kind of build that doesn't stop moving. Yeah, that's big actually. There's a lot of builds that might want to use these now. Yeah, max charges all the time, even when you move. All right, replica boots. Okay, replica mist wall. Maximum chance to block spell damage if you're not blocked recently. Previously, plus 75% chance. Okay. Replica perfect form has been reworked. It no longer provides dexterity, life, hollow palm, or causes flesh and stone. Now provides versatile combatant and plus 20% chance to block. What? Perfect form. Where's the replica? What is this change, dude? Versatile combatant? Versatile combatant is so bad, dude. Okay, whatever. Replica Bitter Dream now causes Sakura Gems to have level 15 pen. Okay, whatever. Replica Oro Sacrifice no longer has 1% damage, leeches life, culling strike against frozen enemies. Okay. Hinakore's Lock can no longer foresee the result of corrupting an item at the altar of corruption. Okay. That sucks. That sucks for... That's only on standard now though, right? Because that these are gonna still... These will still be in standard, but they're not gonna be in Affliction League. Maven releases all bosses at once modifier can now roll again. Okay. Interesting. Counting as having maximum charges actually mean you have them though? Or is that only for purposes of stuff that checks how many charges you have? I think it just means... those are the same thing, I think, Joseph. Those are functionally, those are the same exact thing. You have them. For any reason that it matters, you count as having them. So yes, effectively you just have them. I don't think you actually have to even have the charges. You might not even actually get the charges anymore. Hold on, let me look at this for a second again. No longer has lose charges. While stationary. Causes your minimum to be equal to maximum while stationary. Now it's count as having maximum number. Yeah, so I don't even think you'll actually need to have charges. Like, you won't even have charges on your character, but you will count as having them. So, yeah. You might not even actually have the charges even on your buffs. Alright. Experimental base types can no longer be obtained. Okay. I didn't use most of these. What about the poison daggers on here? Is that a poison one? No, I don't think so. They're like mnemonic dagger, right? Let's see. Disapprobation Axe now has 15 maximum rage. Psychotic Axe now has 20 maximum rage. Prime Cleaver. Okay. Honed Cleaver. Oh man, this is hurting my eyes reading all this. Let me zoom in. I'm gonna zoom in a bit so I don't have to squint. Apex Cleaver, 40% maximum quality and deals more damage. Okay. Hedron Bow, fire damage buff, Foundry Bow buff, Solarine Bow buff. Okay, so they're buffing like all these base types. All these like experimented base types are all getting buffed. Flare Mace. Lower the cooldown, lower the cooldown, lower the cooldown. Base crit, increase, base crit, base crit. Increased APS, increased crit chance. 30% flask effect on the micro belt. That's big. That's a big buff right there. 25% increased suffix modifier magnitudes. Okay. Simplex Amulet now has -2 prefix modifiers allowed. Previously -1. And 100% increased explicit modifier magnitudes. So you're going to have... Wait. -1, -1. Yeah, this says -1 prefix and -1 suffix. So now it's going to be -2 prefixes and -1 suffix. So you're only going to have 2 suffixes and 1 prefix on this amulet. Yeah, this is bad. I think this is bad. This is really bad. This is a 3 mod item. This amulet is going to be a 3 mod item. Right? What's the use case for this? What item is going to be... What suffixes... What 2 suffixes are going to be worth using to use a 3 mod item? Yeah, the mods are doubled. Yeah, I get that. But it's a 3 mod item. You know? It's a 3 mod item. +2 gems. Okay. Yeah. If you can get it. Yeah. And then, I don't know, man. I guess, maybe. Maybe there'll be some builds that will benefit from it. I don't know. Having a 3 mod amulet seems seems pretty bad, though, but I don't know. Where were we? Thermic shield. Shield. Okay, I don't care about any of these shields. Ruthless specific shield or changes. Oh, there's actually not that many of them. Okay, I don't care about Ruthless. Monster balance. Foundry map boss has been adjusted. Now that's a single boss fight. Oh, is that because he like summoned a metamorph during the fight or something? The health has been increased. They can now use Corpse Rain. And use their skills more often. Okay. This is literally the only thing they did was they changed the one boss that had a metamorph in it. Man, what the... Kirak mods. Alright, here we go. Torment, Anarchy, Ambush, Beyond. That's nice. Blight, Expedition, Ultimatum for 10C. Ultimatum on the map device. But there's a Scarab, though. That kind of sucks, because there's a Scarab. There's a Scarab for this, too, and this. And this, and this. Where's Essence, though, man? No Essence. That's sad. Essences are going to be hella expensive this league. Essences are going to be giga expensive, man. Oh, yeah, I guess you could use that 7th gate thing. Or 6... Yeah, whatever it's called. 7th gate to get it. Maybe. User interface. How many character slots? You can now shift-click items in trade windows. You can now shift-click currency items to only sell or trade a partial stack. Pressing control-click in the campaign that you can sell items to now brings the sell items interface. Oh, that's nice. That's actually nice. Quality of life. Items interface to Sunni trade divination cards. Okay. Improve the highlighting of jewel sockets when they're searched on the passive tree. Okay. Added a close button to the betrayal board. Okay. Gem quality type condition removed. And then bug fixes. Whole bunch of bug fixes. Alright, well, that's the patch notes, guys. Patch notes done. Let's see. Let's think about a recap here. Affliction Challenge League looks really cool. It looks awesome. Mechanic looks fun. It's going to be Giga Juice. The passive trees are interesting. Oh, we got Ziggy D stream open still. What's it called? OBS disconnected. What the? OBS disconnected. Are we still live? Reconnection successful. Affliction League. These things right here are going to be very interesting. So, like, these things right here. These things are going to have to make up some big power. These things right here. This one right here doesn't seem that good to me. This one seems kind of bad. Although we don't know what some of these things are. But these nodes don't really seem all that good. These are like minion Andy build stuff. And for spells. And I don't know. This stuff doesn't seem that good to me. But this one seems like it could be good though. Depending on what the rest of these things are. So it's probably going to be the Magi guy. What's he called? Warlock of the Mists, Warden of the Magi, and Wildwood Primalist. So it's probably going to be the Primalist or the Magi guy is going to be the best one. Yeah. I don't know. Some of this stuff doesn't seem that good, though. I think it might just be the Primalist. It might be the way to go. This one right here might just be the best one, depending on what some of these other things are here. So, yeah, we need to see that still. New content, Ultimatum, is massive. The uniques all seem bad, but we haven't seen them all yet. Maybe there's some good ones. Ultimatum's got tons of good Atlas tree nodes, so if you juice Ultimatum, it's going to be really good. Like, this is all Ultimatum. Look at this. This is all Ultimatum patch notes here. This is like half of these patch notes is Ultimatum, dude. Besides the skill balance stuff. Good change to Delirium here. They didn't say anything about Sanctum drop rates either, did they? There's nothing in here about Sanctum drop rates. Do you think that they nerf? Do you think they're going to stealth nerf the drop rate of loot in Sanctums? Because Sanctum was just absolutely puking out currency. A couple good maps getting added back. Ashenwood, Canyon, Arid Lake, Burial Chambers, Waste Pool. This is what we need to see. The Transfigured Gems is what we need to see. Hopefully they release this information soon and we can see what the heck's going on. And then Frostblade's quality was given like an irrelevant change. This change is pretty irrelevant. Proj speed helped with clear a little bit. This will help with clear, not really. I mean, this change is pretty irrelevant. I don't really like this change, but it's pretty irrelevant in the big scheme of things. And then, of course, we had the this big nerf right here was probably the worst news of the day. We lost big damage from Heat Shiver. We lost big Heat Shiver damage. Yep. And then I don't know how big these experimented base items changes are going to be. I mean, heist is so annoying, dude. I'm not doing heists. I don't know. So yeah, I guess that's about it for patch notes. The big takeaway from patch notes is Heat Shiver got destroyed, and we need to see what the Transfigured Gems are. That's what we need to see. If the Transfigured Gems are like +1 strike, that will be... Well, let's think about this. If you get +1 strike... Actually, I think that would be bad now that I think about it. I think +1 strike as a transfigured gem would be bad because you still want to have 2 strikes, not 1. 1's not enough. You really want to have 2 strikes. So it's not really going to fix anything because you're still going to either want to have a strike on your glove or you're going to want the strike on the tree. +1 strike as a transfigured gem, I don't know that that's going to be that good, actually, if that's all it is. It could be some damage or... they already put the extra projectiles on the quality, so I don't really know what else they're going to do to it. I'm not sure. I'll have to wait and see, I guess. But, yeah, the Heat Shiver nerf was pretty big. We're going to have to figure out how to get some fire damage. Let's just look at that real quick. Let's just go to POB for a minute. I'm going to end the stream here pretty soon, guys, because I got to go. I got to get my fridge all taken care of and stuff. But just real quick, I'm going to look at... oh my god. I got a new monitor, guys. So this resolution is like... I'm in 1440p now, and so like this POB is like way smaller than I'm used to. So now I'm like having to like squint to see it because it's in 1440p now. Oh man, it looks weird. Do you plan on working on updated POB this coming week? Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Less tomes and less dupe relics should keep Sanctum in check. I don't know. I'm still probably not going to run Sanctum. Okay, so let's go here and let's see. The fire damage here is 870 to 1.5 million. Actually, this POB is insane. I don't want to look at your POB. Your POB is ridiculous. Let's look at... is this my SSF character? No, this is what I used to play bingo. This was the bingo POB. Where's the... Which one is it? Which one is my... I don't know. Is it this guy? Yeah, this was my Trade League character. This was my Trade League Frostblades character that I played for like 3 days. And then I went to hardcore. So I was using like this like pretty crappy claw here. So this claw already has fire damage on it. So this is kind of a bad example. Let's see. So on this build... Can you actually edit the Heat Shiver? Let me see. Heat Shiver. Let's edit this Heat Shiver and make this 30%. Like it's going to be. So this is going to be 30%. So, yeah, see, look. It's 26% less damage. Oh, you guys can't see it, can you? You guys can't see it, but it says 26% less damage. Here, I'll show you. Let me move this. Let me move this. And now look. See? If you change it to 30%, it's 26% less damage. Which that's exactly what I said. I said it was going to be 25% less damage. So that's a pretty big nerf. That's a pretty big nerf, but yeah, it'll still be playable. It'll still be playable. So let's go ahead and do that and save that. And then let's look at the damage for Trinity. So now we're looking for the amount of fire damage you need to proc Trinity. So this claw is kind of a bad example because this claw already has fire damage on it. So I'm just going to take this fire damage off of it. So a normal claw, let's just make a new claw. We'll make a new claw, Imperial Claw. A normal claw is going to have like crafted level fizz damage probably, flat fizz like tier 2 to tier 1, about right there, and then it's going to have essence, hatred, cold damage, this one here. So these are going to be your prefixes, and then your suffixes are going to be attack speed and crit. Crit chance like 27 probably if it's crafted, and then it's if you're multi-mod you're not going to have a last suffix, but if you do you're going to have crit multi or something. So we'll just pretend that we have crit multi here, and we'll add this claw to this build. So this is an example claw that would be good to have right now. So with this claw right now, here's the damage with the new Heat Shiver. The new damage is 90 to 160 and 43 to 80. So this is not enough to proc Trinity here. So Trinity would not work. Let's take it off actually. Trinity would not be working with this claw, with this setup. So to make it work, let's see. If we took off the flat fizz and changed the flat fizz to fire, what would that look like? If we rolled flat fire instead. Let me see. It's at 51 now, and then if we add this to fire, $57. Yeah, that's still pretty low. That's still, it's higher than the minimum, but like barely. This would proc, but it would be like very unreliable. I think this would be very unreliable. You asked Jungro, and he said it's not worth playing. Many other builds are better. I mean, okay. Don't play it then. Don't play it then. Let's see. Just fire damage on the claw. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to think about this, guys. Maybe we drop Trinity. Yeah, maybe. Trinity's so good though, man. Let's see. With this setup, if I put it on, put the resonance on. Let's see. 30, 30, 30, 31, 20, 23. Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so good. But it's not that good. I mean, it's not like crazy, like you would never give it up good. You could give up Trinity. I'll have to experiment with it. Let's see. The next best gem. Added cold. Yeah. You probably would just use added cold instead. Or ruthless. Wait, what are these numbers? Wait, what? What the heck is these numbers? Plus 13 million? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at it, guys. I'll have to look at it. I'll have to do some number crunching and stuff, which I'm not going to do right now. I'm tired. I had to wake up early. I got to go set my fridge up, guys. I gotta go set up the fridge and hang out with my kids and stuff. And then, yep, that's gonna be it for this one. Just wanted to see the announcement, check out the patch notes, and give some initial impressions. And yeah, that's about it, I think, for this one. Heat Shiver nerf was bad, though. I gotta say, it's bad. The build is definitely gonna be weaker than it was before, but. Yeah, join that Discord if you guys want to see some stuff, see some posts, and yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know yet. I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it. We got a week to figure it out. We have a week to figure it out. We have info out for the league to start build after changes. Yep. I'll put out some stuff. I asked about the 12 cluster. I'll catch you another day. Oh, do you want that cluster? I'll give you that cluster right now. Who wants that cluster? Somebody messaged me about it. Are you online? Dude, this guy did. You want that cluster? I'll give away this cluster drill that I made the other day.
When I'm ready.
Still have it. This one. Although the league's about to be over. The league's over like probably like what, like on Monday or something. He says JL Blade. Oops, Blade. Yep, I'm gonna give this guy this cluster, and then that's gonna be it, guys. That's gonna be it for the stream for today. I'll be tomorrow night. I'll be streaming tomorrow night. Tomorrow night I will be back to streaming like normal stream hours, and we'll be doing some stuff. I don't know exactly what it'll be. Might be some practice. It might be some POBing. I don't know what it's gonna be, but we'll stream and hang out. We'll think about it. We'll do some crafting of the theory. Full stash. This guy doesn't even have one inventory spot. Come on, dude. All right. Enjoy. Alright, so yeah, anyways, that's gonna be it for this one, guys. Tomorrow we'll do some POBing, we'll do some practice runs, maybe if we get to it. And yeah, we'll figure it out. Figure out what we're gonna do. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you guys are having a good day and whatnot. And yeah, GG's excited for the new league, and yeah, all that. That's it for this one. Subscribe to the channel. We'll be putting out some stuff in the next week or so. And yeah, see you next time. Say bye.
Bye.
Say bye.